And with that, we're alive. Let's go. Life in Chichen Itza too. Oh look, it's us. Welcome, Chaldeans. Everyone here at Chichen Itza is thrilled to have you. I know you're here for personal reasons, and that you don't mean any of those living in Mictlan any harm. How do I know that? Well, I've been listening on you all from the start, of course. Hear that? These people are not our enemies. I, Kukulkan, the teachings of the sun, declare that all dinos should treat them as friends. So it's like that. I guess I got even more dead weight to carry now. But Cub, issue a decree permitting dinos to discuss proper human history with the Chaldeans. Write it to say that they are a friendly species and are far more like the dinos than the Asilome. But with all due respect, these people are obviously Asilome in all the ways that matter. I would go so far as to say they're even worse. They're obviously of the same species as the Cryptor who brought this wicked culture here in Mictlan. Yes, they are the same species as the Cryptor. They know about all kinds of civilizations and plenty of other naughty things. But it's also not fair for Mexico City to receive the benefits of foreign culture while Chichen Itza goes without, right? I'm sure the dinos will take this opportunity to learn, and not just about the good things, but the bad as well. It's okay, Beckham. Dinos are smart. They're not about to change their entire way of life over this. Chaldean's values could be just a cherry on top, so to speak. This may be the most exciting development for them since corn on the cob. Very well, Lady Kukulkan. I'll do as you say. Not even tried to hide hostility. May I say something now? Oh right, you're Chaldean's representatives. Fine, keep it quick. Very well, first of all, I want to thank you for your hospitality. Though proper human history and Lost Celts are generally at odds right now, we share a common enemy in Texcali. I'm as uninterested in your justifications as I am in your flattery. I told you, be quick. Even had the Oslo man never appeared, he would still not see proper human history as our enemy. That irritating woman called you friends. That's good enough for the dinos. Now, what do you need? I can see clearly that your ship's a complete wreck. Sorry our resident god doesn't know how to brutalishly strong she is. I'm guessing her rough handling left some of your crew pretty banged up. You may use the human medical instruments I had made for me. If you need more, I'll have the priest increase production. Really? I mean, now that you mention it, you do look human yourself, but... Well, for one thing, may I ask exactly what sort of relationship you have with Tezcatlipoca? Because from where we stand, both the Tezcatlipoca of Mexico City and you, Tezcatlipoca, the king of the dinosaurs, would seem to be the same god from proper human history. Nothing to worry about there. Yeah, we're both Tezcatlipoca, but that doesn't make us friends. Gods have multiple aspects. Ours just happen to exist separately. You're a mage. You should understand what I'm getting at. Does that mean he's a different Tezcatlipoca from the one David summoned? A rogue servant, perhaps? It is said that Tezcatlipoca had multiple divinities, so I suppose the story would make sense if he was one of them. What else? Can you repair your ship yourselves? Oh yes, we can. We could certainly use more helping hands and materials. Do you have any you can spare? Ha! You liked that one, didn't you? You must be a terrible poker player. You do realize that the commander of an army shouldn't just leap at the first feast offered to them, right? I don't mind seeing people so desperate, especially guys like you who are usually do all they can to hide how they feel. Tepeo's Rufi, right? Alright, I'll lend you some dinos, and he can serve as your go-between. You should ask the dinos for help with the materials you need too. You'll finish a lot faster that way. From proper human history's perspective, Mictlan's a damn treasure trove of resources. You won't have any trouble finding whatever you need here. I see. Thank you once again, King of Dinosaurs. So, how much are we gonna have to pay? You're, not, gonna demand you offer one of us as a sacrifice, are ya? Why are they laughing? Is it because I nailed it? Their culture is so different, I just can't tell at all. What are you thinking? Should we take him up on his offer to sacrifice one of them? What, you visited Mexico City once and now you've gone full carnivore? Fine, fine. Liver's an acquired taste, but it's still great. Prefer my meat raw, but since you're just starting out, you should cook yours. You getting runs would make for a legend that would spread through Mictlan like wildfire. Imagine it, the mighty Kukulkan holed up in the bathroom for hours on end, her vulgarity on full display. That's never gonna happen because I'm never gonna eat any meat. Besides, the sun would never hide, no? No self-respecting god would block off a cave with a boulder so she could hide in it for purely personal reasons. It's a Nagi reference if I, or is a Nami reference if I ever heard one. The sense of her. I appreciate the offer, Gordoff, but we don't need a sacrifice. We're not making a deal. We're just helping you to weigh anyone in Mictlan would. But please, don't be afraid to ask the Dinos for help with whatever they can. Yeah, if you people really want to repay our hospitality, the best thing you can do is fix your ship and get it out to Chichen as soon as possible. We don't need you fighting the cryptor anywhere near here. Cleaning this place up after a battle will be a major hassle. Alright, we're done here, yeah? We've exchanged pleasantries and everything, so go back to your crew. I never waste time. You gotta make sure your memories are as meaningful as they can be. Aw, you're so earnest, King. Alright then, I'll let you handle the slower shoulder on your own. So you're going with Chaldea? Well, that's fine. Suit yourself. Besides, you being here wouldn't make my job any easier. At least this way, you'll be out of my hair. Thanks for signing off, King. Okay, Gordoff. Let's get back to let's get back to the border. That's where we'll find Mash, the President, Caddox, Da Vinci, Sion, and a few other servants, right? Well, this is gonna be fun. I can't wait to speak to them in person. Oh, you're back. How'd your audience with the King of the Dinosaurs go? You got permission to stay and promise to help with repairs. That's great news. Now we can finally catch our breath. Though having said that, we do still have a ton of work ahead. I've been going through the reports of your activity since we arrived. And there's just way too much about this place that doesn't make any sense. This lost world's prime species, the Dinos, Kukulkan, the god they worship, and the only one that exists in all of Mictlan. And there's that's Kalipoka who attacked the storm border. Chichen Itza's King of Dinosaurs says that he tests Kalipoka too. But we can set that aside for now. Yes, he ticks Kalipoka as well, but he's also pretty clearly not our enemy. Hey there, Nuffle. No, our problem here is David and the Test Kalipoka, who is his servant. There's also the Ocelome, who believe in the Aztec mythology of David and the Test Kalipoka have been spreading in Mexico City where they all live. Apparently, Ort is going to put up an appearance there sometime in the near future. On top of all that, the storm border still needs extensive repairs, and then... Is something wrong, young miss? You look as though this entire world displeases you. Now I heard the Commander Gordoff of a return from the altar. Shouldn't you, the ruler, offer a word of encouragement? Yes, but there's no reason I need to do it now, right? They don't seem injured or anything. Hey there, Curian. Dude, what about making a presidential declaration to the rest of Chaldea's staff? I would have run it today. Run it, like, right after the maintenance release, but I had work today. And I probably would not have finished this part of the lost build up in time to be able to have time to get ready to work. I recall you very much looking forward to that. Watching from a distance simply doesn't seem like you. Have you had a change of heart, perhaps? For instance, do you now clearly remember who you really care? And what if I do? It doesn't matter. I'm still not so much as a single AU closer to remembering anything about myself. I see, a pity, but if that is true, then you should have no difficulty joining the conversation. Are you sure you don't want to give a rousing campaign speech? I grant you that Kukulkan has taken over the coveted position of most powerful fighter. I understand your reluctance, as that position is your entire purpose in life. It's not a competition, now shut up. And then there's the problem of what to do about those two, Eula Marie and Rasputin. Honestly, I have no idea how to act around them. Rasputin in particular I can't ever forgive, but setting that aside for now. Well yeah, he set fucking hand for your chest. She may have lost her memory, but Yuogla Marie is still the foreign god. In the end, or really, from start to finish, she's the clearest enemy we've got. With Holmes gone for the time being, it's my job to serve as both technical and administrative advisor. And speaking in both capacities, I don't think we can trust her lightly. Or at least, we shouldn't consider her a dependable fighter. Oh, crikey. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter how many times she's helped you so far, or even that she saved us in Mexico City. So just because she's helping us now doesn't make her a true ally? Essentially, yes, believe me, I wish we could rely on her, but Holmes was always the one who handled these kinds of tricky situations before, without him here. So what about Queen Skya then? Oh, she's fine, we don't have to worry about her. Craig Messis II already concluded that she's definitely a servant in Chaldea's, that is, humanity's side. Anyway, for the time being, the rest of the staff is inside Stormborder recuperating from the shock of being shaken around like crazy when Kukulkan Khan shot the border here. That includes Manir too. As a result, we fortunately haven't been able to take a vote in Yuogla Marie yet. I'll explain the situation to everyone once they've recovered from the motion sickness. When I do, if even one of them feels like they can't accept their being here, I plan to respect that. Are you two okay with that? Oh, come on, she's so goofy, though. I understand. If you think we need unanimous approval, I have no problem with that. Well, if you're all okay with that, then I have no objections either. Regardless of who that so-called president of Earth truly is, the fact remains that it looks just like Ola Marie. I wasn't around for the Finnish Chaldea days, so I can't imagine how the staff who were must feel about this. So it would be foolish of me to use my authority to shut them down on the grounds that we need all the help we can get right now. So if any staff on the border, starting with Mirnair, say they refuse to accept Yuogla Marie's help, then that will be the end of it as far as I'm concerned. Oh, look at that, he actually said Manir's name right. I didn't when I was voicing that over, but whatever. Having said that, Manir, Tomlin, Octavia Chin, Kayan, Elron, Kawada, and Marcus. Every single one of them is a veteran in Chaldea. They've all been through hell and lived to tell the tale. So while they may not be thrilled, I am confident they won't think twice about bringing an old enemy or two into the fold. Director! Excuse me, are you finished with your discussion? I am sorry to interrupt. I was keeping my distance as it seems like you were dealing with a number of interpersonal issues. But I felt like I needed to speak up before the dinos behind me started getting out of hand. Good day, Chaldeans. You must be the Vincias. I am Tapao. I have met Mash and Elaine in the first stratum, and I have been accompanying them ever since. And these dinos here behind me are... That's right, it's us! Your dependable, locally sourced labor. The Dichronicus Butters 11. Death rolling, what are y'all doing here? Are y'all on the run? No, big sis. This isn't about Zokta practice. Master Tapao asked us to come help repair your ship. Oh, I see. Thank you. Good to see you guys again. Right, real talk. We never carried anything heavier than a Zokta ball before, but we'll manage. That they will, because I will be managing them. The Dino Chronicus birds are all very fast runners, so I'm going to have them secure and transport resources. We'll make sure you have all the materials you need so that we can simply focus on making repairs to your... hello? Is something wrong? Are you not getting enough sunlight? Technical Administrative Advisor? What's wrong? You look like you've just seen a ghost. Source. Kind of source. Dinosaurs! Real-life dinosaurs! What explosion! What artistic masterpieces! I can't believe it. The dinos really are dinosaurs. This is incredible. I want to touch them. So this is how Summer 6 happened. Sorry about that. I only just woke up, so I'm still a little wonky. I'm Leonardo Vinci, Chaldea's resident engineer. And you must be Tapao, the dinos who's been helping her and Mash. Pleasure to meet you. The Dichronicus brothers are all tired out from her cuddle attack. The pleasure's all mine. Now, on the subject of repairing your ship, I'm afraid we can't be of much direct aid since we don't understand the ship or its construction. But if you tell us what resources you require for these repairs, we can gather them easily enough. Hi there, Toes. And yes, I know it's midnight. I only got out of work at like 10:30. And I had to eat. So guess what? I'm streaming from 12 a.m. until fucking noon again. You're also very welcome to stay at my house if any of you wish to spend a night in the city. You are our guest, and we are very happy to give you whatever welcome we can. No way, that's awesome. I definitely want to check out the big dino city. Oh, but only to increase my understanding of the Lost Belt. Yeah. You need to know about everything we can about Mictlan's history and culture. Yep. So if it's no trouble, not at all. I would be thrilled to have your company. Having the opportunity to talk to a sage of proper human history is a genuine miracle, after all. Oh, right, there's something else we need to do first. Hi, yes, I live in the night. Fucking vampire over here. I'm sure you need at least a few days to finish your repairs. So you need to secure your own safety by eliminating the carnivorous insects and other beasts in the area. Oh, carnivorous insects, eh? This internet makes me want to pack up and go home. I feel it in my bones. Hey, you two. Ludicrous and Nemo are still recovering, so I want you two to handle this yourselves. Yes, sir. That won't be a problem. We've encountered these creatures several times already. Come on, Master. Two of us alone should be able to... Huh? Kukulkan? What, you're gonna chase off all the beasties that might bother you, right? So, I'm coming with. I set the ship down here to begin with. Plus, I've been wanting to see how you guys fight. Etiquette isn't my strong suit, but I hope you don't mind if I fight alongside your heroes of proper human history regardless. You say that as if you aren't the best buster looper that fucking exists. Okay, so we have to set up smashing. Smashing. Where are you? You're in Bond 8, aren't you? Yep. Okay, so... Okay, she has to be starting. Can I move? Okay, cool. Berserker time! Bazaka time! So. Hi. And then let's do crit. For shits and giggles. So to ensure that we have good crits. Let's grab Meme one. Actually, no, Queen Sky would be better because she has a crit star bomb. There she is. And then... critical buff. And then... critical buff. You know what? We'll leave it.
Waga Shinka yo. Yokuza no shitaku wa dekite imasu ka? Ten ni hairu. Sono yo. 暗き水いい判断です。そういいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞います。落ちよロードレスキャメロット。潰したものか。はい、エメージェンスサービスです。もちろんお望みのままに。
Now what the fuck's up going on with you? Okay. Bullshit. Got it.
よく言います。目を背けないで逃がすもの。はあ。逃がすもの。
Yeah, I'm just getting tab 2 of the wiki done today, which is, up until when you actually get into, like, the raid and shit. And then I'll be doing the raid tomorrow. God, that's still loud. Does it count as sound effects for them? Not sure it's only in a voice.
いいかいい判断です。スタート。手に入る。
Yeah, I've heard people bitch about UFO making them lag. Hopefully I have enough beefy enough bone that when I do the raid I won't have issues with lag. And if so, it'll only be because of Skirpy. I think I had a fucking chonker of a phone. S23 Ultra. So the only reason I should have issues with fucking lag is it's because Skirpy and being connected to my computer through USB.
愛らしいウサギに狩られる気分はどうですか？盗作的で癖になるでしょう。
Alright, more plot. Okay, so I'm new meeting for the first time, so let me introduce myself. My name's Leonardo da Vinci. I am Chaldea's technical and administrative advisor. You could just think of me as a peerless genius who could do anything she sets her mind to. I'm Nitocris, a caster servant. I'm told you're the Dinos who guarded the border while I was recovering. For that, you have my thanks. I was once Pharaoh, though briefly. As such, I always repay my debts in full. Huh? What are you talking about? All I did was chase off a few Oslo men. Everything is such a big deal to you guys. Worry less or you'll just wear yourselves out. I see you're as strong of a body as you are of heart, warrior Wakshan. You're admiredly altruistic dinos. What do you think? What's an altruistic? I guess I will go next then. I see an Eltnam Socrates, one of Chaldea's allies. Thank you for rescuing us from those altars. I really appreciate it. Tezcatlipoca gave us some questionable herbs which put us to sleep, so I do not recall what happened. But it sounds like you went through quite the ordeal there. You'll have to tell me about it later. Huh? Is that all there is? Where's everyone else? The Nemos are staying with the border since it's built on top of the Nautilus. Captain Nemo simply moving away is enough to dramatically decrease its functionality. So he's staying behind to help get the border back up and running as soon as humanly possible. And the staff members' rooms are all still intact, so they said they'd prefer to rest there. As for Commander Gordov, Chichen Itza, the city of dinos, eh? Normally I would only let the field operatives go somewhere like that. But I could see you have your heart set on this regardless. Okay, you have my permission. Me? Of course not. I never set foot anywhere so dangerous if I could possibly help it. You've seen Wakshan yourself, right? He may be nice and understanding, but his abilities are terrifying. Remember when he just casually swiped his tail to shoo off some insects and knocked down a tree that was over 10 meters tall? The city of dinos may as well be a city of giants. Going there as a tourist is practically a death sentence. Suffice to say, I'm not setting one foot outside of the border. My personal room and the command room may both be under repair at the moment. But fortunately, I'm already used to using the hangar as my temporary personal room. At this point, I'll gladly take working aircon over almost anything else. I know what you mean. The heat here in Mictlan has been ridiculous. Just standing out in the jungle is enough to make me miss Russia's weather. I don't know how her and Mash handle it. You're telling me. I read the report on the 6th singularity. And I suppose they weren't exaggerating about the heat in Jerusalem. It wasn't even this hot back when I attended the Dakar rally, as a spectator. Huh? Hang on, you're staying on the border too, Kadok? You do know you don't have a room here, right? Yeah, I know, my cell's pretty much gone after the whole crash thing. But she said I could stay in her room as long as I liked in the meantime. Although I've heard of having an iron will, but I wonder if she doesn't take it to new heights. And again, maybe they just don't think much of putting someone of the opposite sex up in your room back where she comes from. Oh, so are you two staying on the border? Then I think I'll set up camp here as well. He may have gotten rid of the nearby hostile wildlife, but there's no telling when more Oslo might try to attack. And since I'm a Chaldean servant, it's only right that I do my part to ensure you all stay safe and healthy. So the next time some Oslo may show up, I'll pass out, confiscate their guns and make sure they can't bother you again. I can't believe her. She's totally going to collect the weapon she gave them and act like nothing happened. He said that, it is the commander's job to stay behind to keep the border safe. Yeah, let's leave it out at that. That's a good plan. The border's armor looks pretty tough, but there's no telling what may happen at night. I think they'll be safer in the border than here in Chichen Itza. Anyway, that went longer than I planned, especially for a pre-dinner greeting, but I'm done now. You spent all day getting rid of dangerous wildlife, so I'd like you to just eat and get some sleep for tomorrow. Oh, before you go to bed, is there anything you wanted to ask about? More for chat out in a minute. Well? I'm curious to know, Kukulkan, who has more authority? You were the king of dinosaurs. You mean I didn't tell you? Who has more authority? So you want to know the chain of command? Yes, that is rather fuzzy. Well, I can tell you who's stronger, but who has more authority? I'm not really sure. The king of dinosaurs is in charge of all things having to do with the Dino Society. His decisions for Chichen Itza take priority. I'm more of a representative of order in Mictlan as a whole. You can even call me a translator of sorts. Really? Because I read the records of what happened at the sacrificial altars, And it says you referred to yourself as Mictlan's creator. Oh, that was more sort of a spur of the moment thing. I kind of just wanted to make myself look good in front of that bastard with the sunglasses. Besides, Mictlan is basically all made up of Earth resources, so if anything, I'm kind of an outsider here. Oh, I know. I really just kind of exist. Nobody asks anything of me, and I don't ask anything of anybody. I've heard that's what the gods of proper human history are like. Is that not the case? No, that's right. The more transcendent a god's power, the less involved they are with human society. That's what a god should be like. A being whose main purpose is to make people think that they exist. Natural phenomena are inherently good or evil. It was a human's job to decide whether which alignment a particular phenomena fell under. So does that mean that your deification of order in Mictlan is the Dinos imagine it? Yes, I think that's right, though I couldn't tell you who first imagined that. So why are you dressed like an oceloti? Because I wanted to. I mean, no, of course it wasn't anything as simple as that. I'm dressed like this because it's, a disguise. Yeah, it's a disguise. Are you sure it isn't just because, yeah, you're going to be a rollable character in a gacha game? And you wanted to have your booty hanging out? I copied an outfit in the style of proper human history so I could blend in better while I was in Mexico City. I see, a wise decision, as I was expecting from you, Kukulkan. However, this is Chichen Itza, not Mexico City. So why not take that off now? Besides, you never wore any clothing before. Yeah, you must be out of all that cloth covering you, right? How come you're not just going nude, Lady Kukulkan? Wow, impressive. Yeah? That would seem to make a great deal of sense for a god of the Dinos. What do you think? Don't be ridiculous, Sion. Kukulkan, please just keep wearing what you're wearing. It's, very punk, rock, and desperado. Yes, of course, though I do get the sense desperado isn't entirely complimentary. Is that why she runs around in a fucking bikini, or a one-piece suit in her later ascensions? Okay, now we've all settled down, let's talk about our schedule from tomorrow on. Our main focus is still repairing the storm border, but to do that, we'll need to split up into two groups. One for procuring resources and one for making the repairs. Cash, I'd like you to assist Sion with looking over the computer room. And I'd like you to join the resource team and help collect the materials we need. If you need to go outside, go to the jungle, take neither Chris for protection. If you're going around Chichen Itza, then Wakshan will guard you instead. Sorry, I can't. I got some important business to take care of. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. In that case, guess I have no choice but to take on the task guarding you when we go shopping at Chichen Itza. Damn, what a pain that'll be. Well, it's just the two of you, then you'll probably need a guide. I'll be happy to fulfill that role. You need only ask. Chichen Itza is a peaceful city, but you'll still never know what might happen. Thanks, Tapao. You're a great help. You know, I still have a lot of things I want to talk to you about. Okay then, everyone off to bed. We got a busy day ahead of us tomorrow. Did she already go to her room? It was a time long before the present, long before the Neogene, the Paleogene, the Cretaceous, the Jurassic, or the Triassic periods. Our journey as a species began on the continent 300 million years ago. That's how this texture, this cosmic hypothesis, was programmed. Back then, there was only one continent. It was a new world created when there were three smaller continents collided and fused together. The collision formed mountains, and the mountains formed air flows. The air flows begat rainy seasons, which produced many rivers and countless marshes. So many kinds of plants began to grow, and so great woodlands were born on this planet. The forests were made up of great ferns, about 40 meters tall by your measurements. Those ferns were our vessels. They became the new society that kept us alive. The forests continued to grow. Without any natural predators, the insects evolved to become bigger and stronger, and finally became a form of life modern-day humans like yourselves could understand. Our species could change course to match the evolution of those life forms as well. Also, those forms eventually returned to the ground. Much later in your time, what remained of them would become the coal you dig up and use. This is why your people called this particular time the Carboniferous period. The insects' time at the top of the food chain was short-lived. It wasn't long before the vertebrates appeared. We still remember how overjoyed we were back then. Mouths with teeth, 4 sturdy limbs, heads that extended from the torso. Eminutes, a brand new form of life similar to what you call lizards. It was clear for all to see that they would become the Earth's dominant species. These creatures, born from the amniotic eggs with a kind of membranous later. These eggs were filled with amniotic fluid, which surrounded the young within as they grew and developed. This method of procreation granted the young protection from the outside world in the form of the egg itself. It was a far safer way of giving birth, and one which had not yet been seen. Thanks to amniotic eggs, these life forms no longer needed to remain in the water to reproduce, and so life on land became viable. Over many long years, they further divided into synapsids and sauropods. The ones who survived extinction became the dinosaurs' ancestors. For 47 million years, they made this land into their own personal paradise. Up to this point, everything had been the same as what transpired in your world. Here, though, our worlds diverge and Mictlan begins. 66 million years ago, this planet faced its third extinction level event. 81% of all aquatic life and 70% of all land vertebrates died as a result. In your timeline, proper human history, this is where the world of the dinosaurs came to an end. But this is a lost belt. Thanks to a tiny deviation from its path, the meteorite that devastated the Earth arrived 250 million years sooner. Instead of waiting for humans like you to appear much later, we chose the existing creatures to carry the torch of life. We chose the prehistoric children who continue to live on this planet just like you. And that's where my dream ended. That sounds a lot like the lucid dreams masters sometimes have as a result of synchronizing their minds with their servants. The voice in the dream said that it was the Carboniferous period, right? Then you must have been seeing a Paleozoic era Earth. The Devonian period, Carboniferous period, and Permian period marked the end of the Paleozoic era. The Mesozoic era, as the dinosaurs began when the Paleozoic era came to an end. Do you know why all the Paleozoic era creatures died out? Yeah, Mash told me. Something about the Big Five, right? Yep, exactly. And the biggest of the Big Five is an event that took place at the end of the Permian period. In the case of the other mass extinction events, we know exactly what happened. The cause of the third one, though, is still unclear. Some people believe they happened because of simultaneous volcanic eruptions. Others say meteor impacts. Others still explain temperature increases from the sudden release of methane from the ocean bottoms. If that mass extinction hadn't happened, life on this planet would probably have evolved very differently from what it is now. After that event, the Mesozoic era, when the dinosaurs remained supreme, lasted for 180 million years. Followed by the Cenozoic era, which began 66 million years ago and is still going strong. However, no heroic spirit could possibly have memories of that time. Well, I guess there might be an exception or two who happen to be around in the Precambrian era. Fucking Melusine. But as a general rule, human hero experience, by definition, all lived during the Cenozoic era. The only being who could have possibly showed you anything like that is what the Magecraft world calls an archetype. Archetype Earth? They're essentially like the planet's brain or memory. An archetype, huh? I must say, proper human history tableware is wonderful. I'm especially fond of this cup. Those are plates, Tepao. We use tableware too, but we've never made so many varieties for different purposes. Oh, I see. So he calls this a watering can. Interesting. Would you mind if I kept one as a sample? I can't wait to show this to our resident artisans. I bet they'll be so impressed they'll begin mass production in no time. I can see it now. A brand new type of cup made just for dinos. We call it the Drinky No Spilly. It's gonna be a huge hit. Oh, that's the watering can Mash brought back from the border last night. That's not really how watering cans are meant to be used, but I guess it's fine. I guess even with all their advanced knowledge, Dinos don't bother with what they deem unessential. I can see you're not like the rest of them, Tapao. You're extremely curious, aren't you? You really have the spirit of adventure. It means you've never forgotten what it's like to be a kid. You think so, Da Vinci? Tapao seems like one of the most mature people I've met, personally. If you mean that I haven't matured mentally from a certain point in my life, then you may well be right. I've never been good at simply accepting things around me as they are without first giving them thought. As I told you before, Mash, I've never quite fit in with the Dino Society, which is why I went off to live on my own. Perhaps my thoughts are closer to people from proper human history than they are to my fellow Dinos. At any rate, it's almost time for the sun to begin moving away from its altar, so we should begin repairing the border. Just to be sure, may I ask you what all your immediate schedules are like? Of course, I'm going to go help Sion in the border's computer room. Habitra is currently in her base form, recharging her magical energy at the border. I'm going to go look around Chichen Itza with you, Tapao. I heard that you can get all kinds of rare ore around here. And I'm going to go be her escort. Also, Nemo Baker asked me to get some ingredients for rations from the jungle. Do you need a guide? The jungle is practically my backyard, so I know it really well. You want to come along, Madam President? Alright! Oh good, I made it. Sorry about the busted wall. I guess it's a bit late for that. No, Anyway, I hope you can forgive me. After all, I came here on a mission. You will, come with me. There's a place I want to show you. I know you're just gonna love it. Oh right, you mentioned that yesterday, didn't you? Something about it being the kind of place only powerful dinos can make, and that weak Ocelot Meg never could. Alright, let's see this place. It sounds like much more interesting than fiction shit. So, there you have it. I already have plans. Too bad. Maybe it's for the best? You're here already, huh? We only just figured out what everyone's gonna work on. For some reason, the Dinos keep coming up and talking my ear off. They're all really inquisitive and friendly, so there hasn't been any trouble. I'm just not really sure how to handle them. Tapao, if they're here just to gawk at us, I'd rather you have them keep their distance. I understand, this is fairly unusual for Dinos. It must be because of the decaying dinosaurs decree. You mean the one about allowing them to talk to us? Yes, I believe they're coming to take a look for themselves now that they have permission to do so. I have an idea. Would you be willing to talk to them once you're done with work for the day? I think that should satisfy the Dinos' curiosity. What do you say? Are you sure you want us to be the ones to handle that? I think it would be much more productive coming from you, or Sion, or Da Vinci. No, I think you two are by far the best choice. Don't you agree, Kukulkan? Yeah, I do. These Dinos want to hear about proper human history and lost spells from people who've actually lived in those worlds. Not from academics. Honestly, I've already heard stories about them myself, but it was so much fun. I kind of want to hear them again. Huh? So where are you gonna do? Where are you gonna do this? I don't think this is a good spot. The other staff would be too scared. I mean, the Dinos will make a pretty intimidating first impression, right? So I think the staff's gonna need some time to get used to them. Good point. Why don't we have this get together at Shrine then? I'll make sure the king agrees to it. And thank you for choosing your words so carefully, Kadok. I really appreciate it. I was just telling the truth, that's all. Thanks for picking a place. Alright, we're off to the jungle to hunt beasts. We should look for animals without any toxins, yes? Yeah, the border's food reserves almost ran out while everyone's barricaded inside. Seems like it was so bad that Baker apparently started stirring an empty pot just to feel like she was doing something. So yeah, we definitely need to replenish our meat supply. If you can find fruits and spices too, even better. And we should try the area near the Ka'an ruins. The trees there should have plenty of what you're looking for. Come on, eat it, Chris. Let's go. Oh, but watch out. Mictlan turkeys aren't to be trifled with. If you aren't careful, they might end up eating you instead. Not the law spell turkeys. We're using my servant, even if she isn't that strong, just because of the fact that I fucking hate normal Nidicris's outfit. Anyway, we're looking at mixed mobs again, so. Hey Morgan, rise and shine. There you are. Let's swap out Mictlan for Oberon, so that way I have the extra charge. Throw this on. Bonsies for you too. Now, I know you're around here, Detective Holmes. Where the fuck are you? There you are. And then I don't think I'm gonna need you, but if I do, where's boy service? There's boy service. Cool. Let's go. Oh, I probably should have put Queen Sky first. Whatever.
Ah, 本音くらい言うさ。今はそういう気分なんだ。万有ヘドが出る。
暗きみいい判断。それが良いでしょう。
Whatever. Terrible comps are terrible comps.
そう、いいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよ。ロードレスキャメロット。
It all works out in the end.
さて、どこから潰した手に入れるの？いい。さて、どこから潰したものか目にはよく見えました。事実、神戸を垂れよ。
It's fine, I got enough spirit bones, Spain bones, stones on hand that if I fuck myself over, I don't have to waste Wild.
Innovation 始めます？え？そのように。失礼？こちらの話です。まあ大体いかほど目を背けないで。ストップ。チェックメイト。内側に。
Fucking mint. Because they're not gonna make any neat fucking turkeys, right? So they just use the Whirlpool chicken spray instead.
目を背けないで。ご用件は？
And we're killing it for food. And then and also Queen Skya blew it up. That's what she did. Fucking fart on it. Could you imagine?
目を背けないで。それは絶えず見た滅びの夢。最果てにありながらトリバースローバーツキャメラモルゴー魔女ですの。光栄の本気です。
Lol. Well, both for us. Anyway. Cool, didn't touch Morgan. That's all I meant. Naughty the fuck? What the hell is this? Anyway. Whatever. Cuckoo time. I was surprised they didn't try and fake out her class like they did with Oberon.
3カウントなしのノックアウト。ちょっと癖になりそうです。
That was horrific. What possible reason could there be for those creatures to sound like that? I've never heard of anything so awful. Their cries were heavy with regret, remorse, lingering attachment, and unadulterated shame. It felt as though they were being fervently blaspheming against every living thing in the world. Whatever happened to Mictlan being a divine world where the dead were only tested to save them? You're thinking of proper human histories, Mictlan, not this one. Still, that was weird. I know sound waves can mess with your inner ear. But I don't know why they seem to be even more effective on you. Anyway, be extra careful in how you prepare that turkey, and make sure you cook it thoroughly, too. Otherwise, we might end up taking in its detestable insolence when we eat it. Unicris is pissed that she gets stun locked. Phew, I'm exhausted. Running back and forth between Chichen Itza and the fourth stratum really takes it out of ya. Why are we doing this again? I know Master Tepeo said that it's strengthening our lower bodies, but still. I remember you said it'd be an easy job, and now all we have to do is gather parts to repair their ship. You didn't tell us how far we'd have to run to do it, or that it'd be Oslo Man along the way. It's pretty rough. No, don't be like that, brothers. We're doing this to help our new sisters, remember? Plus, he said we could play Zokta on the ship's deck once the repairs are finished. Imagine our beautiful passage going back and forth in the open sky. Pretty sweet, right? That sounds awesome. Guess we'll just have to keep doing our best. But first, we gotta have her do her part. I call dibs on this seat. Huh? You're gonna tell us about proper human history, right? I thought I was the only brother who was interested in that, but it turns out everyone is. Oh yes, Tepeo told us about this. Alright. Since Nitocris is here too, why don't you tell us about ancient Egypt? Is that okay if you, Pharaoh Nitocris? Of course, my reign didn't last very long, but that doesn't make me any less of a pharaoh. I will gladly tell you of life in our glorious kingdom, ancient Egypt's 6th dynasty. One very long history lesson later. And with that, my life as a pharaoh came to an end, and I vanished from the earth without ever visiting the Eternal Kingdom. That was all back in the 22nd century BC. Afterwards, the ancient Egyptian dynasties would continue to flourish until the 1st century AD. Pharaoh Cleopatra did her very best until the end, but ultimately the Roman Republic changed the course of Egypt's history forever. Damn, Queenie, talk about living the hard life. Those evil priests and advisor guys look like Blue Cub, right? And you've been surrounded by tons of them since you were born? And they manipulated your brother to king right up until the moment they had him assassinated? So you had to act like they were manipulating you too, although you were secretly looking for an opportunity to strike back at them? And then after years of gritting your teeth and biding your time, you finally managed to gather all the evil conspirators in one place and wipe them out? Damn, could you do that, brother? It's like if you had your own... to live your life with your entire Zocta team as your enemies. Oh man, no way. Wouldn't even last a day. And you didn't just survive, you actually won Lady Nito? You're even more badass than Lady Kukulkan. So this is what gods are capable of. That's way better than our god. All she does is go around taking walks and causing the apocalypse. And she's waiting telling me that the Daytrona species have outlived its usefulness. But that can wipe you all out just like that. This is an alternate timeline that got pruned because civilization stagnated for too long. So that's why the primary species here is dinosaurs. Thank you, but I'm really nothing special. Any pharaoh would have done the same. Besides, if I was truly as good as you say, then instead of executing those conspirators, I would have managed to save my brothers from the assassins sent after them. Need it, Chris. That said, there's no denying that my victory was truly spectacular. I'd like to think my brothers were watching from the eternal kingdom of pride. Anyway, thank you all for listening so attentively. You're a very wonderfully well-behaved audience. That's just because you're such a good talker. I felt like I was there watching it all happen. So stories of your history are all like this? Man, it was so sharp it felt like it was going to cut my brain. I don't think any of us would have lasted a day in your world. Losing your whole family because of bad guys, evil plotting, deceiving, hating, killing members of your own species. We couldn't possibly deal with anything so cruel. But hearing it as a story, we could totally manage. I guess it's a good thing about stories. You may be right, but does this mean you've never had any kind of war in your own history? Okay, but after all that, there's still one thing I don't get. What was with all that stuff about years and eras? Do you guys just always keep track of time in proper human history? You mean the Dino Stone? Wait, hold on. Are you saying Mictlan doesn't have historical eras? You don't keep track of the passage of time in your culture? That's right. To be honest, I found it strange ever since I started traveling with you. It seems like humans and Dinos perceive time very differently. We don't have any concept of what you've been calling years. What you call the past, we simply refer to broadly as before. For us, 100 years ago is just a little before. 1,000 years ago is long before. So our society never gets more complex, like it did in the dynasty Nitocris so kindly told us about. Counting the years, really, recording our history at all, is not something the dynasty has ever done. There's never been a need. And that's basically what goes on here. Our society never gets more complex. That's basically what these fucking lost belts are about. Our way of life has been the same ever since it began long before. They converted to year measurements. Nothing about us has changed for the last 66 million years. Okay guys, I got a quest for you. You know the heat-resistant plating on the border's bow? A lot of it's coming off. So I was hoping you could find some quartz for us. I got like 71 pieces of Saint quartz. Cian says with you could bring us about 20 tons of quartz. She can alchemically transmute it into what we need. You know an ordinary human can't carry that much, right? Master is right. Even with her backup final battle mystic code, there's simply no way she could carry 20 tons by herself. Oh, don't be shy. You could just ask me to handle that kind of thing. As long as I can get a hold of it, I can carry just about anything. Oh, but I guess just any old ore isn't going to cut it, right? Sorry, I'm more of a broad strokes kind of god. Can I just bring you a whole mountain and call you a day? If you can bring us an entire mountain, do you know if one made up of this substance? It's called obsidian. Yeah, they do. There's literal mountains of them. Oh right, back in the second underworld, there was nothing but obsidian mountains for as far as we could see. Great, that's not far from here at all. Let's go grab one right now. Just grab a fucking obsidian mountain. I see, so you need a mountain's worth of obsidian, Chirp. These sword mountains are a composite myth that overlays the Great King's Endmost mindscape and onto the Itzachihualti's mountain range. Ideally, I would like to keep them all as my swords, Chirp. But if you need them to repair Chaldea's ship, then I suppose I have no choice but to let one go. However, I may be willing to part with one, but I can't say the same for my torments or demons. Just saying, defeat us if you can. If you think you can get rocked that easily? In retrospect, I may have overindulged them. They're a bit pretentious now. Unfounded confidence only leads you and those around you to harm. The best cure for this is a harsh lesson at the School of Hard Knocks. Yikes, you're a lot harsher than you look. Anyway, Herder, are you okay with this? Is this one of those situations where you need to treat all life as precious or love your enemies or something like that? Collecting materials is serious business, you know. You got give them the counter free. I see. No mercy for those who would stand in your way, huh? Might make fray and all that? Got it. Well then, I'll leave their bodies intact while I'll smash their prides to bits. You know, I'm not usually much for violence, but there's something about hearing KO that gets me all fired up. Alright. Lineup is... encouraging of pretenders, so... You still have your MP locked, so I'm not gonna try and fuck with you. So we're gonna just roll with this. Nice. Did they really just blow themselves the fuck up? Don't worry, they're just vowing to have a rematch. I can hear the resolve in their voices chirp. They said we're going to bulk up even more by the next time we meet, and well thought, we suppose you can have some training stones. Isn't that great? Now this is how a good fairy tale should go, Chirp. It's true, even though they were a bunch of stone statues, they had some real backbone to them. Pounding on them was so satisfying, and I'm almost sad I defeated them. Anyway, I'll just be taking one of these mountains to go, yes? I should cover 20 tons, right? I didn't think she meant it literally, but I guess that's God's for you. Okay, it looks like she should have no problem collecting and transporting the ore by herself. By the way, is it just you here today? I know Mash is keeping an eye on your ship, but what about that other woman, Chirp? Yoga Marie? She was every bit as determined as Mash to make sure you came to no harm. So I thought as long as she and Mash were by your side, I could let you go off in the Mictlan rest easy, knowing you'd be completely safe, Chirp. But I still doubt you'd be in any danger of that jade hair behemoth following you around now. Did you and Yoga Marie have a fight or something? No, nothing like that, I don't think. We just haven't had a chance to talk today. I see. Well, I'm glad to hear you two are still a good friends, Chirp. That said, the heart can be fickle. Even the smallest thing could grow into an impassable rift. So if you need to ask something, then ask it. If you need to apologize, then do it. Once you've grown distant, nothing you say will ever bridge that gap. Every encounter in this life is precious. When you get an opportunity to talk, you can't be afraid to take it, Chirp. Oh, I see things are going quite well here, too. The Dinos just don't have any notion of resentment or preconceptions about foreign cultures. We had so many volunteers lining up to help repair the border, we didn't even need to ask anybody. If only humans could take a page from their book. Oh, wait. No, wait, on second thought, this might be a bit hasty. If everyone only ever worked for the benefit of those around them, I'd be out of business. Maybe it's possible to be too understanding. They are smart enough to know when something is sad, but they don't see tragedies as tragic. They have the empathy to understand when someone is frustrated, but they don't recognize injustice as unjust. And while it may work just fine for them, it would drive any neighbor crazy. There's even more today than yesterday. I know I said I promote discussions about human history, but I didn't think it was going to get this big. Your Majesty, here for a checkup? Hell no, I just wanted to kick a Zocta ball around, but people are taking up the whole grounds. It's the only thing I get to do for fun, and now it's ruined. Hey, Chaka, move aside. I'm gonna sit in the back. You want to hear what they have to say, right? Then sit up front. No point holding back. Oh my, how nice of you to help that shy dinos. You made me foul-mouthed, but you're a considerate king just the same. May I introduce myself? Don't bother, you're the one who taught Black Tiktalikpoka all the things he didn't need to know, right? If you want to hawk your wares in Chichen Itza, go right ahead. I don't think you'll find many dinos looking to buy them, though. Ouch, Trupa, ouch. I haven't sold a single item so far, yes, but that's fine. You can't build a successful business in a day. I'm happy to put in the work. I'm not just here to make money, you know. I've got my eye on much bigger things. So that's what you're really after, huh? I can tell what that's going to go up in flames. Anyway, what are you still standing around for? Can't you see all these dinos waiting for you? Make with the stories already. Tell them about the different worlds you've seen. The kind of what-if tales that never came about in Mictlan. Okay. Once upon a time, there was this fucked up place called Great Britain. And all there were assholes. And a completely different asshole completely obliterated them all. Yes, good evening. Are you lost, Kodabine? I can show you around if you like. No, that's alright. I was just about to take a break. I've been patrolling the border to make sure no Ostalome sneak aboard, you see. Oh, thanks. It's hard for our sensors to detect the Ostalome since they barely have any magical energy. And since Captain isn't back in full form yet, that'll be a big help. Oh? I was under the impression that Captain Nemo was fully back in action. Oh, that? He's just pretending he's fine, like always. Sion pretends not to notice anything's wrong. I see. I'll bear that in mind. By the way, is this onboard's power generated solely by internal combustion engines? Huh? What do you mean? I was just wondering what we should do about powering the ship if the engines were to stop. I heard you had to barricade yourselves within. Did that provide any electricity when you crashed? It must have been terrible. So I thought if the ship had some means of drawing power from the outside, you'd be able to restore it that much quicker. I see. Good thinking as usual, Father. But don't worry, we already have a means in place for collecting energy from external sources. If we had some way to summon 100 servants with the ability to provide power, we can run the ship without the engines at all. Of course, now that the Wandering Sea base is gone, I doubt we'll ever use it again. Oh. I hadn't considered that. Thanks for the inspiration. So you do have a way to power the ship, even if all engines were to be destroyed. I'm glad to hear it. Yep, so I would also blow my eyes out if that ever happens. He's plotting. Wait a second. You've been spending a lot of time around the border for the last couple of days. Shouldn't you be with the foreign god? You may wish to choose your words more carefully, Kadok. Throwing the word god around too casually could make this miraculous balancing act come crashing down. My apologies. Miraculous doesn't really do the situation justice. Present situation is all thanks to her and Mash's hard work and a healthy, accepting mindset. You, on the other hand, don't seem to be nearly as open-minded as them. Once you form an opinion on someone, you don't easily change it. Yeah, that's right. Unlike them, I'm a mage. I can't change our principles on a dime. I'm just an old-fashioned like that. I don't see that as a bad thing just now, though. Cause, see, Chaldea needs someone around who isn't gonna just go all in on trusting you too, however much you help. As well, you shouldn't. We are aiding her, not Chaldea, and temporarily at that. Once the young miss accepts her true position, we will take our leave right away. So it's all up to you, Olga Marie, huh? You're not planning to put a thumb on the scale? Of course not. I have no desire to fight. I only wish to witness the birth of the one yet to arrive. That said, Rasputin's influence has left me with at least some of my emotions any human being ought to have. If I see a poor soul doomed to a life of unhappiness unless something is done, I'm compelled to reach out and help. I'm concerned about the young miss as well, though for very different reasons. This is not a good situation for her. She will have to make a decision herself, or she will only continue to suffer more. And since you agree that it would be for the best, I expect I can trust you not to interfere? No, I won't, even if her, Mash, and Olga Marie hate me for it. It's better if they part ways before they truly understand each other. What, so when we inevitably have to fight, we aren't gonna, hesitate? I can't take it anymore. The engines are gonna fall apart unless you shut them down and tune them up. So that's just what I'm gonna do. Marine, tell Captain Jackass I'm gonna be shutting down all the Triton engines in an hour. And that's gonna take at least 120 hours to completely overhaul them. What about power for the other facilities? Who cares about the rest of the bodies doing if the heart gets out? I don't know about you guys, but I ain't planning on killing myself anytime soon. If the captain wants to overrule me, then today's the day I finally challenge him to a duel and become the main Nemo myself. Surprise. Easy there, engineers. Let's just take a breath, okay? Here, try some of Baker's new rock-solid ice cream. Nice and cold. I like it. And you don't need to challenge anyone to a duel. I'm completely on board with your plan. I have an idea that'll help us supply power for that period of time. We can shut the engines down once I'm set. As luck would have it, I happened to do a maintenance check on the external power relays just last night. Talk about timely. Anyway, I'll fill Da Vinci in on the plan. Oh, and I'm gonna need to borrow about 6 or so Marines. I couldn't help over here. Sounds like we're gonna need a whole bunch of boxed lunches done. I've got plenty of yummy chicken, so I'll make chicken sandwiches for everyone. And that's why we're putting together a hydroelectric generator next. I'll be coming along too this time. A hydroelectric generator, but there aren't many large rivers around. I'm going with this one because it's a Niagara Falls reference. Oh, you're right, Senpai. We did pass massive waterfalls, and they're every bit as big as Niagara Falls. Yep, Professor got the idea after reading your report. Everything we need is packed into these shipping containers. Normally, just getting everything there would take a better part of 2 days, but... these chicken sandwich things are tasty. How come I have more than anyone else? As you can see, we already have a porter who will cut that time down considerably. I'm counting on you to convince her to help us. I will. Now, have you seen Yuo go anywhere? Yuo? I'm pretty sure she just stayed in her room all day yesterday. She sat out before the sun even arrived today. I expect she'll be back by evening. How does she seem? She's been down in dumps ever since we came back to Chichen Itza, so... She seemed to be in extraordinarily good spirits. I rejoice, humanity, my body is fully recovered. I'm off to destroy Mexico City right now. They should have known I'd never forget an injustice. Hold on, please, Madam President. Don't you think it's a little too soon to be exercising military force? Yes, the Asylum may have been hunting dinos, but only in the jungle. Competition for survival in the jungle is natural for all living creatures. It doesn't merit military intervention. Even though they're sacrificing dinos on their altars? Yes, even then, we are not invaders. We may defend ourselves, but we never launched an attack. And yet, the last time we went to Mexico City, we snuck in and disrupted one of their important religious ceremonies. To attack now would be a pure aggression. There's no honor in it. Destroying your entire city simply because you are annoyed at them would be a black mark on your presidential record. Or are you thinking of destroying Mexico City not as the ruler of this planet, but for the very personal reason of wanting to improve the opinions certain people have of you? Of course I'm thinking about this as the sovereign of the Earth. I always treat all of humankind equally, no matter the reason. Still, you're right, Takao. I'm gonna go and give myself some time to cool down. Did something happen with her? She said she was gonna go cool down. I don't blame her. Mictlan is very hot right now. But I can tell she was very worried about you two as well. For, well, many reasons. I see, we've been so busy, we haven't had time to talk, and since she hasn't been at the border lately, it hasn't been any easier. I'm glad it sounds like we'll have a chance to see her this evening. Yeah. Oh, come to think of it, where'd Wak-chan run off to? He was still with Yuogo Maria's a couple of days ago. Oh, Wak-chan, I saw him out on the main street last night. His eyes were totally lifeless, like a dead fish. I asked him what was wrong, he just kept on muttering to himself. He said... Nah, I've done it. I've really done it this time, and I'm embarrassed with dinos everywhere. So I decided to leave him alone. I'm sure he'll come back sooner or later, though. Ouch, sounds like he got thumped pretty hard. Where in the world did you take her, Wak-chan? Wak-chan is a warrior, born and bred. His only special talents he has are face punching and body slamming. I like how there's a notification that they're the same. Edwards, he may have decided to subject her to his warrior dance for the entire night. I see, that sounds very informative and productive use of time. I wish I could have been there for such a valuable experience. You know, this isn't anything new at this point, but Mash's Fielder Sphere is seriously off the charts. Meanwhile, at not Niagara Falls. Forget it. No way am I letting you build a generator here. You do understand this isn't my home for the time being, right? I've been bored out of my skull all this time, so you better believe I'm going to at least make sure my life here is comfortable. Do you even bother to think what it'd be like for me to be live with a generator here? Did it even cross your mind? Will you take responsibility if it short circuits and electrocutes me? Of course not. Not at your pitiful size. You're back to being an altar. Surprised, scared, wonderfully in terror? I love seeing the terror in your eyes. I guess you expected the meek, obedient Protea to be here waiting for you? Well, the truth is here that in Mictlan, I am the normal Protea. Last time you were here, I just disabled my authorization to thank you for freeing me from that mask. I'm done playing it being cute for you. I'm gonna try it. I don't have to take orders from a little human. Major master makes no difference to me. As far as I'm concerned, you tiny little humans are my slaves. If you don't like that, you can always run away. Just don't be surprised when I smoosh you with one slap of my hands. She's not being cooperative at all. What happened to her? Mac's report said that she was totally on our side. Yeah, we kind of thought this might happen. You're pretty upset at something, huh, Protea? What is it? Are you hurt? We can take a look if you like. We're used to caring for whales, so no trouble. I don't think she's gonna take that well. Huh? That's a lot of Marines. What happened to the one who was here before? I may be willing to listen to him. Oh, he ate shit. The Marine isn't here today, but don't worry. All of our feelings are synced up, so we like you just as much as he did. Look, I'm not being overly cautious or feeling anxious or anything like that, okay? Just standing up for my rights. I mean, how would you like it if someone built a generator as big as your bed in your room? Yeah, we definitely hate that. Well, engineer would probably love it. Well, good point, I guess. There, you see? Now go on and get out of here before... No, wait. I just had an amazing idea. If you can meet one of my conditions, I'll be willing to let you build the generator. Well, really? That'd be awesome. With you around, you wouldn't even need to have any heavy machinery. If you only have one condition, what is it? I want you to fight me again. The idea of letting my loss against a human stand makes me sick to my stomach. Seriously? Right, of course you don't want to fight me. You know a fluke like that couldn't possibly happen twice. You're so small, not just in body, but in mind too. Living must be so hard when you're that small in every possible sense. Wanna try living in my mass instead? So what do you say? If you win, I'll help you build your generator and even keep an eye on it as long as you need. But if I win, well, I can't even bring myself to say what's in store for you, but trust me, it'll be good. Ah, looks like an altar, but she's competitive and she normally is shy. What are you gonna do? Take her up on it? I don't really see that improving her mood, but... Got no choice but to show her what's up. Or how about an apology, complete with an eternally binding contract? You keep me around as your only Sakura 5 servant, and get rid of all your other high servants too while you're at it. If you're willing to do that, I might be willing to consider... I put the containers down where you asked. What would you like me to do next? Fight. Oh man, Kukulkan versus King Protea. This is gonna be the biggest underworld battle ever. A fight, huh? Okay, you got it. This is real exciting, yes? Let me show you that you and I have a good match, young lady. Was I seeing things, or did that lady just carry an actual mountain of containers here on her own? I must have been seeing things, right? Okay, so we're stuck keeping Kukulkan in front. But what we can do is run a bunch of memelins with fucking K-scope. And just, you know, obliterate them. Crikey. Let's go with this for now. Alright, Pinky, you're out. Shoot.
君に全チップをかけよう。頼むぞ。
いい気持ち。
楽園の端にようこそ。ここには
やった
星の宇宙に物見の陸、楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のみ通るのにガーデン・オブ・アバロン。星の宇宙に物見の陸、楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のみ通るのにガーデン・オブ・アバロン。
マヤパンチ。逃げない。特訓。いい的です。いい的です。特訓。
この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか。お望みのままに。
いい。ナイス。
そうです。
トライ。よそ見。クイーンストレート。覚悟できた。いい的です。
リラックス。お待ち。夢のように片付け。リラックス。リラックス。
止めないでね。
お望みのままに。
やった
いいともや。行くかい。
ー。鋭く決めたく。
そうです。
そう
切り込む。
そう。私はより多く当てます。いい的です。
楽園の端にようこそ。ここには一つ。
やった
星の宇宙に物見の楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のみ通るのにガーデン・オブ・アバロン。星の宇宙に物見の楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のみ通るのにガーデン・オブ・アバロン。
よそ見。怖いでしょ。それが正常よ。
Grab
にひとまずほんと役立たって
覚悟できた。ごめんなさい。
Well, that ain't good. Anyway.
ガンガン行こうか。アクセル全開。文字通り手はいくらでもあるのさ。
Put down yourself, because it's gonna be a pain in the ass to deal for growth if we don't just immediately nuke everything.
番号精度が出る。
完全配慮よろしくて。あちらもどうぞ。
隠すなよ。
Warning for chat, add in a minute.
ご心
覚悟できた。いい的です。クイーンストレート。世界はより小さく賠償に。じゃあいいか前に進むとしよう。スタンバイスライブゴー。派手にやっておしまいなさい。これが玉も重工の優秀兵79式玉もターン。そして不愉快です。どんな嵐であろうとも 私はより大きく強大に。このスリバッチリこのスリルほっ派手にいくよ核レス当てます当てます。世界はより小さく賠償。文字通り手はいくらでもあるのさ。よーしやっつけちゃうぞ。ご用件はどんな嵐であろうともどんな未来が待とうともそれを突破するのが私たちの課題なのさ。ボンビアージョンまた会おう諸君。吹っ飛びなさいチェックメイト。核レス当てます当てます。私はより大きく強大に。いかほどスタート。怖いでしょ。それが正常よ。自由に振る舞いすぎた。逃げない逃げない。世界はより小さく賠償。あちらもこのスリル。おっやっ派手にいくよ。頑張るね。いい的ですね。当てます。逃げない。
There we go.
もっといけると思ったんだ。私は
Weird
より
babe.
大きく強大に。
Okay, that's still timing out, so.
なーに何事もやればできるさ。
いい気持ち。文字通り手はいくらでもあるのさ。よーし
王の話をするとしよう。
ガンガン行こうか。さあ前に進むとしよう。ナイス。どんな嵐であろうともどんな未来が待とうともそれを突破するのが私たちの課題なのさ。ボンビアージョンまた会おう諸君。
星の宇宙に物見の楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のみ通るガーデン・オブ・アバロン。
よそび潜水です。世界はより小さく当てます。特訓核レス私はより大きく強大に。
お任せ夢のように片付けよう。バー
来てください。やったーやったーバッチリいける。鋭くつながって翡翠竜巻。いい的です。核レスクイーンストレート。
この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか。いいとも。
止めていい。ナイス。
何
マヤパンダー。まだまだこれから怖いでしょ。それが正常。逃げないクイーンストレート。止めないでね。マヤパンダー。では風は残念だけどここまでです。逃げない逃げないクイーンストレート。
君にハッピーエンドの話をしよう。お望みのままに。そこは壁もなく城もなく海空の始まりの空。魂のありかを見せようか。ガーデン・オブ・アバロン。そうです。
マヤパンチャージ。世界はより小さく当てます。当てます。
小さな窓がここには一つ。
いい、ナイス。
いいとも。
Thank you for the rage, Chikahua,
星のうち
and the follow.
物見の楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のみ通るがいい。ガーデン・オブ・アバロン。
鋭く冷たく。
そうです。
そう。私はより多くクイーンストレート。
Nice to meet you. Can't say I'm surprised. Fresh new content drop. Time to go bananas.
夢のないカウンティングオーバー。
止めないでね。
ご要望とあらいいとも。
予想日
切り込む。
そう。
そうです。満足のいく結果だったかい？それは上々。
What the hell kind of servant was that? Hiding a divine spirit up your sleeve is no fair, you coward. Huh? She's not a servant. She's Kukulkan, the god of Mictlan? He's the king of this entire law spell. How's that fair? How do you even get someone like that on your side? Circumstance and sentiment? Sentiment. A mutual, unspoken feeling. Wow, I guess this means you and I are so close we don't even need words to communicate.
Sinten could be better or why?
I forgot the TTS existed, I'm gonna be honest. Hey there, Dragon King. Anyway, it was a wonderful fight, King Protea. I'm sure Six Noble will be glad to lend you his strength. Would it be okay if I shook your hands? It's a great honor for me to meet a heroic spirit from Hot Ministry. Lost Valley, now I guess the fact that your name is Kukulkan means you actually are a god. I never want to fight you again if I can help it, but here, happy? Alright, so I just need to open these containers and line up their contents, right? This is so humiliating, but a promise is a promise. Now, exactly what will I do with all this stuff? Thanks, Protea. This is a really huge help. Okay, I'd like to start by securing a flat patch of rock. Can I also ask you to help with making the scaffolding? Oh, jeez, what a pain. With so many different kinds of container here, this is gonna be really complicated, isn't it? Maybe I'll disable my authorization and foist all this work onto the other Protea. Ugh, no, I can't do that. She'd just end up wrecking everything. Little hard hats on the dinosaurs. Were there some Danos here just now? Oh yeah, they followed the Marines here. Said they'd help out too because it looked like fun. So I asked the strong Dinos to handle the installations and the fast Dinos to run up the cables. Man, these Dinos are also smart, Kukulkan. They understand the concept of electricity in no time at all. It also didn't take them long at all to figure out that we're converting the water's potential energy into kinetic energy. Right? They may be different from the people of Property Ministry, but they're just as wonderful in their own way. Hi, yes, I'm not getting any sleep tonight either. So welcome to the club. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I have plenty of energy, but all this intricate assembly work is running my mind where I get... You did great, little buddy. I would ask you to pay me back with a command spell, but I see you still don't have all of them back. If you've already cleared the second underworld, I guess you have to handle the third next. I'm sure you'll need to go to the lower levels eventually, but even if it's just to restore your last command spell. Then again, you can always just track down the Bat Jerk and take them back more directly. I think I'd like that way better. If he ever shows his ugly mug here again, I'm gonna grab him, rip out his spine, and grind him into bat jelly. Scary part is that I think you're actually capable of that. By the way, there's one more thing I wanted to ask you. Where's that loud, needy-looking, super annoying woman? You know, Ogla Marie. She's off doing her own thing right now. I see, so she's not here. I liked how she was how she obviously looks out at all humans. But it was also obvious she wasn't from this planet. It may be weird coming from me, but she's Chaldea's enemy, right? You're the smart ones. Smart to cut ties with her. If she still insists on tagging along, why not bring her here? I'd be willing to talk to her for you. You sure you wouldn't be doing it for her? Either way, you really are still Protea, aren't you? Cheeky little bitch. Pisses me off when people act like they have everything figured out. I'm gonna tell you this one more time, so don't get the wrong idea. I'm not kidding when I say I don't care at all about holding back against humans or preserving life. Imagine swimming, couldn't be me. The moment an insect that doesn't know her place talks back to me, I'll squish her on the spot. So please don't talk to me like you know with the other Protea. I don't want to have to wash my hands every time we talk. Good, you're finally scared. That's what I wanted to see. Alright, see you later, itty-bitty command spellist master. Make sure you actually hold your own again by the next time I see you. Alright, now, for some reason, we're getting an Olympus rerun fight, so... Can't use Star Tribute Servants. Lovely. So this is another pretender fight, but I hardly have any pretenders worth a damn, that's the thing. So I guess we're just running Berserker? We're running Berserker, boys. Anyway. Morgan. Holy shit, we actually get to use a regular ass part. Thank you for the follow, MC Skeletor. I'm having a whole bunch of fun. Sure, there's a lot of voicing I need to do, but I can handle it. I got enough Diet Coke to last me a few years. So here we do that. Morgan. Do that. And then we're tossing Merlin and over onto the back line as backup. Yeah. Anyway, last component. Lol. Oh. Thank you for the follow, good vibes. And then...
Yurila.
I should really... Oh. We're not even getting an explanation for this? Cool, thanks, Jason.
恐怖は希望もなお一人通るにあたわずばらまきましょう。モルゴ
いかがでしょう。
簡単に終わりあまり悩ませない完全なよろしくて。はい、NSS サービスです。もちろんものすごく目を背けないで。そういいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよロードレスキャメロット。内側からアコーラ無礼に
That's not the person. What the fuck? Bruh. Asshole.
リラックス。
What happens when I puncture on? Guts. Okay. That's fine.
目を背けないで。
オーケー。ご要望とあらば。オーケー。おや。オーケー。ご要望とあ
There
ら
we
ば。
go.
言いました。
切り込んだ。どうだ。
Alright, thanks for joining in.
ひらめくサソリの王よ。夢の世界に
自由に振る舞いする。
バンヘドが出る。
目に映るもの全てを灰に。いい判断です。それは絶えず見た滅びの世。最果てにありながらトリガースロードキャメラモルゴ
狙撃完了。我が宝具はすでに成立しているゆえに、サソリの一撃と味わえ。
Hey, my ass.
悔しく左収束。
Why the fuck is it on MASH? Fucking Christ.
まだね
We'll go with this.
言いました。吹っ飛びなさいませ。モルゴ許すもの
No.
知恵は
Amazing. What is that by hit? Ah. Fucking shame.
俺たち
Anyway.
正規の解放。どこから潰したものか。
Also, ew.
バンカーボルトリロード。一時弾装填済みです。いい判断です。はあターンマスター。内側ありえないよ。
Pain in my ass.
振る舞い
知るべきものがある。
Also. Okay.
時弾了解。時弾装填済みです。スライドスマッシュマシュモーターぶっ飛べバーニア突撃します。ター
Alright, now the ley line stone for the wind. Got 29 of these. I could probably use one on each and every one of these fucking fights. And still have enough left over to use them for fucking ordeal call if they were permanent. I mean, I think most children would say that they love candy.
ジャッジメントでございます。このように展開しましょう。スタンバイ、スライブゴー。派手にやっておしまいなさい。これが玉も重工の優秀兵79式玉もタンクですの。では参りましょうか。これが皆様の努力の結果。霊障重工79式敵化大社伊豆クーラセブンドライブ。そういいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよロードレスキャメロット。
一時撤退です。手に入りました。どこから潰してあまり悩ませない。イノベーション始めます。いかほどまあだ目を背けないでばらまきましょう。どっち逃がすもの
ナイス。
愛らしいウサギに狩られる気分はどうですか。盗作的で癖になるでしょう。
Okay, beginning explanation for that. Oh. And that's what happened in Atlantis. Amazing, a world almost entirely covered by water. And so deep, too. How permeable is the water? How far could the sunlight travel through it? Does people have different ways for surviving in each layer, unlike us? If we measure using proper human history's units, I'm told the average depth of is about 3,700 meters. The deepest trend supposedly extends downward by over 10,000 meters. I can only imagine the intensity of the pressure. And the cold. Would aquatic dinos be able to survive there? Oh wait, that's probably too deep for them to get any sunlight. And I suppose no dinos could get by in a world without the sun's blessings. I see, so Artemis was shot down. I was really hoping for an epic land battle. Still, this Orion guy sounds amazing. Satellite or not, I can't believe he still shot down a celestial body. I bet he's a Gallantly Stoker Archer of shining eyes and a fully mechanical body that looks perfect in the moonlight. Hey, why did Poseidon guy keep calling for someone who wasn't even there? The immediate danger at the time had to be you, right? So why didn't he shout out your name instead, like when you were passing by or shooting this octoball? You're such a child, bro. Can't you tell? It's all about love. Anyway, I wanted to talk about Hephaestus. Imagine a machine that builds other machines. Oh, and the machine was even bald. Since Hephaestus wasn't here to defend himself, I feel like I should tell you that machines probably don't go bald. Something about that Teamy guy bothers me, but I can't really tell why. Do you know why, bro? Probably because he was just a child, like you. There were things that mattered to him, and it just took him too long to realize how important they really were. I'm glad to see the dinos are all enjoying our stories of Atlantis, too. At first, I thought telling them about the other lost outs was a bad idea, but it's alright, Mash. This is what the King of Dinosaurs, and above all, we ourselves wanted. As for you, I must say thank you for your judicious and objective account of these events. Hey, if anything, we should be thanking you. We're really grateful for all you've done. All you dinos who have showed up to help with repairing the border have been a huge help. And above all, you guys have welcomed us with open arms, even knowing the relationship between proper human history and Lost Belts. Huh? Why is that someone to be grateful for? We didn't know that everyone else would be as understanding as you. Ah, now I see. Is it because you come from the correct history, and we come from one that was meant to be pruned away? Then please rest assured, we dinos have never been much for comparing ourselves to others. That guy's more talented than me. That guy is luckier than I am. So I'm going to take back what I'm missing and knock him down a peg to even things out. We don't get those kinds of feelings. We just never compare ourselves to others. You never compare yourselves to others? That's right. So we all have very little interest in how things could have been different for either of us. We'd much rather hear stories of other possibilities. Quite simply, the dinos are enthralled by the pictures your stories paint. Difficult journeys, enjoyable ones, those you wish to overcome, those you wish you didn't have to leave behind. Let's experience so many different kinds. As a result, your very words sparkle with a life of their own. The passion you so clearly feel brings these perished worlds to life for us in the form of your stories. So the dinos are enjoying these stories of the Lost Belt as if you've been there yourselves. I don't think even one of you had a curious bone in your body. And in consequence, I am left entirely unprotected. What happened to my security detail? Well, idiot, I only agreed to become the Dino's king because he said they'd do whatever I told them. You say that, but weren't you enjoying yourself too, King? Especially the parts with Odysseus. I remember you shouting, "Hell yeah, serves you right," and way to go! You even looked pretty excited. Idiot, that's not the Lost Belt I was enjoying. Anyway, it's time for the sun to rest. Forget other words for now and tend to your own lives. Alright, Dinos, go on, get out of here. I want you all back in your own quarters once I light the bonfire. If you still want to talk about these stories, go back home and do it with your families. The time's precious, don't waste it. I'm returned to the throne. You come too, idiot. Oh, why? I don't have any business with you right now. You haven't touched the solar sojourn once since you started hanging around Chaldea, right? Don't you need to hear the whole bunch's opinion to know what's what? There's no skin off my nose if you bite the dust as a result. Alright, I forgot about that. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna spend the night at the altar. See y'all tomorrow. Looks like everyone's gone home. Alright, I've got some good news for you two. Both the Storm Border's command room and Caddock's room have all been fixed up. So if you want, you can spend your nights in the border from now on. What do you want to do? I think we'd like to keep staying at Sapeo's house while we're still in the city, if that's okay. Same, besides it's a lot cooler at night. Yes, and we can have dinner with Olga Marie. There's a new corn recipe I've been wanting to try. Did something happen? Yeah, the Chaldea staff came to a consensus about her. Even without her memories, Olga Marie is dangerous. Above all, she's an enemy waiting for us at the end of all of this. But she's also been helpful during our time here. And so, with all that in mind, none of the staff voted to turn her help away. Having said that, more than half are against her coming aboard the Storm Border, myself included. If we could negotiate peace with the foreign god, that would have been the possible solution. And yes, as she is now, it's a very real possibility, though admittedly a slim one. You see, once she regains her memories, it's all over. Pragmasis II says that her memory loss is a temporary condition brought on by physical dysfunction. Once she makes a full physical recovery, her memories will return, meaning she will once more be an enemy of humanity. When that happens, we won't be able to avoid a fight. As we are now, we have no chance against the foreign god, weakened as she is. For the moment, all we can do is finish repairing the ship before it regains her memories and power, and make sure we have all our ducks in a row. After that, we'll have to make a choice. Do we trust her or not? Do we take the initiative or not? Meaning, do we strike first or not? Even were the Storm Border completely repaired, we still wouldn't stand a chance against a fully powered foreign god. That was made pretty clear when we challenged her and lost. So if we were going to attack you, Olga Marie, the foreign god, it has to be now before she regains her memories. I understand the thinking, but actually doing that would be terrible. Attacking an enemy is one thing, but I refuse to attack an ally who trusts us. So you're against it. Got it. What about you? Are you in favor of attacking the foreign god while we have the chance? No, not really. That's a relief to hear. Now I'm sure things will work out. Even once you two learns we might be able to win if we launched a preemptive attack, you still refused. You chose emotion over cold logic, and that makes all the difference. For better or for worse, humans are reciprocal creatures. If we're treated in a cold, calculating manner, we respond in turn. The same is true of kindness and trust. That means there's an excellent chance your feelings here will lead us to the results we want. Namely, a chance that she will be our friend when she will still be our friend when she regains her memories. A chance to remain who she is now, or that she'll want to remain who she is now, even if she returns to how she was. I think that would be the best possible outcome, too. I mean, she looks like she's really enjoying herself now. Even Kadok said so. As much as Master's changes shocked me, the changes in her have been an even bigger surprise. I don't know what kind of connection she has to the original Ogla Marie, but I guess she's a lot more playful at heart than I realized. Pragmasis II may be great at predicting results, but has no understanding of nuanced feelings like these. So even Kadok agrees. Yep, so with all this in mind, I'd like you to keep the relationship you have with Ogla Marie going. I'd still rather she not come aboard the ship, but if you insist, I'm willing to reconsider. The other staff has some pretty legitimate concerns too, but if push comes to shove, I think we can manage a compromise. Anyway, we can't go too far from the border, but I'd like you two to continue staying here in Chichen Itza. Just make sure you're on time for the morning briefing tomorrow. We've been putting it off for a while now, but starting tomorrow, we're resuming our original mission plan, conquering the Sloth Belt and finding ore. Keep your wits about you. Look at that! We're almost through section 11, 2 hours in. We're back to Pale. Where's Olga Marie? Is she back yet? You Olga Marie? No, I don't think she is. I did just see her on the main street, though. It looks like she was headed towards the altar. Yeah, you must have just missed her. I'll go look for her. No, let me go. I'd like you to stay here and mash the corn mash. I prefer that too. The corn you crush with your shield is so smooth and soft you can't tell it even used to be corn. It's by far the best mashed corn I've ever had. I'd love to see you use your shield to grind cacao beans next. Oh, thank you. I'm honored. Though I doubt the rest of the round table would actually be happy about this. Hey there, Nemo. Direct there! What? I wasn't hiding to avoid an awkward situation or anything. I just felt like a little detour. You know how it is. Sometimes you take a few odd turns when you're flying around. I wouldn't know. I can't fucking fly. Right, you can't, can you? I guess humans and dinos have that in common. So what is it already? You stopped me for a reason. You haven't had the chance to talk lately, so... Well, yeah, because I've been avoiding you. I see, so you're here in your capacity as my secretary. Admirable work ethic. I suppose I can head back. I already have a perfect understanding of Chichen Itza's layout anyway. At this point, I can handle an axolotl invasion no matter what kind of tricks it might pull. It won't even be hard. Not that I have any reason to defend the city. Is it protecting humankind central to your presidential platform? So how are things with you? Are the stormboard repairs going well? I've noticed a lot of dinos coming and going. Looks like they're enjoying learning about technology from proper human history. You guys are good at making friends, aren't you? You did the same thing with me. We're actually resuming our original mission in the command room tomorrow morning. Oh, you mean the bridge of your ship I visited before? So you managed to restore power. I'd rather not see that Gordoff guy's face again, but I'd love to see that place up and running. You said tomorrow morning, right? What kind of mission are you guys going to be resuming? Destroying this place? Having said that, more than half are against for coming aboard the Stormboard, myself included. Okay, I have to ask, is it okay if I come along too? Totally. Forget it. I changed my mind. I don't care about your ship anyway. Besides, unlike you, I don't need a vehicle to fly, and I only promise to accompany you until you rendezvous with Chaldea anyway. Go back without me. I still want to spend some more time looking around the city, but save me some cornbread. I really like it. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what it is you're apologizing for. But if there's something weighing on your mind, maybe asking about it will help. So, is there anything you want to ask me? Not right now. I see, good. Honestly, I don't think I could have answered you. Oh, and if you see Wak-chan... Never mind, just forget it. Anyway, you have an early morning tomorrow, right? Go on then, shut down for the day and enjoy these dream things or whatever. So, good night. Fragment 2. Long time no see, President Girl. Have you come in for your revenge? I gotta say, I'm amazed you survived that. Guess you're right to call yourself a god. So all three of you are still alive. When an odd quirk cafe that we're all here together at the moment of the world ends, even if it's more of a preview. Is this really what you want, David? Hiroshima rebelled against the foreign god's machinations. He tried to use this tree of emptiness to evolve all of mankind. But you're trying to eradicate us completely. That's no different from the foreign god's efforts to erase human history. Oh look, it's us! I don't know who I am. Because after that servant killed me, I temporarily reset myself to reduce the strain that comes with a reboot. When I woke up in that cave, all I can remember was my name, my purpose, and information I probably acquired from video records on an external storage unit. I am an alien named Yuo Limery. My purpose is to take charge of the foolish humankind and save this planet. Those two things are all I remembered. I have to say, even dead, I did a stellar job. There's no way anyone could have misinterpreted something so simple. And maybe this is due to my reset, when I lost the ornaments that made me who I am, it exposed some parts of me which had, until then, been hidden. I began to feel my feelings much more freely. Put differently, my judgment was impaired. I began ignoring my assigned order and instead prioritized my own decisions. And so I chose certain courses of action simply because I thought they were good. I liked doing that. I don't understand why, but when I was traveling with her and Nash to Chichen Itza, the best word to describe how I felt is fulfilled. I was also interested in the organization they said they belonged to. When I told them I'd help them, my brain was absolutely flooded with dopamine. And so I just chose to ignore the differences between the Earthlings and myself. I had this sense that everything would be kind of work out somehow. Even though I have no idea who I really am. I'm here. I'm finally here. I'm seeing the best scenery of all in Chichen Itza with the most beautiful woman I've ever laid my eyes on. I was completely at a loss for words. After I had spent the whole day with Wak-chan the warrior as he showed me around the city, the last place we visited was neither a glamorous meeting hall nor a noisy stadium. It was a tranquil but unremarkable landscape, offering nothing more than a peaceful view of the whole city. It's pretty, right? The sunlight's great for sure, but I also like these nighttime lights. They say the bonfires are just to keep the darkness away, and that the sunless nights are supposed to be for resting. But I like seeing the Dino's shadows cast by the flames. I like the pictures they paint on the walls. I guess it feels really living somehow, not just surviving like in the jungle. It's almost like we're leaving behind proof that we exist in places where there usually wouldn't be any. I know they're just shadows, but whenever I see one that looks like my old man, it always reminds me of him. I didn't say anything in response. I couldn't. Because that's when it really hit me. This is a truly tranquil world. Dino society is downright utopian compared to human society. There's no comparison whatsoever. The fact that their strongest warrior's favorite place was an arena for him to demonstrate his combat prowess, but a quiet place overlooking the entire city, was undeniable proof. Yoko, what's wrong? Thanks, Dragon King. Are you hurt? Did you bang yourself up on something? But I don't see any wounds. This is exactly the kind of world I wanted to create before I wound up like this. Even so, I can feel myself rejecting it. It's such a wonderful world, but I know I have no place in it. I am the sort of being who burns places like this to the ground. This is wrong. Too different. Well, that's different. The way you look? The way you're shaped? I mean, yeah, you're obviously different from us and her group. But that doesn't bother me. All that matters is what's on the inside. Your heart. And your heart is beautiful. Your heart is exactly the color of the stars I saw at the observatory when I was a kid. It's spiky and cool, and it's got all 7 colors of the rainbow. It's not like shaped like anyone else's. My judgment was impaired. I was prioritizing my emotions. That's why I've had it. Go away. Get out of my sight. Oh, God, what is it? Why are you so mad? I've always hated lizards. From the first moment I saw you, it's been sick to my stomach. Oh, jeez. Oh, make you ready to follow, flower boy. And you have the gall to put yourselves on the same level as humanity? A species as ugly and as stupid as yours could never be anything like humanity. What, though? The stream's becoming unstable. You better not fucking crash your damn stream. I was so harsh with him. And so that Dinos, who once seemed so free-spirited, so innocent, so larger than life, slunk away forlorn, seeming like he'd shrunk to half his size. Voyager. I got into the series for Okada Izo, though, so he's very high up there. So you have Voyager, Okada, and Dante's. That are generally my mains. But I also really like Morgan, too, after reading Lost Belt 6. How the fuck do stars work in here? You're looking... There isn't even really a sky. You're just looking at the fucking other side of the spiral. I feel a wave of self-loathing so intense it makes me dizzy. My body's functions begin to fluctuate because of how sorry I feel for what I just did to Wak Chan. I was lashing out, plain and simple. I must be more aggressive, short-tempered, and cowardly than I realized. I didn't have the courage to stop Wak Chan from leaving, or to apologize. Not then. Even now, I don't have the courage to join everyone else, so I'm spending another night wandering aimlessly, alone. Still, I have no idea what to do. My memory reset was only temporary. I can still remember what I forgot if I see it again. Which is why I touched Kalipoka. Seeing him made me remember something. I remember him killing me once, and I remember that when he did, he called me the foreign god. I'm the foreign god, Chaldea's sworn enemy. I may be proud of being an enemy of humanity, but I don't even want to think about being an enemy of Chaldea. I don't think I could go back to Tepeo's house right now, not until I get my emotions sorted out. Wow, I didn't even realize the sun had already left. Those proper human history stories are so interesting. There's so much more I want to hear about the Lost Belts. That Greece place sounded awesome. I'd love to visit it myself. They said machines like the Stormboarder were all over their world. Can you imagine? The main street was filled with Dinos talking about Chaldea. I guess she was telling them stories about the Lost Belts at the Zoctus Shrine. Why would they bother telling the Dinos all that? It'll just let the Dinos find out who did all this. Maybe she and Mash don't know I'm the foreign god. No, of course they don't. If they did, they would have never let me come along with them. She doesn't know. Mash doesn't know. Nobody at Chaldea knows. They can't know. They can't. I'm not Dinos. I'm not human. I don't belong anywhere. But you know, as much as I like to hear more stories... Yeah, I know what you mean. Proper human history stories are fun, but they're also really sad. Fun, but sad. Of course they are. We couldn't ever really be part of that group, no matter how much we might want to. Forget it. I'm just gonna stop thinking. I'm gonna forget that I'm the foreign god and go back to who I was before I went to Mexico City. But just when I was about to completely give in to desperation... Hey, there you are! Hey! I saw her waving at me and coming my way. Kingdom of Corpses. Thank you for the raid, Misaki Nobunaga. Good morning. Good morning. You're the first one up today. Nice to see that you've gotten a good night's rest. Yoga Marie told me I had to go to bed early yesterday. You know, Father Kodomine actually left me a message to give you. It's about her. Not so long ago, I'm sure I would have only told you the message context and would not have been able to imagine how you might feel about him, but... No, never mind that. Let me just give you the message. Chaldeans, I know this is a short notice, but the young miss and I have decided to part ways with you. Though she has yet to regain her memory, she is not yet sure who she really is. She has said, and I quote, I'm sick and tired of dumb dinos, weak-ass earthlings, and stupid sweat-learning Mictlan. We will therefore be leaving this lost belt tonight. I am sorry I can't be present for your confrontation with David, but as the young Mrs. Butler, I am obliged to obey her. I wish you luck in your future endeavors. Shepherd of lost sheep, Father Kotomine. The end. You mean she's already fucked off? Yes, and oh, one more thing. Father Kotomine asked me to give you this as well. Are the carvings on this bark what you call English? Anyway, he said you Ogla Marie made this for you. I cannot help you save the earth, I'm sorry. I wonder if this is in Japanese or if it's still in English regardless. Because we are in the New World, as opposed to Japan or whatever. I see, so you Ogla Marie and Rasputin are gone. I actually saw that you Ogla Marie, the foreign god signal, had disappeared from our instruments. I was only able to follow it part way, but it looks like she was headed towards the surface. Well, the first stratum. Well, she didn't attack us, so that suggests she still hasn't regained her memories. She may not have liked me much, but I felt more like she saw me as a rival than an actual enemy. If anything, it seems like she was fond of us, especially her and Mash. But she still left without saying goodbye. That must mean... Was she offended by how wishy-washy we were about including her? I know that's what that's like. Hell, I don't know what it's like to not feel that way. Every time I joined a club in university, I always felt like I was the only one who didn't belong. It's hard. It feels like lying on a bed of nails. And above all, my fierce pride simply couldn't take it. I bet it was Rasputin's idea. I mean, I know I told him they should leave. But seeing her and Mash's responses would make me wonder if I was wrong. No, deep down, I think he was secretly hoping you, Olga Marie, spitting image of Olga Marie, would officially join Chaldea at the end. I'm gonna miss her too. Yeah, she was the foreign guy, but she was hilarious to watch, and had gaps in her knowledge of defense so big, you could drive a bus through them. If I had managed to take advantage of one of those openings and analyze her, that would have made it real easy to find out what exactly the foreign god is. Why she looks like Chaldea's former director, and how she incarnated into a beast spirit origin. Alright everyone, chin up. No harm has been done, so there is no cause to be depressed. We may have lost our chance to verify it, but the fact that she is still suffering from memory loss is good news. This gives us an opportunity to complete one of our original objectives, stop the foreign god from fusing with Hort. I agree, heartless as it sounds, there's no sense in discussing this further. You, Ogla Marie, is no longer helping us. She is our enemy once more, and that's how I'm going to think of her. Got that? But maybe she hasn't left for good. There's still a chance that she could decide to come back. Yes, that's definitely possible. So if you do run into her again, make sure you're prepared to defend yourself. That said, if she comes to us asking to talk instead of attacking, I won't force you to strike first. If that time comes, I'll leave the decision up to you. Got it? Go on, repeat back what I said. Thank you, Captain. That's not what I said. Also, why are you thanking me? Because it shows that you trust not only us, but her too. Yeah, maybe you're right. That Marine didn't have any unique skills separate from the rest of the series, but he was a much better judged character than I have ever been. Alright, it took us longer than I expected, but it's finally time to start our staff briefing. First of all, I want to reconfirm our main objectives. The primary one, as we just mentioned, was to neutralize the foreign god and stop her from fusing Fort. Our secondary objective was to excise the South American Lost Cell and capture the last cryptor, David. Obviously, things have changed since then. There's been no shortage of surprises in this Lost Cell, and now we need to rethink how we handle those two objectives. For one, now that the foreign god is suffering from memory loss, she is not even thinking about fusing with Fort. Meanwhile, David the Cryptor and his servant Tezcatlipoca are now trying to fuse ore for their own ends. If what you saw in Mexico City was in fact a vision of the near future, then we must begin by considering how we can prevent it from coming to pass. Right you are. Unfortunately, the Orthonax contained no video footage of the collapse in Mictlan in the Earth that she had reported. Not because it didn't record for that span of time, you see, but because of that footage, and only that footage, was lost. You therefore have no choice but to take their field operative's word for it. Still, I have to ask, are you sure the whole Earth was really falling apart? It was an illusion or a forced perspective or something along those lines? I'm sure. I can't believe it. Oh, I'm not talking about your testimony. I'm talking about David's absolutely insane plan. Isn't he working for the foreign god? And doesn't the foreign god want to rule Earth? How could she possibly rule the planet if it no longer exists? Coin Sky, do you have any idea what he's thinking? The fact is, you did used to be on the Cryptor's side, so you must know more than anyone else here. Afraid I haven't the slightest clue, and I'm not alone there. David was always enigmatic, even to the other Cryptors and the foreign god's disciples. Before the foreign god appeared here as you, Ogla Marie, she was only focused on Lord Karashta. She had less than no interest in the other Cryptors. Now that I think about it, though, she did kind of seem like she was deliberately ignoring David. Well, more that she chose to leave him out of her plans. She never so much as gave him an order, never even said that she didn't care what he did. That's not how you treat a subordinate, if anything. Yeah, she was treating him like an equal, or perhaps or possibly a superior. The foreign god and I signed a mutual non-aggression pact which let me do whatever I wanted. But the foreign god never had any authority over Lord David. Maybe Lord David was never even a Cryptor to begin with. Never a Cryptor to begin with. Does that mean he was never really on Karashtra's side? I see. Now I understand what that file of Woodines I saw in Olympus was talking about. Karelite, David was a member of Team A. That's not in question. That said, he was never in the same position as us. He didn't owe the foreign god anything. For that matter, the rest of us had never even heard the word Cryptor until you were brought back to life. Me, Ophelia, Akuta, Beryl, none of us have heard of it before, but it looked like David was already familiar with it. At the time, I thought that name was like a blood oath sealing our vow to revolt against humanity, but I was wrong. It was actually the foreign god who told Karashtra that you were to be called Cryptors. So calling you Cryptors was not Woodham's idea after all. Then what are the requirements for being one? Do you just need to be a member of Team A? I'm not totally sure, but like I said, the rest of us only learned the name Cryptor when the foreign god resurrected us. What's more, there was a price we had to pay if we were to be resurrected. Resolve the incineration of humanity. While we were in our coffins, the foreign gods promised to resurrect us. If we could prove we had the same power to resolve the incineration humanity incident that she and Mash did. But that was impossible. Me, Ophelia, and everyone else on Team A were all dead in our coffins. It was hopeless. We couldn't have even made it through the first singularity like that. So Woodheim did it for us. He resolved the incineration of humanity and said it all by himself several times over so that we wouldn't have to. He never said anything about it, never threw it in our faces. He just made sure we all had the same opportunities he did. Yes, I can certainly see him doing that. I understand how you feel, Kadok. It's okay, I'm calmer now. I can just imagine the troubled expression on Woodham's face if he saw me making you sympathize with me like this. Anyway, my point is, I never found any mention of David's resurrection. I'm just guessing here, but I think David somehow managed to resurrect himself. Apparently, the foreign god needed a certain amount of energy to resurrect us. In fact, it took the same amount needed to clear the incineration of humanity. David managed it by generating all that energy on his own. I bet even the foreign god must have been at a loss. According to Woodheim's records, the foreign god gave us only minimal support in our coffins by letting us use Kaldea's summoning system to summon servants. But apparently, David didn't even make use of that. So even though it was all just a simulation, he still resolved the incineration of humanity alone without a single servant. Just fist fought every single... So he made it all the way from the first singularity to the final one entirely on his own? What the hell? Was he some kind of super master or something? Was he being a jerk or just showing off? Did he just feel compelled to prove that he's a better master than her by resolving this incineration of humanity without a single servant's help? It wasn't like that. Again, I'm quoting from Woodheim's records. David's Void was omitted because his way of thinking and living never belonged with humanity in the first place. I see, then he would have no choice but to satisfy this condition on his own. Because he's not part of humankind, and since he isn't on humanity's side, he couldn't summon a servant even if he wanted to. Uh-oh. Gah! Must he sound the alarm at the worst possible timing, summon earlier? What is it, anyway? We've got a problem. Something's rampaging outside. Even the dinos are all fleeing in terror. Maybe we should suspend the briefing for now and see what's up? Got it. You, Mash. On it. Right, Abatroc, can you help us? Sure thing. It's probably just some carnivorous insects or Ocelot anyway. I'll have this wrapped up in no time. Alright, it's mostly berserkers with a couple of assassins thrown in. Assassins means... I got an excuse to use Shikaboo. Chufu. Alright, let's get boys service. You. And you. Although then again, at the same time, it's fixed field, so I could probably run you just fine. Let's go. I like this music. More for chat, out in a minute.
限りあれば薄墨衣朝けれど涙ぞ袖を縁となしける。源氏物語葵もののけ。
知らせ、禁断の時差。面倒面倒。書く気がもりもり湧いてきた。やめた。もちろん。
限りあれば薄墨衣朝けれど涙ぞ袖を縁となしける。源氏物語葵もののけ。
ダンク。
それではそれがよい。まあ限りあれば薄墨衣朝けれど涙ぞ袖を縁となしける。源氏物語葵もののけ。
鐘の音が聞こえる。
Camazotz, it's Camazotz. It's the bat. The shadow of death is here. He didn't even wait for it to get dark. Run, run for your lives. Run before he sucks your blood and turns you into a living corpse. More enemies approaching from the jungle. There's still more coming, Master. Those footsteps are shaking the ground. It must be the mindless Dinos. Be careful, everyone. No president and no Kukulkan Khan right now, so we need to serve to break through its defenses. Or a Mystic Coat if you got one that can do the trick. Single target arts. And attack. Melusine it is then. And then I need to swap you over to... You're in full.
みんなついてきて。白兵戦行きます。今のうちに準備を。 やります。次は新面偽装展開、精錬たる湖面月光を返す、沈めミオセースアロンライト。ここでまっすぐ、そこだ。今のうちに準備しておくの。この服は汚したくないな。遅い。すべき負傷する。ここから下る。新面偽装展開、精錬たる湖面月光を返す、沈めミオセースアロンライト。やる。カットラインラースロッカ。ありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげです。
Did that Dinos just turn to fucking dust? I thought the same. It seems like something other than poison or pain robbed it of its intelligence. I never thought we would run into monsters like that in a Lost Belt. I will be brief. You just fought a vampire. That Dinos must have been attacked by a blood-sucking monster that became one itself. As for the animated corpses you fought prior to that one, they must have been a list of familiars and ghouls. Such monsters are created by imbibing the blood of the undead, which causes them to instinctually seek more blood, even after death. They are a type of enemy we have not seen previously. They are also a foreign enemy, which would normally not be our problem. So now, if David's and Void and Tezcatlipoca were not bad enough, it seems we must also address another new threat to Chaldea. It's not new at all, it's Camazotz. The Dinos even said so. Camazotz, as in one of the major dark gods of the Shibboleth, described in the Popol Vuh as a text of Mayan mythology? Now that you mention it, I remember seeing details about someone by that name in her report as well. Are you sure that it is him? Are you certain you are not mistaken, or that you misheard, perhaps? According to the Popol Vuh, Camazotz was a monster who cut off people's heads to drink their blood, but it said nothing about him being able to control the dead. Oh, this is bad. This is very, very bad, Cian Da Vinci. For our Dinos, Camazotz is even more frightening than the night. Whenever he shows up, all the Dinos hide away in their homes. And that means they won't be able to repair the border, so it'll take us way longer to finish fixing it. Well, I suppose our original plan was to fix it ourselves, so we haven't really lost anything in that sense, but never mind the repairs for now. Isn't Chichen Itza in trouble? Yes, it is. We're in Chichen Itza territory right now, and there's no telling when the monsters might head for the city. Then we have no choice but to defeat Camazotz. Besides, he's the one who's been using her command spells without our permission. I knew you would have to face him eventually, so if that time is now, I have no objections. So he's the one with the command spells? Ah, right, I don't blame you for being upset, Nash. Also, I'm surprised you already knew Camazotz, Tepeo. I thought you were meeting him for the first time back in the first underworld along with the rest of us. Well, that was my first time actually meeting him in person. Camazotz is the only being in Mictlan who is superior to us Dinos, which makes him a frightening figure. I just happened not to think of him that way myself, so when we met him, I only thought I had was, oh, so that's Camazotz. Huh, so the Dinos are simply scared of him then. I suppose that means it's up to us then. It's only right that we repay the Dinos for all their help and hospitality. You, Mash, go take care of Camazotz for them. I'll even send Koi and Sky to help you. Me? Why me? Oh, no particular reason. I certainly haven't been wondering how long this vixen means to keep mooching off us, wondering if she'll ever take a page from the Dinos' book. None of that has even occurred to me. No, sir, not once. Anyway, good luck. I've decided I'm coming along too. I already know which direction the ghouls came from. It's the jungle northwest of here. The same place you all went to look for food before. What did you just say? I was so intrigued that I decided to join you. Camazos is probably hiding under the ancient Ka'an ruins. It's a dangerous place, so this time I want to do everything I can to ensure all your safety this time. This time? Did something happen at these ruins before? No, not at Ka'an. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Come on, let's hurry. Tepeo. He was talking about what happened with Marine. Are these Ka'an ruins dangerous? Ka'an was a city, well, a kingdom really, that predated Chichen Itza. It's believed that the dinos who rebuilt Chichen Itza actually used to be Ka'an as a reference. That's news to me. What happened then? Did the kingdom decline naturally, or did a later king decide to relocate the capital? We're not sure. To this day, no dinos knows what Ka'an was like in its heyday. They don't know what life was like for the dinos who lived there, or why Ka'an ultimately disappeared. This was a long, long time ago, you understand? The only knowledge the priest passed on was knowledge acquired after Chichen Itza was completed. That being said, some dinos do believe Ka'an's downfall had something to do with the Fourth Annihilation. So Mictlan also experienced extinction events? No, it didn't reach the level of extinction. The dinos survived, as you can see. I already told Father Kotamine this, but according to Kukulkan, Mictlan's son once went into a hibernation of sorts. Consequently, Mictlan experienced a night which lasted for a very, very long time. In turn, the dinos had no choice but to follow the sun's lead close to their eyes and enter a deep slumber. In your terms, this sleep lasted about 100,000 years. When the sun returned, less than 10% of the dinos who had gone to sleep were ever able to reawaken. 100,000 years? And only 10% of you came back? There's no way you could have repopulated your species with so few... Oh wait, now that I think about it, humans experienced a similar miracle. 70,000 years ago, back when modern humankind only existed in West Africa, there was a freak weather event that reduced the population down to only 2,000 people. It survived the crisis through and eventually spread out to other continents, eventually growing their numbers out to 7 billion alive today. Though the way Tepeo put it, it sounds like the dinos are able to cryopreserve themselves. Maybe they have something similar to cryptobiosis, the ability to let tardigrades survive even in outer space. That's Lynch's it. The dinos are clearly a new type of prime species. One that was purposely designed with a talent for genetic manipulation that never existed in proper human history. It's not much farther to the Ka'an ruins now. Please watch your step, everyone. There are many fences to trip on there. I wonder if they went with dinosaurs partially because of the idea of multiple extinction events in Aztec mythology, having like the 5 suns or whatever, and rebirths of the planet. Also, just to go along with the Yucatan crater. Yeah, those are definitely ruins, but there's something about them. Right, something feels off about them. Wait, Skya, is something wrong? Something wrong, Perisha thought. I was just taking a little trip down memory lane, that's all. More importantly, look up. Don't you recognize those flapping sounds and that creepy laugh? How cruel, how endlessly, deliciously cruel. You cluster together in your weakness, cowering, trembling, you build walls, you prosper, and eventually you have yourselves a kingdom. But no matter how you rack your brains, you're so hopelessly weak. All that hard work wasted. In the end, all that remains of you is your bones and the ruins of your shattered, forgotten dreams. What can one do but laugh, look down upon you in contempt? Truly the tears of the weak are as sweet as the blue blood in their veins. Hi there, honey. How I've enjoyed waiting for you, Apes. It was worth the trouble of sending my messengers to get your attention. I'm accustomed to boredom, but don't take that to mean anything approaching patient. You responded so quickly, the dinos could learn a lot from you in that regard. But faster isn't always better. I only count 3 students for you this time. The shield girl, the child scholar, and a gussied up beast. Do you really mean to challenge me, the lord of the underworld? With this pathetic thought. Has Tezcatlipoca rattled you so much that you forgot the foolhardy display of your valor you showed in the underworld? Priest of Chaldea? Fine, let's have your excuse then. Why have you so underestimated me? Are you gonna Tezcatlipoca in cahoots? What? That's certainly not what I'm expecting. No matter, I do like an interesting question. Tezcatlipoca has made me much in trivia, but now we are not in cahoots. He forbade me from attacking the Asame. I accepted in exchange for knowledge. After that, he proposed a new deal right around the time you, Apes, showed up. He said he wanted to change the nature of the layers of the underworld, so I accepted in exchange for command spells. That's all there is to it. It doesn't change the fact that one day he and I will fight to the death over who rules Mictlan. But before that day comes, it's time to slake my thirst. Don't worry, all I need from you is your head. I do love blood, but I hate having the same blood twice. Unfortunately, you all look alike. I can't be expected to tell an axolotl from a servant, so it's my personal policy to kill any creatures whose blood I've tasted before. Would you like to know why? So I'll never have to look at him again, and won't have to resort to tasting your blood twice. So welcome. Listen well, undead warriors of Khan. The time has come to add to your ranks. Okay, so we're looking at a mixed bag again, so ew, why do you skin skills level 8? Disgusting. We're gonna run Berserker Beams. Berserker Beams. Let's see here. Do we have any ignored death? Oh, we do. Throwing ley line. Oh.
首だけ残っていればいい。ここでお前たちを歓迎しよう。
Delicious voice.
失るカーンの戦士よ。その同胞を増やす時だ。
Alright, doing pretty well. Just throwing ley lines don't do anything, so that way I don't have to waste AP. But I still try a little bit, but not gonna spend 3 hours seer trapping a team that doesn't require revives. Also, Battle Infinity, lovely. We're here forever.
暗きも
あくまで可憐に
来たる。それは絶えず見た滅びの意。最果てにありながらトリバースの天使ロードレスキャメル。
デジャブ。
この
いい
私が
判断です。
国家に
切り込
死になさい。
無駄ですよ。はち切れそうでし
カウンティングオーバー。リラックス。ハッピーエンドの
目を
話をしよう。
背けいい判断です。
そこは壁もなく城もなく理想の始まりの空。魂のありかを見せようか。ガーデン・オブ・アバロン。
逃がすものか。アコール。
好き放題扱ってあげましょう。
おや行くかい。
いい判断です。
切り込
まだですね。
む。悪いね。
無駄ですよ。
最高のカードを君に。
宝具を目をいい判断です。そういいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよロードレスキャメロット。逃がすものか。召し上げましょう。多くの
おっと。
日向の火薬の匂い。
目を背けないで。あまり悩ませない。いい判断
あいいでしょう。
不死になさい。宝具を
この
目を背
私が
けないで。慈悲神戸を垂れよ。恐怖を希望も何人通るにあかわず。
動かないよ。
まだですね。
おっと。
無駄ですよ。
リラックス。
すべて見つめます。あまり悩ませないように楽しくなるでしょう。
ハッピーエンドの話をしよう。
よく言いました。
星の宇宙に物見の楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のみ通るがいい。ガーデン・オブ・アバロン。
新山幽谷経典道地海山明道天神地これぞ霊気を天揺らす宇都の鳴き声矢をよろずのノリとなり。
truly spectacular fighting servants remind me of the good old Dark Ages. Never fought the billion souls and gallons of blood I consumed would one day be the driving force for all these skeletons. Is he embedding warrior souls inside the skeletons? We can't even get near Camazotz with all these skeletons around. Do you have a shot? Queen Skya? I'm afraid not. This crowd of skeletons is doing a wonderful job of making an obstruction of themselves. Unfortunately for us, this is the perfect place for a necromancer. By my count, there are no fewer than 100,000 corpses buried here. Fall back! Fall back! That's right, I don't need the underworld to summon the dead. And it looks like you raids can't see the blood. There's them using to bind souls to the skeletons. Damn it, guy looks like an idiot, but he's really good at this. He's got us boxed in. We don't have any way out. I can force my way past him and into the jungle, but I won't get more than a few meters. I don't think retreat is an option right now, Master. Then we have to go after Camazotz himself, then. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. The moment Mash gets close to him, he'll retreat back into the sky, and the skeletons will completely swarm her. We needed a decoy, someone big and tough who won't get hurt in all this. Obviously, it has to be me. Alright, everyone, I'll see you later. I should be able to hold out as long as the sun is here, but I would very much appreciate if you came to rescue me as soon as you can. Huh? The pal? Shikisor! Shikisor, let's go! So that's the Dinos barrier she mentioned in her report. Looks as strong as electromagnetic armor. There, I fired a volley of my prized napalm rockets. We now have a clear path to the jungle. It won't last long though, so I suggest anyone who wants to live get moving, and quickly. Senpai. Hang in there, Tepao! Time for apples. Let's go. We overheard everything on the comms. We know Tapao stayed behind in enemy territory. I wish we could combat the enemy's numbers of our own, but... Well, what's up, Mr. Tapao? We got him. But we can't handle Camazotz. It's just too scary. I know we shouldn't be afraid, but we can't just stop shaking. Oh, get a hold of yourself, Soccer Raptors. We're not going to go demand that non-combatants put themselves in danger. We just need your speed. Run to the temple as fast as you can and fetch Kukulkan. She's ridiculously strong. She should have no trouble handling hundreds, no thousands of enemies. Our 7th Pro's already doing just that, but he screams that he can't find Lady Kukulkan anywhere. Damn it, she just does whatever the hell she feels like, doesn't she? I suppose this is it then. Boy and Sky can't do much against skeletons, since they don't desire anything, and with Captain unable to leave the border right now. Does this mean it's time for Kadok with his anti-beast magecraft and combat focus, so accustomed to fighting on the front lines? Theon, an expert alchemist and elite member of the Aspless Institute, whose plans always go according to calculations. Myself, an intellectual mage and expert commander who ashes orders left and right from HQ. And Manir, who could probably also do something useful to join her in battle. I am not really combatant, you know. I cannot use threads or pull off combos or anything like that. Yeah, this ain't Melty Blood. I haven't heard the whole thing. It seems like my time has come. Hey, yeah, what better way to fight zombies than with mummies? No one can match me in the art of necromancy. That Camazotz is even using zombies and skeletons, just shows how much he has to learn. If this demon claims to be a skilled summoner, I will show him the true might of the Egyptian technique. The technique that even takes our undead's comfort and well-being into consideration by ensuring they still have bodies. Oh, now that confidence right there. I never believed you were the same servant who's been on a losing streak since we got here. Well said, Nitocrest. This is your chance to redeem yourself after a humiliating loss to Tlaloc. Do you really need to bring that up right now? Yes, I can hear him, the voices of the dead. With so many here, even an inexperienced necromancer could embed them in vessels. He could call out to 100 dead, and he would only capture one. But I doubt he cares who he gets as long as they can fight. So the others are just ghosting him? I am. This is where we fought that turkey. I remember it described as no ordinary thing. I see now it's because it was calling out to the dead. That's why it affected me so much. I can hear the voices of the dead. I'm ashamed I didn't realize this at the time and only dismissed it as a healthy morning call. So you essentially left the spirit channel on and dialed up to maximum volume. More or less, yes. It didn't do me any favors at the time, but at least I can make use of the experience now. I'm going to layer a spell that mimics the bird's cry over Kamazos' necromancy, essentially dampening his signal. Only a truly exceptional necromancer could help to keep control of their familiars under the circumstances. So, which set of ears do you use to listen to the dead anyways? Do try to keep your insolence to a minimum. That's for my ears, it doesn't matter which way. We're here. These are the Ka'an ruins. Now, where's Tapao? Ouch, these Ka'an soldiers are hurting me. Looks like he's tired, but he's still hanging in there. Phew, not too late. So, you've returned, Chaldean girl. Good. Struggling like that really gets your blood pumping. So, what'd you bring this time? A storm? A fire? A disease? It doesn't matter. The Ka'an warriors are indestructible. You can never defeat them with the kind of violence you use on the lip. I don't know what's going on, but this would seem to be our chance. I'll open my underworld beer and cleanse the spirits that fill this land. A necromancer, knew it. You should be ashamed. Revolting. I want to tear my own eyes out. It's so hideous. You'll allow woman, my ward, it's out of she'll send you into a nightmare from which you'll never awaken. But dare you hear the voices of the dead even outside of the underworld? There's only room in Mictlan for one necromancer, and that's me. Okay, we're running Nitocris, so... Let's see here, there's 6 enemies, so should be okay, I think. And then we have Castoria. And apparently I need Mash as a starting member, so... Smashing, where are you? There you are. Yeah. Get up there. And then we're gonna grab Chufu for the extra arts, and... Here, the last wave is all sabers, so... Let's grab an archer that isn't a piece of shit. He's got a good CR on him. Here, Detective Foams for shits and giggles. And can I fit you? Yeah. Wonderful. Let's fucking go!
やはりそうか、資料使い恥を知れ。目玉が潰れるほどおぞましい。戦士ども殺すがいい。冥界以外で死者の声を聞く蛮行許すまじ。
不敬はダメですよ。ファラオの意向を共に。早書きですね。カレウェイ白兵戦行きます。アヌビス負けないぞ。許します。屍の鏡、暗黒の鍵、扉越え、恐怖の心、暗空メルタチュゼル。 特別に許可します。もちろん探しているよう別に屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、暗空ねぶた呪戦。要請接続入浴に準備白兵戦行きます。黄昏の時を再び負けないぞ。最果ての島、罪の都、最後の竜は我がの念。すごい円卓の守護者たち、ラウンド・オブ・アバロン。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラインド・スカイバーン。
Of course you leave it at 95%.
もちろんそうわかります。天罰天罰。アヌビス、もちろん私が鏡ように。屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、暗空ねぶた呪戦。
Oh, so that's what that does to big bars.
そこです。アヌビス、それわかります。屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、暗空ねぶた呪戦。冥界ツアーへご案内。なんでもありません。
What is this? What just happened? What happened is that you just lost, Demon God. I've read these wounds of all the dead spirits gathered here. You no longer have even a single pawn to command. I said, what just happened? Oh. Someone's angry. Got a whole CG. Amazat! One move and I'll split her head with my toe with my scythe. So fast. You grabbed me before I even had time to blink. Now answer me, woman. What just happened here? How did you do it? You mean how I returned your familiars to the earth? I just used my own dead spirits to banish her. No. The soldiers you commanded. You were treating those pale ghosts as though they were your own subjects, weren't you? Those ghosts were long dead. Any dreams they had vanished along with their souls. And yet you were going to tell me, what, that you remember each of their names? What? Answer me, do you actually bother remembering them all? Do you really recall those dead people's names and deeds and every single time you call upon them? Of course I do. Those ghosts were all once loyal subjects to Pharaoh. Even if they are no longer with us, I still honor their names and deeds. A pharaoh who reigned as briefly as I did is only able to exist as a heroic spirit because I shared their pain. Disgusting, utterly disgusting. I want to tear my own skin off. I can't take it. I can't take it any longer. It was the worst day ever, ruined by the worst woman out there. What even are those ridiculous rabbit ears? They make every hair on my body stand on end. I'm going to Nahui for a healing bath. That spring that's worse than night should rid me of these awful chills. I'm not sure what he was talking about, but I get the feeling that it was very insolent indeed. Anyway, I didn't manage to land a hit on him, but does this mean we've driven him away? Yeah, I think so. Indeed, victory is yours, and I live to see another day. Thank you all so much. Nitocris, you did what no one else has been able to accomplish. You defeated Camazotz and drove him off. I have no doubt that there's going to be a grand festival in Chichen Itza tonight. You should return there with your head held high. I see, a festival, huh? Wait, what? This is quite a party. Spectacular work, Nitocris. No other warrior has ever managed to drive Camazotz away. The Dinos will never forget what you've done. From now on, whenever they encounter a problem, they'll say, Nitocris didn't get out when she drove off that annoying band. WWND. What would Nitocris do? Insolence! Insolence! Still not fully grasping the situation. Party's still going by the sound of it. I can hear Dinos all the way out here. This is not how I imagined today would go, but at least Chaldea is super popular with the Dinos now. Starting tomorrow, we should be able to focus on repairing the border again, but before that... Yes, we need to continue our discussion from earlier. It seems that the last cryptor, Davidson Void, has a plan of his own entirely separate from the foreign gods. He means to use Ort, wherever it is in this lost belt, to destroy the entire planet. So our top priority now, ahead of tracking down Ort or cutting down the Tree of Emptiness, is to stop David's plan. Though, of course, since we have not yet been able to detect the Tree of Emptiness, much less locate it, we can do little in the way of planning to cut it down. Yeah, between crashing, getting taken prisoner, the surprise cultural exchange, and the zombie attack, I honestly haven't even given a thought to searching for the Tree of Emptiness. How about you? Have you two seen anything around here that looked like it could have been maybe the Tree of Emptiness? Hell nah! I agree with Senpai. The surface is completely devastated while this underground world teems with life. I think if we understood Mictlan's structure, we would have no trouble figuring out where the Tree of Emptiness is, but... you people are all overthinking this. Things like the Tree of Emptiness are always in the deepest, most inaccessible parts of their world. So it seems clear to me that we'll find Mictlan's Tree of Emptiness at its southernmost point, the 9th bottommost stratum, thinking vertically. And that means once the storm border is back up and running, we can fly straight right to it. So for now, let's just be patient, give our technical advisor and see on the time to finish repairs, while we kick back and relax in our air-conditioned rooms. Not happening, Gordoff. Did you forget about the report of what happened in Mexico City? If we don't do something soon, we won't be able to stop the future where Ort wakes up. We have no idea how long it'll be until that happens. So the best thing we can do right now is stop Tezcatlipoca and David's plan before they can wake Ort up. Right, that slipped my mind. But the future they saw was already set, no? Will us stopping their plan change that? Of course, if we do nothing, the future they saw in Mexico City will be set. But right now, we are still at the crossroads of the present. Should Ort wake, we will no longer be able to alter the future Tezcatlipoca showed us. However, if we can stop Ort from awaking, the future is entirely in our hands. Yep, and that's why we need all the information we could get. Who exactly is Davidson Boyd? How is he planning to wake Ort? And for that matter, what exactly is Ort? We still haven't detected it in Mictlan, so right now we can't even say whether it's asleep or dead. Without that information, we can't really formulate a plan. As much as I wish otherwise. Unfortunately, we don't have any way of finding out more information. Neither the Dinos nor the King of Dinosaurs seem to have any knowledge of things outside of Chichen Itza. Maybe we could infiltrate Mexico City again and ask David himself? Nah, that's a dumb idea. Even if we manage to get in and find him, he'd sooner die than tell us anything. What should we do then? It's been less than a year since David came to this Lost Belt, and the same as it was for the other cryptors. So where was he for all that time? What was he doing? How did someone so opposed to humanity summon Tezcatlipoca? For exactly our origin in the Tree of Emptiness? If only we could talk to someone who had the answers to those questions. Of course, we could never be so lucky as there to be someone around who conveniently has the knowledge we need. Oh, is that all you need? Because I'm pretty sure you can find a Dinos who knows what the cryptid's been doing since his arrival. They're in Mictlan. Khan! Oh, sorry. The Dinos have been pestering me for more of your stories. So I came here to fetch her and Mash. But your conversation was so interesting, I just couldn't help but listen in, yes? I see. Sorry we didn't notice you. So what's this Mictlan place? In our world's Aztec mythology, it's part of the name of the first of the 13 heavens, the bottommost domain where the moon moved. It's Huitzilopochtli. So from what you're saying, I gather it's some kind of moonlight facility overlooking all of Mictlan? That's right. Unlike the bastard in the sunglasses, I don't know much about the future or causality or any other complicated topics. But I do still want to help you, so I've decided to skip the council meeting in Mictlan and come here to talk. If you don't know the answer to a question, ask someone who does. And there's a very knowledgeable Dinos who's good at answering questions in the Mictlan Observatory, yes? So there's someone up there with an even greater knowledge of Mictlan than you, so where... That is, who in the world is this person? Are they part of the teachings of the sun like you? Good question. The circumstances of our births are pretty similar. If you think of me as Mictlan's new son, she is Mictlan's new land. She can never leave the place where she was born. That place is the last destination humankind can reach on their own power. The observatory that was built in the 7th stratum. It is known as Mictlan, or the Terminal Observatory, and is the home of Princess Silquick. The stargates are known as Archetype Earth. Oh shit, Darkwing! She is a duplicate of the planet Sol. She has existed ever since Mictlan first came into being. The 7th stratum, Mictlan, the Terminal Observatory, almost like the Chaldea of Mictlan. Thank you, Kukulkan. I wasn't expecting a lifeline, but you're truly proven to be our savior. Alright everyone, you heard the goddess. We're beginning a new operation. Master, Mesh, Halichat, Da Vinci, and Nitocris over there, having the time of her life. Prepare to leave for the 7th stratum at once. And could I ask you to accompany him to Kukulkan? Da Vinci will only be there to handle data analysis. You're the strongest fighter around by far. We would be very grateful if you were willing to help her. Of course, yay! Thanks, Director. Now I have the perfect excuse to cancel my annoying council meeting. I can't turn down a request for aid after all. Deanna and I will stay here to focus on repairing the border. Queen Sky, you're on guard duty. What will you do, Kata? You'll be helpful no matter which group you go with? So you should go where you think you could do the most good. Okay, I'll stay with the border too, but I can't help with the repairs. I'm going to go over to the clock tower files, since they might have something on David. Oh, good idea. I think I'll do the same. The clock tower files are heavily encrypted though. We'll need to decrypt them one at a time. I can help with that, though it'll have to be in my downtime between repair tasks. Alright then, it's settled. Let's get to work, everyone. Oh, but not right this second. She and Curry Lights will need to rest. You both have a responsibility to get 7 hours of sleep and 2 hours of relaxation each day. You'll be departing tomorrow morning. Until then, take time to enjoy the Chichen Itza light life, if you like. Yes, sir. But first, we should probably rescue Nitocris from the shrine. And since the Dinos want to hear more of the Lost Belt stories, we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We've got a long journey ahead of us starting tomorrow, so this might be your last chance to talk to them. Make sure to tell them as much as you can. And that's the story of the Chinese Lost Belt. Wow, a world of all vastness and just one human? Man, that's efficient, really efficient. The vassals do all the heavy labor to keep the world running and provide the king with culture. The king evaluates it all and becomes the primary figure in making further advancements. Technological development can never take a wrong turn in a world like that. The other Lost Belt worlds are pretty astonishing too, but in terms of completion, the Chinese Lost Belt sounds like it was right at the top. I know what you mean. No one in the society ever had to feel unnecessary suffering, or want things they could never have. Complete, yes, I'd say it is, but at the level of a species, maintaining the status quo is effectively regression. No matter how stable the world a species lives in may be, if that species never changes at all, it will only be a matter of time before the other species has passed them, effectively causing them to degrade. But this Qin Shi Huang person managed all those changes himself. So long as they never made a mistake, the Chinese Lost Belt would have been powerful indeed. And they did not, in fact, make any mistakes, which is why their empire became eternal. It's just too bad their own lifespan was limited. Not necessarily physically, but they did acquire an immortal body. Since they did acquire an mortal body, but mentally. It almost sounds as though the Great Wall they built enclosed their minds as well as their nation. That part I honestly don't understand. Why would a human of that caliber stop trying to grow their territory? Isn't that why they became the Emperor in the first place? To grow humanity's domain as far as possible? Maybe expanding to outer space wasn't worth the cost? I'd say it was probably a combination of space travel not seeming to be worth the cost and an interest in pursuing their own evolution. Qin Shi Huang was the ultimate human in a very real sense. Their ideology was socialistic, yes. But that was because they truly believed themselves to be a pinnacle of humanity. And since they were so strong in both mind and body, they probably never saw a need to compare themselves to others. It's the same ideal Kurashtra tried to bring about. Qin Shi Huang loved their subjects and strove to advance the human species as much as possible. They were a perfected person, a true Zen run. But unfortunately, there was no one else in that world who could stand as Qin Shi Huang's peer, which ended up leaving them as the only human there was. So they were a really, really hard-headed human. That sounds kind of like Tapu. He never lets anything stop him, even when he's all alone. Wow, these other Lost Belts are amazing. We can never try to keep surviving after an extinction. But none of us care about having our species flourish or trying to evolve further. Really? But surely you guys don't want to go extinct either, right? We do try to avoid death, but that's not the same thing as trying to avoid extinction. That would require a way of looking at things which was very focused on us specifically. We live for something bigger than ourselves. That said, no Dinos can put into words exactly what the bigger thing is. But he taught us that our world is the Lost Belt, a world that was meant to be pruned away. We're grateful to you for that. We're not envious of any of the other Lost Belts or proper human history. Because we know that our Mictlan is already a complete and perfect world. Yeah, we all love Mictlan, and we're all grateful to Lady Kukulkan. But you know, I do wonder if our Lost Belt's as meaningful as a world as the other ones. I hope so. There you are, Rock-chan. I've been looking for you. Are you feeling like your old self yet? It's no use. Nothing I do works. I don't want to do anything at all ever again. Not until the sun disappears forever. Your brain moves aside. It seems like you're still in peak physical condition, so let me give you this message. Chaldeans will be heading to the 7th stratum at daybreak. If you would be willing to go with them as their porter, it would be a tremendous help. Whoa, the 7th stratum? That's amazing. That's practically a stone's throw from the dreaded land. Even I've only been there once. My dad took me when I was a kid, and I don't remember seeing the stars there. It sounds like a ton of fun. I guess those guys will go anywhere as long as they have a goal. Oh, but Olga's gonna be there too, right? I don't know what to say to her. Now that I know, I should have said something to cheer her up instead of just disappearing, but... Rock-chan, Olga Marie is no longer in Chichen Itza. She and the Chaldeans have gone their separate ways. I doubt she'll ever return. Huh? How did that happen? I thought they were friends. Oh, what do you know, What do you know, Teppo? It would seem to be a good time to explain. I can only guess based on information I've been able to piece together, but I believe you Olga Marie to be the Chaldea's enemy. No, not just that. She may also be the greatest threat to the Dinos as well. You've heard the stories about proper human history in the Lost Belts, yes? And you know how the world outside ours, the civilization of Earth, was erased by the Bleached Earth phenomenon, yes? Well, the Bleached Earth phenomenon didn't just erase civilization, it also scoured every living thing from the planet. The being responsible for that is a foreign god, an alien who wiped out over 7 billion humans all on her own. And you, Ogla Marie, is that foreign god. At least so I believe. There are a few points that don't quite add up, so I can't be completely certain. But all that aside, whether by coincidence or a miracle, we were able to speak and travel with her for a time, but that was no more than a dream bound to end sooner or later. Quite frankly, our journey with her was a mistake. You're kidding me. Please try to calm down, Lord Fakub. The king may not be here right now, but he's still in the presence of the solar sojourn. If you flap your wings too loudly... Shut up! How are you not bothered by this? How long are these fools gonna keep falling all over themselves, fawning over those damned outsiders? Even the king of dinosaurs is going along with it. Have they no reverence at all for the holy Zocta shrine? That shrine is meant to be where we get thanks for the sun cycle. It is not a place to celebrate outsiders. How many times are they going to make the same mistake before they get it through their thick skulls? What good has foreign culture ever brought us? That damn crypto's knowledge has been nothing but poison. The inclusion of language has only created disparities between dinos, and the Ocelome have been growing stronger at an alarming rate. The only reason you cretins aren't worried is because you don't know how far Mexico City has come. If there were other winged dinos beside me, they would tell you, just as I have, how terrifying that city really is. Please calm down, Priest Fakub. The other priests will come by if you make too much noise. Huh, no they won't. They're all down there at the Zocta shrine making fools of themselves over the story of Kamazotsu's defeat. They have no sense of urgency, no concerns whatsoever about the impending danger. Why is that? Is it because you cretins have never had any natural predators? Because you never knew how terrifying it is to be the only one of your kind? You must find a way to wipe out the Ocelome. You ignore Mexico City's growing power at your own peril. Dinos rule in Mictlan. It's about time you started thinking that way. And yet Kukulkan has left the Ocelome to do whatever they please. Next thing you know, she's brought back a human child and named him King of all Dinos. And then just when we thought she'd gone up to observe Mexico City from a distance, she comes back dressed like a damn ocelotty. Waddle. It's all happened recently. Our human history's knowledge has turned to Mictlan and our son. In fact, that woman has been far too welcoming to those proper human history outsiders ever since she learned of this god concept. You mustn't say such things, Lord Fakub. Please, at least refrain from putting such thoughts into words. Shut up, this isn't my fault. It's the fault of the king and the god who made me think this in the first place. Who do you think I am, anyway? I'm a rare Petrosaur, the only kind of Dinos blessed enough to be chosen by the skies. It should be me standing at the top of the Dino Society. Do you have any idea of how much my thoughts are devoted to Mictlan for that purpose? Despair, repugnant king of dinosaurs. Despair, useless Kukulkan. That the crypto showing up could change our entire culture proves that we never had a culture of our own to begin with. Yeah, you're exactly right, Lord Fakub. No one loves Mictlan more than you. You're the perfect Dinos to lead us all. Alright, move ahead with that plan we discussed. Tell Iscalio I'll agree to a second meeting, in secret. A plan to steal the sun, huh? It's bold, I'll give him that. But it was at least worth hearing what he had to say. I certainly can't think of a better pretext. Fine, if it'll really save our dying son, he can have Chichen Itza. I'm gonna grab a soda real quick while the ad's running. Alright, we're back. Let's go. I heard you're heading to Mictlan. I have some experience with the journey to the 7th stratum. Would you mind if I came along as your guide? Of course. I agree, we won't have anything to fear as long as you're there with us, pal. Hey, new line working alright? Can you guys hear me? Yep, loud and clear, Mynheer. Mictlan's magnetic field is pretty strong. In fact, every shroud has their own atmospheric density, magical energy concentration, and background radiation levels. Luckily, over the past few days, Professor figured out a way for our comms to actually adjust to the signal to suit the environment. We still won't be able to contact each other while we're in the underworld, since its levels seem to be similar to singularities in certain ways. But otherwise, we should be good to go. And we should be able to communicate while you're in the 7th stratum. That's great. We'll support you as best we can from here. You're leaving too, Lady Nito. Aw, man, we're gonna miss you, but I guess you gotta go, since it's the 7th stratum. I mean, the 8th stratum's Camelot's hideout. If he shows up again, it's gonna be up to you to defeat him. Take care of Big Sis. And Big Sis Master us. Of course, that poor excuse for a necromancer is no match for me. And once we conclude our business in Mictlan, we'll return to your city. It would be a shame to let this new fame go to waste. So when I get back, we're gonna hold the Nitocris Cup we talked about last night. Oh, I can't believe we're gonna have another Zocta ceremony. Nothing can stop us now. I only beat Camzos because it was essentially a bad matchup for him. I had a number of advantages going on. But if we were ever to run into Talalok, the Brain God again, I don't think I could defeat her as I am now. Good morning. Sorry I'm late. I went down to look at the shops first thing in the morning, and I lost track of time. And they were even out of the thing I was looking for. Just goes to show that you should be prepped for an adventure ahead of time. Not to worry, Tolukan. I have everything we'll need for camping out. We're all good to go. I've been guiding her and Nash into its 1st stratum, after all. Then I guess we just need to come along for the ride. Good job, pal. Of course I'll do the best I can, but why do you sound so happy about this? Because I've never been proud of your accomplishments before. This proves you've gotten better at asserting yourself and showing us that you're when you're serious. I don't know if I agree with that. You two wouldn't either, would you? When you adjust your glasses, I can tell you mean business. Me too, you may not have realized this yourself, since you're such a naturally gentle soul. But you clearly feel a great deal of responsibility for the jobs you accept and results to produce. I see. Well, the thing with my glasses wasn't really meant to convey my emotions. I made these myself. They help me avoid looking upon things I shouldn't. Still, hearing what you both had to say just now was wonderful. I hope I can remember this moment perfectly forever. Oh, there's our first hint of, him being shaky sore. Okay, we should probably get going. It'll take us about 2 days to reach the 7th stratum from here. We should be pretty safe with this lineup, but make sure you all stay sharp on the road anyway. Oh, part of it's in English now. Oh geez, we're already in trouble. What the hell are they thinking? Are they trying to burn down the whole jungle? I guess this means we've entered the territory, the 5th stratum. Even so, I can't believe they tried to blast us with fire before we even got close to them. Do they just not care about the jungle or the animals that live in it? Huh? I think I just understood a little. You too, Master. I thought I made out some of what they were saying just now as well. We all may have woken up at the same time, but the Oslo-Miz language and how they exchange information must be changing rapidly. It's incredible how quickly they adapt, especially without the Mala's protection. This is no time to be scoping things out. See that guy? He's the leader around here, the captain of their squad. You'd best take him out right now or he's going to be a floor in outside for who knows how long. Alright, you guys better turn that machine gun into scrap metal and fire it off the Koyanskaya. Okay, so... time for old reliable. Let's go. Let's see here. I'm gonna go with Summer. Seems like there's a invulnerability gimmick, so where in the world are you, Altera? Altera, where are you? There she is. Let's go.
お客様、獲物はあちらでございます。手に入らないイノベーション始めます。イノベーション始めます。いかほどまだしましょう。そういいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよロードレスキャメロット。
Let's see here.
完全配慮よろしく。完全配慮よろしくね。宝具を目を背けないで。時期神戸を垂れよ。恐怖を希望まで何人通るにあたわず。
That's fine. Wasn't really planning on tackling him with NPs anyway.
もちろんお望みのままに。
リラックス。最高のカードを君
はいい目を背けいい判断です。モルゴー魔女ですね。消えます。公園に本気です。はい、NSS サービスです。もちろんお望みの
さてカウンティングオーバー。
目に映るいい判断です。そういいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよロードレスキャメロット。何を喜んでいるのです。私が出たのです。勝利は約束されていたはずです。
There are cornfields around here too. Of course, corn is considered the flesh of the gods. It's been modified to grow anywhere and everywhere in Mictlan. It's also one of the Deimos' primary source of energy, second only to the sun. As luck would have it, we have an excellent harvest today. Tomorrow, you'll be entering the sixth stratum, the third underworld. Thank you for the follow, Lucilia. While I'm accustomed to it, the rest of you will be seeing the galactic sand dunes for the first time. So tonight, I want you all to get plenty of nutrients and rest up for the trek across them. And welcome to chat. I also have some sauce Baker was kind enough to prepare for us on the storm border. Huh? You're putting that black water on our holy corn? That looks kind of evil to me. What is it exactly? It's called soy sauce. If you brush it over the corn before cooking it, well, you see the result for yourselves. Yay, it's roasted corn! Kukulkan is offended so much. Absolutely appalled. Looks like Kukulkan, the king of this lost world, just roasted a corn, is now just a roasted corn eating machine. Kukulkan, maybe that's enough. You'll give yourself a terrible stomachache if you overeat. Then again, she's eaten 10 times her body mass in corn already, so maybe there's no sense worrying? Oh good, here, tip out, an hour helping. I've been missing out on this tasty treat for 100,000 years, so I've got to make up for lost time, yes? Man, proper human history is just downright devious. You're recklessly crazy. How would you invent something that makes corn taste this good? Do you want the whole world supply devoured? Well, I won't let that happen. I'm a god, you know. If it ever looks like we're about to run out of corn for good, I'll do everything in my power to make sure we don't. So this is culture shock. Terrifying. It seems we have a new possible cause for the extinction on our positive extinction on our hands. I'll look after Kukulkan, so don't worry about her. Enjoy your after dinner chat. They just haven't really cultivated much in the way of culinary techniques, so I guess this is all very new and exciting for her. I'm glad the roast corn made her so happy, though. I expected she'd like it since she's a humanoid like us, but it's good to get confirmation. You know, Davinci, it may be a little late to be asking this, but if Kukulkan is this lost world's god, why does she look like a human and not like a Dinos? Good question. It's probably because she's supposed to be marketable. I don't blame you for wondering. Whenever humans imagine being superior to themselves, they usually think of giants or beastmen. Their tendency is a mix of familiar human form with characteristics no ordinary human could possess. By that standard, do you expect Kukulkan to look a lot more like a Dinos than a human? Hear me, evil roast corn. Your days are numbered. I swear not to rest until every single last kernel of you is in my belly. Are we sure she's not actually a dinosaur? Don't have a try. I understand how you feel, but that's not nice to say. Okay, I was hoping to gather a little more information first, but it seems like a good opportunity to move up our schedule and hold an emergency briefing. It's going to be kind of heavy for an after-dinner conversation, though, so be ready for that. Alright, I'm not going to keep you waiting any longer. I'm sure you've been wondering about the origins of Mesoamerica in the Magecraft world. And why the 7th Lost Belt turned out to be the way it did. We should have discussed that at the start, so on behalf of Chaldea, I'm sorry it took this long to get to it. But while we maybe took the scenic route to get to it, time has finally arrived. Are you ready, everyone? Are you ready? Then let's get this episode of Da Vinci's Mythology Corner started. First off, you. I believe Mash already told you about proper human history's Chichen Itza and the relationship between Maya and Aztec mythology, right? Do you remember what she said? Maya first, then Aztec. Very broad strokes, but since we're discussing the Lost Belt, I guess a basic understanding will do for now. Then taking all that into consideration, let's go over our journey so far. More chalkboard stuff. We originally infiltrated the 7th Lost Belt in South America to finally settle the score with the foreign god. But after breaching the storm wall, instead of the South American continent we expected to see, we found Pangea, a massive supercontinent that once contained all of Earth's landmass. Immediately after, the ground split open, revealing what I can only describe as a light we don't yet understand. That light struck the storm border, sending it crashing down into this underground world known as Mictlan. As you'd expect from its name, Mictlan strongly reflects characteristics of Central America rather than South America. This is most likely because this Lost Belt's roots, that is, the basic idea underpinning it, comes from Central America and proper human history. So it would be more accurate to refer to this world as the Central American Lost Belt rather than the South American Lost Belt. True, but its surface coordinates are still in the South America, so let's just stick with South American lost belt. I like how they finally fucking acknowledge that. Now here's my first observation. Let's dig a little deeper into Central American mythology. In addition to being closely tied to the natural world, Central American mythology is also focused on a strong focus on the astronomical perspective. They took a great interest in outer space. In fact, there's still a lot of depictions of rockets pointing towards the sky that remain in Mesoamerican murals and relics today. Why is that? The Magecraft world has a theory. They think that the Mayan civilization's interest in outer space may have started with a figure who already knew plenty about it. As in an alien. Yep, it came from outer space, but it wasn't the kind of creature you'd probably be imagining. 66 million years ago, during the fifth of the Big Five extinction events, an enormous meteorite crashed into the Yucatan Peninsula in Central America. The resulting shockwave is believed to have become a massive heat wave which covered the entire planet, effectively ending the dinosaurs' time as Earth's dominant life forms. I understand dinos are different from dinosaurs, but I've also been told their bodies are equally strong and durable. So if this event wiped out the dinosaurs and changed the entire ecosystem, it must have been quite the disaster. Yep, the earthquake created by the meteorite's impact exceeded a magnitude of 11, and the resulting tsunamis were easily over 300 meters tall. Recently, some people have come to believe that another meteorite landed in West Africa at around the same time. But either way, there is no question about the impact on the Yucatan Peninsula. There's just too much evidence of it. There's a 160-kilometer crater along the peninsula. Iridium, a rare metal, was discovered there too. And above all, the enormous underground cavern that was clearly formed by a meteorite impact. You see, there are lots of springs called cenotes in the Yucatan Peninsula. They're essentially very deep pits with groundwater bubbling up at their bottom, which made them crucial sources of water. And one of the reasons these cenotes formed in the first place was the result of changes that the meteorite impact had on the bedrock. Which explains why so many of the cenotes are connected to each other underground, like a giant ant colony. See? This means there must have been a massive underground world running beneath the Yucatan Peninsula as far back as 66 million years ago. For the people living there at the time, the underworld of the Xicbala from Mayan mythology is very real. Over time, this underworld myth was brought into Aztec mythology as well, where it was reborn as Mictlan. In the Magecraft world believes that the primal fear the locals had in Mictlan wasn't a product of legend, but because that very real fear was inscribed upon their DNA. So they weren't normal fucking people? No, they were perfectly normal except for one additional factor. The Yucatan Peninsula meteor was absolutely chock full of resources. And I don't just mean the kind of rare metals that are nearly impossible to find on Earth. I mean matter or even life forms that didn't exist on Earth at all. What I'm saying is, aliens arrived on the same meteorite that hit the Yucatan Peninsula. Seriously? Yep, that's serious, though I guess calling them aliens might be overselling it. At any rate, the meteorite came with intelligent life from another planet. We don't know whether they used life on Earth as a host bodies like parasites or if they outright fused with them. Either way, this intelligent life arriving on Earth resulted in the rapid rebirth and development of advanced life on the planet. What's more, it did so in ways beings like ourselves who reproduce sexually can never duplicate. These extraterrestrials had to multiply quickly over a large area and without pause so they could cover all of Earth. And the best way they could do that was via the natural world's most abundant life form of life, plants. This means beings which were brides with the meteorite weren't conscious beings, but fungi with the ability to store and convey information. They parasitized Earth's plants and helped them develop their seeds. Once humans came around, they were revered as incarnations of nature itself. Those are the roots of all Mesoamerican gods. They would attach to just about anything and lend them their power. At times, they probably appeared as natural forces themselves. Sometimes I bet they used animals as their host bodies. Other times, I wouldn't be surprised if they used humans. In time, the people who would eventually form the Mayan civilization were born. Those who were most compatible with the fungi became priests, kings, and sometimes gods. So basically, in the Magecraft world, it's believed that these fungi, which gave the Mayan people their visions of outer space, the fungi's homeworld. So these aliens, these visitors attached to a meteorite from the 66 million years ago, were the origin of the civilization's gods. Huh? Da Vinci, when you say fungi, are you talking about the mushrooms we know of today? Well, recently there have been theories about that all fungi on Earth were not only share a common language, but that they also communicate through their own underground network, a topic for another time. In retrospect, calling them fungi may have been misleading. They are more closely resemble the roots of a plant than anything else. Imagine microscopic life forms that operate entirely via nerve tissue, and you have the right idea. I guess they look a lot like living filaments. Anyway, while these fungi, or plant roots, or whatever you want to call them, were able to store and convey information, they weren't able to achieve conscious intelligence on their own. It may sound bad, but in many ways, they were like a virus that needed a host body to survive. I think that by attaching to a host, these beings were able to advance that host's species and secure a livable biosphere. A carrier of the gods. I've heard that there's a family in the Matrix Association who's been watching over mystic fungi from the Age of Gods for generations. Is it the same kind of thing? Yep, the origins may be different, but the carriers of the gods follow the same logic. The result is a human infected with the divine blood who can manifest mystics from the ancient gods here in modern times. It doesn't get much further than that. In Aztec mythology, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca often appeared as humans despite being gods. But if Quetzalcoatl was actually a god filament using the king of that age as its host body, then it all makes sense. First, these aliens attach themselves to plants, which cause plant life to flourish. This is also in Central and South America's massive jungles and rainforests. They then use the plant roots spread out underground as a nervous system to cultivate all around the world. Over time, they noticed the emergence of humans, Earth's prime species, and oversaw the end of the Age of Gods. When these beings' own time ran out and they accepted they would never return to their home in outer space, they decided to entrust their hopes and dreams to their children, inhabiting the Earth's surface, humans. And that is the story behind the Mayan and Aztec civilizations. Their mythology still remembers Earth's Big Five extinction events, yet doesn't portray them as in a negative light. And the mythology focused on the rebirth of species filled with the will to overcome even the worst world-ending disaster. Alien parasites. That's a fucking new one. Volcan is asleep now, so I overheard your discussion. If I understand you correctly, Da Vinci, you're saying that human history diverged based on the species. These extraterrestrials chose to carry on their wish to return to their home. In proper human history, they chose humans, and in the South American Lost Belt, they chose Dinos, us. Does that mean this Lost Belt began after the mass extinction event 66 million years ago? If so, this Lost Belt would have the longest history of any of them, by far. No, for that matter, it would mean this Lost Belt's prime species has been developing for even longer than proper human history. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all correct. But there's still a lot we don't know. It's safe to say the meteorite that crashed on the Yucatan Peninsula marked the point where this Lost Belt began. But I can't see what happened after that. Why does Volcan look human instead of like a Dinos? Why did this Lost Belt's god filaments choose parasite Dinos and not humans? The dinosaurs would have also been wiped out during the fifth big extinction event. So if the filaments were going to choose any species to parasitize, surely they would have chosen mammals, the dominant form of life, just like they did in proper human history. I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure I've at least got the broad strokes right. I could have inferred a little bit more if Holmes were here, but that's the best I could do on my own. I see, so you need more information to make additional inferences. Why don't we try looking at it from a different angle? We may not know why the god filaments chose the dinos. But we do know the basis for our... But do we know the basis for our being chosen? Oh sure, that much is pretty clear. Before I go on, I'd like to just go over some facts. A. Based on the information we've gathered so far, what can you say about the Dinos? They're rather different from dinosaurs. Yep, they of course have the same musculature as dinosaurs. They can camouflage themselves like chameleons, and they can communicate telepathically. They're all herbivores despite the diversity in their species, and they can nullify physical impacts using biowaves. It should be impossible for those traits to have evolved on Earth organically, for high intelligence in particular. I don't mean that it's impossible for them to be smart. I mean that most herbivores simply won't be capable of it. It's just not feasible to add their size. Dinos would be able to obtain the required nutrients for survival on a herbivore's diet alone. Which means that Dinos must have been replenishing the energy need by a different means. The teachings of the sun. They're able to live on water and sunlight alone. Oh, you mean the Dinos are... Yep, they're conducting photosynthesis all the time, thanks to the god filament's evolutionary help. This Lost Belt's prime species, the Dinos, are a hybrid of both flora and fauna. My fucking god, plant dinosaurs. They're infected by alien fungi. They've been this world's dominant form of life for 66 million years. They're way more advanced than humanoids like us. I can't believe it. I had no idea we were just such incredible creatures. You sure are. Y'all probably don't think anything of it, but you Dinos are actually the perfect intelligent life form. Every last one of you is strong, and you don't have to compete with each other for resources to survive. In a way, you're just like the vision Kurashira had for an ideal humanity, a species whose members will never need to fight among themselves. I'm glad it was Dinos who were the ideal species. The ideal prime species. Yes, Kurashira's goal wasn't a pipe dream after all. The ideal species he hoped to see exists right here. And the fact that they're all so kind, like Tapao, makes me so happy. That being said, even though I can make an educated guess about the meteorite hitting the Yucatan Peninsula being the branching point for the South American Lost Belt, I still have no idea why I ended up with this unusual structure. The only way we're going to find out is by going to this observatory, but first, we've got to get through the next checkpoint, the third underworld. Then again, this time we've got Nitocris, Da Vinci, and the ridiculously overpowered dinosaur god snoozing away over there. So I'm sure we can handle anything this place throws at us. Bring it on, I say. Famous last words? Da Vinci's guesses were mostly correct. We did fall from outer space. We did end up stranded on this planet. In your world of proper human history, we are the ones who instigated the 5th mass extinction event 66 million years ago. But this is a lost belt. In this world, thanks to a tiny deviation in its path, the meteorite that devastated the Earth arrived 250 million years sooner. And that is where our worlds parted ways. It's also where the Mictlan you see here began. For 234 million years, we used our roots to keep the supercontinent together. But then, 66 million years ago, this planet faced its third extinction-level event. In proper human history, this is where the old world ended, and the new Cenozoic era began. Instead of waiting for humans like you to appear later, we chose them to carry on. We chose the prehistoric children who continue to survive so valiantly on this planet, just like those of you who would be born later. Wait, why the fuck are we able to communicate with the fucking parasite punk guy? Parasitic aliens. Damn, I'm up too early. I say it's 4:30 in the morning. You woke up. What a coincidence, so did I. Since I'm up anyway, I decided to give Havatron a break and keep watch for her. I was just admiring Mictlan's night sky. Go get some more sleep. I've got the lookout stuff covered, yes? You're not going back to sleep? Then would you like something to drink? You need to stay hydrated, right? Oh, you want to know how we're seeing stars even so deep underground? Well, unfortunately, Mictlan's night sky isn't actually a window into outer space. It just looks like one. The stars we're seeing are just a model using falsiforans to imitate what the real night sky of so long ago looked like. The only real celestial body here is the sun. And even that's technically a fake, since it's actually a really tiny artificial recreation of the real thing. You know, I think I might have just been imagining things, but... Yes? Were you only pretending to be asleep earlier, Kukulkan? Wow, you saw right through me. I didn't think it was really my place to speak up there, so I figured pretending to be asleep would be the best way to not interfere. I mean, the whole conversation would have come to a screeching halt if they asked me to weigh in, you know? What do you think, Kukulkan? How did Mictlan end up like this? I wouldn't have known what to do if you asked me those kinds of questions. So, if you had asked, I'd have to answer. And since I can't lie, well, I decided to pretend I was asleep and wait until the storm passed. Got something to hide, then? Oh, but you kept something from Da Vinci, too, didn't you? There was a moment you could have pointed out she was wrong, but you chose not to say anything. Why is that? You already know whose dream it was you saw when you were back in Chichen Itza, didn't you? Is it because you didn't want to interrupt, or is it because you realized I was only faking being asleep? And you knew instinctively that if you spilled the beans, I'd kill you? Sure. Really? Well then, you were dead on. If you had told everyone, you'd all be gone now, cornfield and all. Anyway, that's enough joking around. You guessed right. That dream you saw came from the Mala, the god filament rooted here in Mictlan. I don't know how you ended up harmonizing with Mictlan so well, but you didn't do anything wrong. So there's nothing wrong with telling everyone what you saw and discussing it with them. But, there's a pretty good chance that doing so would expose certain someone's thoughtless misdeeds. And I guess she will have no one to blame but herself for that. Honestly, I barely even remember anything from that. Huh? You mean you forgot what you dream almost as soon as you wake up? Are humans just like that? Oh man, now that I think about it, I'm the same point. I thought I was the only one who was so forgetful. Okay, I'm gonna say goodnight again. Oh, just chalk all this up to a dream and forget it when you wake up. I mean, don't worry about anything. I'll be keeping you watch all night. Okay, back to bed. What's the third level of the underworld like? It's a strange place, permanently covered in the darkness of night. There's a gentle breeze, there's a lot of oases with clean water, and a starry night sky that stretches out as far as you can see. The only downside is that dinos can't stay there long, given the lack of sunlight. It's the only desert in Mictlan, and a very peaceful place for stargazing. A desert, at last, familiar terrain. Now you're starting to speak my language. The desert is indeed beautiful at night. I can even teach you how to use the stars to navigate there. Ain't it supposed to be night around here? Haha, what in the world happened here? Pow? Well, this is embarrassing. I think I give up. Endless grains of sand everywhere you look. Arid air without a hint of moisture. Heat more oppressive than even the jungle. Mash, could you tell me exactly what the current temperature is? 80 degrees Celsius, 176 Fahrenheit. I see. I could dry up with dinos in a few days. Frankly, I would like nothing more than to go home, but don't worry. We have a specialist with us. Nita Chris, please do something about this. What do you expect me to do? This is a desert, it's a hellscape. Even if we shrug off these sandstorms, it may as well be barrages of needles. There's still the air, which is hot enough to boil water. That's not even mentioning the weird gravity. An oasis won't do us any good if it's floating too high up for us to reach. But can you still float up there in the wind, no? Mash, show me how you are the incarnation of the god of the sky. Given all your knowledge of the desert and your ability to fly, I think of no better god than shriek for help. Please. I mean, yes, I am, but floating on winds as strong would be, it would be suicide. I don't recommend flying around here, or even jumping too high now. In addition to the strong wind, everything above 400 meters is vacuum with no gravity. It may look like a clear blue sky, but it's exactly the same as being in outer space. Exactly, thank you, Kukulkan. I knew Mictlan's sky of the wind would understand. The sky in this level of the underworld is no sky at all, and since outer space is well beyond my jurisdiction, we'll just have to hoove it. I don't suppose you brought another bit buggy with you to Vinci? No, but I really am wishing I had. I knew I should have been working on Bastinian the fourth in secret. Hang on, we're not going to be reaching a waste anytime soon, right? We should turn back. Servants might be fine, but she won't make it an hour out here. Your Mystic Code's temperature regulation was just barely enough to keep even in the jungle, right? So trying to cross this desert's going to feel like trucking through a steam bath. Your canteen will be empty before noon. What are you going to do if you collapse out there? Good point, Habitar. I agree. We should go back to the jungle for now, stock up on water, and then... I don't see the jungle we came in from anymore. Is the sandstorm just blocking our view? I hope that's all there is to it. Hang on, let me send Typhone out to take a look. Meanwhile, we should stay together so that the sandstorm doesn't separate us. Hold hands, grab onto each other's clothes, whatever you need to do. Typhone's back. What did she find out, Da Vinci? Bad news. She couldn't find a way out of the desert. Somehow, even though we just arrived from the jungle, we're out in the middle of the desert. Must be this underworld's trial. But making sure Senpai has enough water is a matter of life and death. If only we can at least mitigate the heat somehow. Yeah, I'm against continuing on like this, too. Damn it, I let the cool environments in the first and second underworlds lull me into a false sense of security. I should have been able to generate some water, but as hot as it is, that isn't going to save her or T'Pau from heat exhaustion. I didn't think it was going to be this bad either. Damn it, I knew I should have gone around the shops a little bit more. If only we had a yellow cucumber from Chichen Itza, we would have been able to regulate her and T'Pau's body temperatures. It's not your fault, Kukulkan. Almost nobody uses yellow cucumbers these days. Only a very old shopkeeper would even think to stock them. Huh? Is this what you're talking about? Thank you, don't mind if I do. Tip out! I'm sorry, truth be told, my mind reached its boiling point some time ago. Tell me, where'd you get that? From a shop. Go ahead, I have two. Thank you, don't mind if I do. Oh, what vitality, what energy. Almost feels like ice moving through my veins. Normally being out here would be suicide, but just now I feel incredible. Go on, try it. Don't have to tell me twice. You ate it as is? Are you sure it's safe for humans, Senpai? It's like a natural ice cream. Edible work of art, really. What the? So it's a cooling fruit, or a vegetable that excels in helping people beat the heat, similar to green cucumbers? It does look pretty good. It's a shame you only brought 2 of them. This is perfect. With yellow cucumbers that good, you don't need any more water for the rest of the day. Thank goodness you have managed to find such a well-stocked shop. And of course, great job making sure you're prepared for anything. Oh, Shiva just sent me an alert. Hostiles. Please be careful, everyone. Heat signatures are burrowing through the ground towards us. Worry not. Any demonic beast that lives in the desert is subject to my jurisdiction. This time for sure. I, Pharaoh Nidacris, will take the lead here. The rest of you fall back and save your strength for later, just in case. As for you, now that the fruit adequately hydrated you, I'd like your help by performing some simple heroic spirit summons. On it. Huh? Shh. Grab Void Service. Swap over to Defensive Mystic Code. And head in.
それでは参りますよ。ご一同。不敬はダメですよ。ホルスよ。わかります。屍の鏡、暗黒の剣、飛び出た恐怖の心、暗風ネブタチュゼル。ファラオの意向をここに。それがよいでしょう。もしもし。ザザーンザザーン。たくさん出ません。特別に許可。わかります。屍の鏡、暗黒の剣、飛び出た恐怖の心、暗風ネブタチュゼル。不敬はダメですよ。それわかります。もしもし。ザザーン。もしもし。たくさん出ません。わかります。それが許します。天罰。ザザーンザザーン。たくさん出ません。それが良いでしょう。
Because of the weird gimmick with Miyuka's dying in this fight.
天罰。ザザーン。たくさん出ません。ファラオの意向をここに。それがわかります。屍の鏡、暗黒の剣、飛び出た恐怖の心、暗風ネブタチュゼル。ではまずカノポスを作ります。ダメ？
Were you trying to kill me? Because if it had been anyone else, you would have succeeded. Of course not. The summoning ritual just kind of stopped. You weren't able to summon anyone? Didn't you say you could summon any heroic spirit you want when you're in the underworld? Hi there, Skeletor. Forget insolent. Failing to summon aid here is downright incompetent. I appreciate your faith in my ability, but you're wildly overestimating me. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Pharaoh Nitocris. I was right here. I saw the whole thing. Senpai's summoning ritual did go off without a hitch, but it seemed like something external nullified it before it could work. I'm guessing it has something to do with a rule that's unique to this level of the underworld. Oh, I didn't realize. A summoner who's lost the ability to summon is like a bird that's lost its wings. As a caster, I can understand your frustrations. Forgive me, I shouldn't have yelled at you when I didn't have all the information. As a fellow worker of spells, let me offer some advice. Don't mistake your inexperience for weakness. No one is an expert at everything. When things go truly bad, but knowing your situation only makes it worse. Next time, I want you to try taking a deep breath, moving a few steps in any direction, and directing your mind elsewhere, away from your concerns. Okay. Don't worry about it. Those desert insects were no match for me. They may have caught me by surprise at the start, but I got used to them. Now I can handle 10, no, 100 easily. Say, that's right. As a pharaoh, you used to command the Sphinx. You should still have that same authority even here in Mictlan's underworld. That Sphinx is actually a gift from Pharaoh Ozymandias, but I'll just keep that part to myself. All that aside, the fact that your summoning ritual was aborted like that is pretty concerning. I'm not too worried about us for the moment, since we have heavy hitters like Nidacris and Kukulkan around. But you're... Why the fuck? Why did it crash like that? There we go, now we're back. I don't know what the fuck happened there. But you're not being able to summon other heroic spirits worries me. What kind of role could have... Abatrot? What is it, Abatrot? Why are you gawking like that? There, look there. Look, look, look. Huh? Giant legs? Yeah, I see them too. Those gotta be the legs of some crazy huge creature. With toes that big, the whole thing must be something like 60 meters tall. Same size as Portea. Damn it, we need to hide, and fast, but there's nowhere to hide. Everyone gather around me and say hello to the ground. I'm gonna open up my sacred garment. Alright, more apples. What's this? Are you hiding us under cloth? Shh, quiet. This is the divine protection of the great Lord Mahad. So long as we stay put, that creature will never see us. It should give us a chance to see what is going on. Oh yeah, remember, you once dressed as Lord Mahad's. I assure you I don't know what you're talking about. I just so happen to have this wondrous item on me, that is all. Right, well anyway, thanks Nidacris. You really saved our bacon. What a great little portable camp. This should let us catch our breath and see what's going on outside. Now, where's that Shadow's owner? Looks like it's still close by. Guess we'll just have to wait in here until it leaves. Oh, but first, is everyone okay? Oh yes, I'm fine, though I'm endlessly fascinated by this mysterious space in which we find ourselves. No issues here. I'm not injured either. I was just so shocked that I forgot to use my spirit form. How about you, Kukulkan? Oh, sure, I wasn't surprised at all. In fact, having you worry about me has put me in such a great mood. Alright, it seems like a good time to talk, so as long as we keep our voices down. This is the third level of the underworld, Zokokokori. It is the world of the endless desert, strong winds, and zero gravity. I'm guessing it corresponds to Pankulatoikolian, the fifth level of Mictlan in Aztec mythos. Pankulatoikolian, the underworld composed of a massive desert region. It was believed to contain 8 oases, but it was also home to strong winds which blow away anyone attempting to cross. The dead would cling to trees though as the not get swept up into the sky, and were said to flap like flags. You're right, that does sound a lot like this place. So if we were to make our way through this newly transformed level of the underworld, we'll have to cross 8 oases. You mean like that oasis floating in the sky? I can fly a little bit myself, but I definitely couldn't fly up there with all this wind. And that's not even mentioning the area with no gravity. The moment we get into higher altitudes, we won't know which way to float. I don't understand. Gravity is the force of attraction, yes? How can you lose track of which way to go when there's no gravity which will attract you? One of the key laws of this universe is that light things are attracted to heavy things. So, in the strictest sense, it's not really possible to go somewhere truly without gravity. In situations where you're floating in what we usually think of as zero gravity, it just means that some other force is canceling out its effects. For example, even in outer space, light things will still be able to be pulled in towards heavier things. Based on what we saw, I think we'd be able to fall towards the oasis' landmass if we make it up that high. However, Habitat's flight ability only lets her alleviate the force of attraction being exerted by the limb she's currently standing on, so she can't float above ground unless she's touched that ground at least once. I see, so for her to be able to fly above that oasis in the sky, she'd first have to fall towards it and splat herself on its ground. Do you really have to put it that way? Also, I could totally float once I get near the ground, so I might be able to save myself at the last second. If we compare Habitat's floating ability to her rated descent... No, never mind. May I ask you what would be the next heaviest object you're aware of in your vicinity? Easy, your mom. Well, that's easy. Earth, it's got an approximate mass of 6 sextillion tons. With numbers like that, it's no wonder airplanes still fall towards the ground no matter how far away they get from it. But here, we can escape the pull of Earth's gravity if we could get 400 meters above the ground, right? I know we just said that was dangerous earlier, but couldn't it also help us get closer to the oases? If only we had a way to navigate those strong winds, neither Habitat nor I can do that. So we should stick to the ground and look for a safer way up to the oasis from there. Even with the giant-ass fucking creature? There's no question it's dangerous, but it's also our only option. Fortunately, we have Nitocris, Queen of the Desert, here to help. Ah. Ahem, as I've told you twice now, I can't fly in these conditions. As Pharaoh, you can trust that I'm telling you the truth. So I'm in the same boat as the rest of you. Now, can we discuss this like adults? Can we all at least draw lots to choose who leads the way? Isn't Chaldea's approach about fairness, my ally? They're fucking throwing Nitocris to the wolves. No wonder she becomes a fucking altar. See here. And with the Vincing thing, we should be able to. So let's grab that for you. And then that for you. And since we can't order change it all, let's go with defense.
Hi, お任せ。ファラオの遺構をここにホルスよ。メンテナンスは十分かな。特別それがわかります。屍の鏡、暗黒の鍵、扉と恐怖の心、暗空ネブタチュゼル。
Really? Fuck you. Anyway.
時短了解。時短装填済みです。有効レンジ入りました。フル回転ターンマスターバーニア突撃しますターンはっ
バッチリいける。時短装填済みです。許します。ほっ有効レンジ入りました。天罰はっはっパラドクスエフェクトセット。バンカーボルトリロード。了解。許します。あちらもどうぞ。ザザーンブーストストライク。
Nice. Mash actually did damage. Okay, cool. How much left on you? 2 turns. Got it.
ファラオの意向をここにピンチチャンスに。このスリル許します。ほっもしもし天罰
Bruh.了解。あちらもどうぞ。装填済みです。それが良いでしょう。ほっスライドスマッシュ天罰はっ申し訳ありません。危険はダメですよ。特別にバッチリいける。特別に屍の鏡暗黒の鏡飛び出た恐怖の心暗空ねぶた主戦。 Cool. Anyway.
ライダーでも万能な私。最高。
There, you see, these desert insects are no trouble at all. There are just a lot more of them than I thought there would be, but I still keep going. Please stop, you've earned a break. But we're almost to the oasis, and we have to find a way up there before that giant demonic beast spots us. You're one seriously hard worker, huh, Nitocris? I get it, I do, but you can need the rest when you can. You still have Lord Methead's cloth, right? Now that we're to save her, why not use it? Otherwise it's just gonna go to waste. Absolutely not. One does not just casually call upon Lord Methead's protection whenever it is convenient. It is only acceptable in times of great danger or great opportunity. Otherwise it would be like it'd be the height of insolent. Nitocris, please, you need to rest. All these battles are taking a toll on you. No, as long as we can't count on her summoning, I have to step up to fill in the gap. I was the very first servant summoned to help with the challenges you will face in this lost belt. And I was still unable to protect the border. I suffered a shameful defeat at Tlalaloc's hands, and I couldn't even take part in the mission to Mexico City at all. I need to be useful, or I will have been chosen for nothing. If I give up now, I'll never be able to face the other 3 servants who were thrown out in the Mictlan while they were still being summoned. Hey, I get how you feel, but none of that was your fault, right? Really, if anyone's at fault, it's that thing that attacked the storm border when we first got here. if that pillar of light thing hadn't knocked the border out of the sky, we wouldn't have had Protea and Benny Enma fighting alongside. We would have had Protea and Benny Enma fighting alongside us this whole time. Pillar of light. This is the first time hearing it. In fact, I've never heard a story of how the border crashed either. What in the world could have... no, what sort of violence could have possibly destroyed such a wonderful ship? Google Condor is guilty. Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. So, David says Kalipoka, the foreign god, and Or are our only enemies. We also have to worry about that pillar of light that almost split the border in half as soon as it popped up from under the ground. So we have to figure out exactly what it is, how we can handle it if it shows up again. Well, that happened to you guys, huh? Gosh, I had no idea. But you can only saw that light giant once on the surface, right? If it hasn't showed up again since, then maybe we'll just never see it again? Oh. Kukulkan, what did you just say? Never mind that now. That tremendous creature is back, and apparently it brought sandworms with it. Lord Mahed's protection won't be any use against those. They rely on vibrations to attack their prey. Then we'll just have to get rid of them before the giant shows up. Yeah, Tapao, stay back with Nitocris. As soon as Mash, Kukulkan, and I finish taking care of the sandworms, we'll take shelter under Nitocris's cloth. Got it? Ah, she's right. I'm too exhausted to handle even a single sandworm. If I were to lose and make trouble for everyone again, like I did against Talalak, then... No, we don't got it. What are you getting so sheepish for, Nitocris? You are the queen of a great nation, right? Are you really gonna let a defeat or two undo you? Is that all the people of Property Ministry are even made of? Don't be afraid to listen to your heart or say how you really feel. Besides, you still haven't even defeated 100 sandworms. Right, yes, of course. I don't need you to tell me that. Come on, Kukulkan. These sandworms are no threat. I'll defeat him and the giant all at once. Okay, so... Mash gets that. Nitocris. Gets that. Binky. Gets this. And Habitrot gets...
サポートシステム 40% カット。運動性問題ありません。ファラオの意向をここに。否定はダメですよ。アヌビス。
Might as well get this out of the way while I still can.
屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、暗数ねぶた主人。ガンガン行こうか。準備いいですか。さあ前にバッチリいける。いいナイス。駆け抜けるは前人未到。未完の馬よ輝ける轍を残せ。 止めないでね。
あちらもどうぞ。
ほっ風は翼ほっそっかそっかはっはっやったいいナイスよそ見全身ですはっはっそりゃこれが裸の私残念だけどここまでですこのスリルあちらもバッチリいけるじゃあレンジ外から攻めよオルタナース全機能解放全開よーしやっちゃうぞどんな嵐であろうともどんな未来を待とうともこれを突破するのが私たちの課題なのさボンビアージョまた会おう諸君痛い行きますマヤパンパン文字通り手はいくらでもあるのさバンカーボンリロード了解あちらこのスリルブーストストライクほっ派手に行くよごめんなさい申し訳ありませんガンガン行こうかホルスよいいよふんいっちゃうぜお最高ハンマーよやるじゃんここをもうちょっと念入りに飛び立つ前にいいかにゃーにゃーにゃーにゃーにゃー多すぎても魔法糸抜歯バレル解放方針根性で固定スクリーンスター壁からローッとほっ痛いのはちょっと
進むこのスリルどんな
Oh, this is gonna miss. Whatever.
どんな未来が待とうともこれを突破するのが私たちの課題なのさボンビアージョまた会おう諸君ほっ派手に行くよふぅ頑張るこのスリルバッチリあちらもどうぞほっえい派手に行くよふぅ頑張るねライダーでも万能な私最高
Alright, back to plot. Huh? What the? Wow. Is it just here the wind finally died down? Looks like it, except we only defeated its leg. Maybe that leg was a whole creature or an illusion created by that sandstorm? No, it was far too substantial for that. It was a real creature of a physical body, that much I'm sure of. Mash, have you ever seen anything like that leg anywhere else? Summer swimsuits. Nah, I'm sure I'm just imagining things. How bizarre. I do still have questions, but it's wonderful to see that our two biggest threats are gone. That mysterious giant creature of unknown origin and the strong winds that has suddenly stopped are no longer an issue. Now we can cross this underworld without any further concern, well apart from securing water for her. Even after the yellow cucumber, I can feel my mind beginning to slow down. Let's hurry to the oasis. Fair enough. Hang on, has someone collapsed over there? What is that thing for? What is that thing? I've never seen anything before. Like it before. It's fluffy, but it's also smooth and shiny. Oh, don't worry. It's also completely harmless. That much I can say for sure. Huh? There's another dinos here? Let's take a closer look. What the hell? That's not a Dinos. That's a human. And he's not wearing a mask, so he's not an Oceloti either. But he is dressed kind of weird. Bad language. You're from proper human history, aren't you? Talk about ice water and hell. Speaking of water, could you spare me some? I know something that will be worth your while. Oh no, he's so weak he could die at any moment. Master will be okay to give him some of our water. Sure. What the fuck is that thing? Thank you, I feel so much better now. One day I will repay the water you've given me. Although, from the looks of you, I take it water is the least of your concerns right now. Same for me. But I bring you good news. Now I have met you all, I see genuine hope for world peace. I'm certainly not about to let your chance pass me by. May I ask your names? I promise I won't misuse them. Is this that sheep from, Altera Santa's thing? Drumsit? Okay, why don't you go first, leader? Well... So you're Jump for Joy Elaine. I feel like I've heard that name before. Minus the descriptor, of course. That's my little contribution. And you're Borg Piglet Mash, Light Reflecting Tapao, Precocious Da Vinci, Wind Up Habitrot, Hapless Nitocris, and I don't know what to make of you, Mictlan. So 5 out of 7 you are combatants. Does this mean it's finally time to save the world? Borg Piglet isn't those adorable little creatures? I'm honored, but why Boar Piglet? I'm pretty sure I'm not wearing boar fur or anything like that. Just going off first impressions, really. No deeper meaning for any of it. So, where are y'all off to next? Going up to the 5th stratum or down to the 7th? Before we tell you anything more about ourselves, I'd like to hear your name and why you're collapsed out here. I mean, just look at how obviously shady he is. I can't tell you my name. It would only make trouble for you if I did. But I can tell you why I collapsed. I used to be this underworld's caretaker. It was my job to cultivate it. Then one day, I woke up surrounded by light, and a certain self-centered goddess ordered me to turn this desert into a veritable paradise filled with flowers and sheep. That is just unreasonable, isn't it? Don't you feel sorry for me? Of course you do. Still, I'm a very good caretaker, so I set about fulfilling her demands. I grew flowers all over the desert in necessity for sheep, since Mictlan doesn't have any. I fed the sandworms so they grew nice and large. So you're one responsible for those. Does my agricultural acumen surprise you? Me too, actually. So we're even there, that aside. For a while, things went well enough. Life was slow here in Northern World, but then I heard a loud flapping of wings and looked up to see a very suspicious Batman flying this way. Oh, you mean Camazotz? I'm sorry, I don't recall his name. There's very little space in my mind for men's names. I do remember that this Batman had a very friendly laugh. Ha ha ha, this and tee hee hee that. Then he spoke to the self-centered goddess, and she was transferred into a really scary goddess. You wanna know what made her scary? Well, she wasted not a second before attacking everything around her, the Batman included. It was so bad the Batman got irritated and flew off. You see? Terrible goddess. So she even gave Camazotz trouble, and he's the greatest symbol of fear in Mictlan. That's not all. The scary goddess then drained all the magical energy out of the flowers that worked so hard to grow and turned this place back into a desert. She made the Heavenly Echo Shrine and began using storms to rule over this underworld. Means she made the anti-gravity zone up in the sky? Yes, ma'am. The storm around here disappeared when you defeated the Heavenly Echo Shrine. If not for that, we wouldn't be having this conversation. That includes my explanation. My guess is that was pretty complicated for you, huh? Want me to summarize? It'll cost extra, though. No, that's okay. Now that we know that the scary goddess is this world's underworld's guardian, and the shrine she made is what caused the sandstorms, are you one of the goddess's attendants, then? If you were able to turn the desert into a flower field, you must be very knowledgeable and have extraordinary magical energy. Attendant. That sounds so nice. Attendants at least get the carrot. I, on the other hand, only get the stick. Are you dumb, Zid? Stop right there, please. Let's just get back to business. Now let me get another look at you. Would you tell me where you came from and what your purpose is? I still don't fully trust you, but I guess we're not going to get any further unless we talk. We're from Chaldea. You're a pure spirit from proper human history, right? Then you should know why we're here. Right now, we're heading to the 7th Stratum along with the Master. The sandstorm was giving us a lot of trouble, but now that it's gone, we're about to try and reach that oasis. I knew it. You think you'll be fine an exit at the oasis, but I'm afraid you're mistaken. Nobody who enters this underworld can ever leave, and anyone who reached that oasis will be even more trapped here. You're very lucky to have met me before you headed there. Please follow me. I won't let your precious companions throw their lives away. What do you mean nobody can leave? No, that's not important right now. What's important is my safety and all of your safety, which guarantees my safety. When the oasis, she can see us down here. She'll know that you're intruders now that you've destroyed her shrine, too. We need to get moving. There's a cavern I made in secret. We'll head there. I knew it! This way, I promise you, it's very pleasant for a cavern. Yes? Hold up, I just saw something I recognize on your back. We do see a lot of backs over the course of our lives. The back of a childhood friend moving to the big city, the back of a lover breaking up and moving out of your shared home. They're both beautiful backs to watch as they leave. But if human backs have one thing in common, it's that they all look like human backs, so no wonder mine is familiar. No, I'm pretty sure that was Doomazid. How'd you know that name? I must say, I don't care for this prying detective act. Everyone has dirty laundry if you look hard enough, especially when your clothes are made of wool. Dirty laundry? Are you sure you didn't mean bad credit? So, you finally shown yourself, Doomazid. I'm picking up a magical energy signal overhead. It's an A rank plus sphere origin, a divine spirit. Are those the intruders who destroyed my shrine? You should be honored. Most intruders are unlucky enough to have the goddess of the underworld herself squashed from underneath her heel. Oh, and of course, I'll be squashing you too, sheep god. Nice try for your obvious little rebellious act. You should have stuck to what you know. Did you really expect kindness and forgiveness from me? Unfortunately for you, I'm not a Rush Kikal anymore. I'm Nin Kikal, the true, cool, cold-hearted, lascivious goddess of the underworld. All who enter my garden become my property. Now prepare to be captured to be used as slave labor. Okay. I knew it! It's a rush go! Huh? I expected them to be rattled. Maybe they didn't hear my introduction? So you're the human and heroic spirits from pop human history. I've never seen any of you in my life. Very well, intruders. I shall introduce myself once more. I am Ninkiko, goddess of the underworld. I am the Sumerian deity, and I've taken charge of this third underworld for very good reasons. Fear me, rever me. My underworld is fair. All who enter are equal, for all become my slaves. Do as you're told, and I'll spare your lives. Defy me, and I'll grind you into fertilizer and use you to enrich the soil. This pressure is definitely the real Arashkigol. Her spirit origin pattern perfectly matches the one on Chaldea's spirit origin draft. She must be the fourth and final heroic spirit that was summoned on the border. Only she's been turned into an altar like King Protea and Beni Enma. Hey, try calling out to her. That she looks the way she does means she must be the same Arashkigol who fought in Babylonia. First, we need to find out if she still remembers you and if she understands why Chaldea summoned her. If we're lucky and things work out, we might be able to resolve this whole thing peacefully. Hey, long time no see. Stop that! Why are you waving at me like we're friends? I thought I told you I've never seen any of you before. Now listen to me, will you? I said nobody here gets special treatment. It really is the Arashkigol we know. I'd recognize that inability to try true affection anywhere. Gosh, doesn't it remind you of Aruk-senpai? I told you, my name's Ninkiko. Ugh, you still have no idea when someone's being mean to you, do you? They should realize this is what she just admitted. Not to worry, everyone. That's just a Arashkigol altar. She's going by her old name to match her new evil self, but she's still the same poor goddess she's always been. Only now she's got a command spell tying her to this place and commanding her to be the ideal ruler of the underworld. So Camazot's used a command spell to make her the guardian of this underworld, like he did with the other two? Oh, but wait, we don't have Rasputin with us anymore. Isn't he the only one who can undo alterization? Huh, I don't know this Rasputin, but it doesn't matter what kind of servant he is. My oath will never change. Do you know what Mictlan's bat told me? He said I should become who I always wanted to be. Well, that's who I am now, Ninkiko, the truly perfect goddess. I'll never be envious of the heavens. I'll never be jealous of Ishtar. Here, I am the invincible goddess of the underworld who's never made a mistake and never tasted defeat. That is the command spell I cast on myself, and my pride won't change it for anyone. So, are you saying you allowed yourself to become an altar, Arashkigol? Yes, that's right. Once I found... Why are you doing this? What the fuck? Okay, so. Once I fell into Mictlan and saw it save this underworld, I knew I had found my calling. I walked the end of the Age of Gods all by myself in the Sumerian underworld, so I know without a doubt that nothing and no one can stop this world from coming to an end either. And when this world is ending, might is the only right there is. Kindness and forgiveness are of no use there. A true goddess coldly and mercilessly exploits her followers, right? So I made this third underworld into a world where everyone obeys his god forever and ever. Here, everyone worships me, and everyone toils away every day to mine gemstones for my tribute. Here, I am the one and only god, and my power is absolute. All other divine heroic spirits are forbidden from entering. This way, even if things go wrong in all the other strata, my little corner of the underworld here will remain completely peaceful and prosperous, right? I can't believe I'm seeing a goddess Sumer promote monotheism. How embarrassing. As you can see, Arashkigol has become so competitive with Ishtar that she's wound up thinking just like her. So I take it you all understand what it is I'd like you to do, yes? I still don't get why I should get rid of the flowers. I know I'm kind of an outsider here, so I don't have any right to speak in your relationships. But am I right in understanding that Camzotz has set that girl over there down an evil path? She's long since reached the end of that path by now, but yes, that's right. Now, why don't we show her that violence again? Okay. Now I want to show her that violence always loses out to even greater violence together. So you're a god and you're actually from Mictlan. Not only do you not have anyone worshipping you, you don't even have anything worth protecting. Do you really think a pathetic phony goddess like you could ever defeat me? Fine then, I'll show you the authority of a god who's overseen the birth of a real civilization. Get ready, mate. It's time for you to learn your firsthand how mighty and awesome the goddess of the underworld really is. Okay, so... I have to bonk out one of her HP bars, and then everyone has to eat shit besides Cuckoo Clan. At least I can kill Mash and Habitrop pretty easily. So what I'll probably do is throw Kukulkan in the back, and then set it up where, Alright, let's go. We don't have any archers in this party, so it's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass, but whatever.
準備いいですか？ ここにホルスよ。ピンチ。
I'm gonna start with you.
特別に許可します。特別いい感じ。許します。屍の鏡、暗黒の鏡、扉と恐怖の心、暗空ネルカジュゼル。ザザーン。懲罰開始。はあ、軽いから。ヒュンヒュン。はあはあ。パラドクセーブ最大ダメージお任せください。一歩了解。一歩前にインターセプター。これでぶっ飛ぶブオースーパーですので私の脱走禁止。
Dude! I have no idea what the fuck's going on. It doesn't want me to play Nahui Mictlan, does it? Fucking asshole. Well, too bad. I'm gonna keep trying. Anyway,
そう、わかります。いいとも。もしもし。
ザザンそこ脱走禁止丸かじり丸かじりにゃいいともいいよ魔法糸抜歯バレル解放保身根性で固定スピンスターハブカー多すぎてもいっちゃうぜ僕の花を届けよお願いネスラムタイヤ冥界の守りを知りなさいこれが私の空気がでいる彼ら私が受け止めます今脱走禁止丸かじり誰であれ戦う心があるのなら神明東映保管これは多くの道多くの夢を作った運動のし証明せよロードキャメロット風は翼これならどうです冥界の私の庭私の椅子天に絶海地に監獄
Let's see if we get
我が
Bob.
こそ冥府の怒り完成するのだわくすいがれる止めないでねビームです風の光では見てください最後はやっぱり全身で冥界は私の庭
What the hell is happening? Ah, Tapel, look out. It's taking everything I've got just to hold back one of those legs. Oh man, this is nuts. Those legs are freaking huge and there's so many damn many. What? Oh man, we got nowhere to run. We can't even fight back. Is this what fighting the demon god pillars was like? Compared to caring for Lord Ozymandias' Sphinx, this is no big deal at... See? I told you I went out of my way to trample you personally. This is my boundless gorge, the heavenly echo shrine. Ishar used Gugalana as a divine beast. I don't need a divine beast that only goes from wreaking havoc though. Terrible use of resources. No, all I need for my shrine are its legs. And as you can see, for the cost of a single Gugalana, I can command a bunch of its legs at once. Can't believe you're only using its legs. Ouch, we're completely outmatched, aren't we? I never thought you would gather every Gugalana and Underworld in one place. It seems we're surrounded by leg walls. Looks like we'll have to try our luck again some other time. Don't give up. The only thing I can do for you now is pray for your success. Humans it out. Humans it! Damn, he got away. If he's not pilfering my magical energy reserves, he's fanning the flames of the Sentinel among my followers. But never mind him for now. His punishment can wait. It's over, mate. There's no escaping from my Google on the walls, but don't worry. Once I capture you, I'm gonna be nice and make you my permanent personal divine gemstone artisan. Ugh, what a horrific ordeal. Where are we now? Is this the Oasis? Yes, it is. I didn't know what was going to happen to us when those legs sent us flying, but it seems like we're still alive, at least for the time being. I guess we were captured after Gugulan's legs locked us out. Yep, this must be one of Arashkiko's spear cages. If we were in top form, we could probably destroy it, but I doubt we can manage that right now. We did take a hell of a beating. I'm so bruised I could barely move. I wonder what'll happen to us now. Are we really going to be forced to toil away in slavery to Arashkiko? Of course you are. What do you think the underworld is for? All of you guys are residents of the underworld, and you're going to work for me for all of eternity. From now on, your schedule consists of breakfast, work, mining for ore, lunch, work, mining for ore, dinner, work, extracting magical energy, and sleep. You're going to keep that cycle going until you've stored up as much magical energy as you possibly can, and don't expect any days off either. Oh man, that sounds way worse than death. So you really did cash rush just to put us to work. Are you really so eager to puff yourself up? Not even Ishtar would go this on second foot. Never mind. Let's try this another way. You said you made an oath to yourself that you would get the ideal goddess to rule the ideal goddess to rule the underworld. Does this mean you need to build a ton of magical energy to rule the underworld properly? Not really. I just want to make my slaves work as much as possible, like they did in Egypt with the pyramids. That is not remotely accurate. The pyramid's construction was a strictly above-board affair, conducted entirely in line with good labor laws. All the slaves were paid salaries, given regular breaks, and offered free beer at the end of the day. Our welfare system was absolutely perfect. We never could have accomplished such a great feat if not for our proper standards for labor laws. I don't know what's driving you, Ninkagal, but you're going about this entirely the wrong way. Is this how Sumeria's gods conduct themselves? Hey, Sumer had good labor laws too, even by underworld. I was the only one who ever did any actual work. No, never mind that. This is Mictlan's for underworld, not Sumer. You're the one who doesn't get it, Nitocris. How long are you planning to protect the shell of yourself? You still don't understand why you were really called here. That was clear to me in our battle earlier. What do you mean by that? You're a queen of the underworld too. You should be able to exert every bit as much authority here as I do. Not only did you fail to do so, you did not even try to challenge me for dominance. If you had been summoned to your own land, your own nation, then I can understand trying to maintain the image you cultivated during your life. But this is a foreign land and a battle for all of humanity. You're supposed to be protecting the future, not your past self. You're saying I'm putting myself first? Because I haven't allowed myself to be altered like you have? Alterization is just a means to an end. The question you should be asking yourself is, what can I do? When I was still alive, my dream was to have an underworld covered in flowers as far as the eye could see. And of course, I made it happen since Mictlan just has as much atmospheric magical energy as the Age of Gods. But it wasn't good enough. This isn't a Holy Grail war. My own dreams are secondary at best. So I gave him my field of flowers. I even gave him my right to return to Chaldea. I'll become the strongest goddess in this underworld. And that's the role I was meant to play. It's what I'm most proud of as a goddess people once believed in. Anyway, on a different subject. Where's the master, Mash? Probably hiding beneath your shield, right? Well, tell her to come out. I won't bite. Huh? Sorry, but Master isn't here. Didn't you notice? She pulled off a brilliant escape during our battle. What? That's impossible. How could she have possibly escaped my shrine? Good thing we managed to make it out of there. We're lucky this cavern was so close by. I even managed to get a fire going in the remnants of an old going in remnants of an old fire. Who could have been living here? It's probably dumb as its head out. More importantly, thanks for the rescue. Oh no, you're the one who helped me there. That was some great thinking. If you hadn't pointed out that the third and fourth flights were moving at different speeds, creating a gap between them, then I never would have thought to scoop you up and jump through that opening to escape. I have to say though, it was pretty thrilling. A narrow escape as a hoop the size of a building tried to crush us. Sorry about making you hold back. Huh? Not for asking so much of you? Don't be silly, I'm not holding back at all. You say as your MP's been sealed this entire time? I haven't been any help at all, have I? I really thought I'd be able to do more, but now there are all these things tying my hands. So much for Kokukan, the free-spirited win. I wish I could apologize to Quetzalcoatl. She seems lonely. But sure, you're a lot weaker than you seemed at first. And that's because you're holding back. You haven't even used your noble phantasm. Huh? What are you talking about? I always go out with everything I do. I've never pushed myself too hard, set limits on myself, or held back. I only ever do what I want, yes? You approached us because you were interested in us, right? But now you're putting up walls because you feel like you shouldn't get too close to us, aren't you? You, could tell. You're not exactly hard to read. Please let that wall come down. It's okay, I won't be mad. But are you sure you could trust me like that? I mean, I'm the god of a lost belt, and you're a human, and one from proper human history at that. Wouldn't it be way more likely that I'm just pretending to be kind to you to get an opportunity to kill you? Seriously, don't make me laugh. I can see from your smile that you really mean it, but how can you tell I'm not a bad god? You're essentially the same god as Quetzalcoatl. That tells me all I need to know. I guess you got me there. Okay, I got it. No more secrets. Time to reveal who I really am and rescue everybody. But if I really should be doing whatever I want, I'd kind of like you to return the favor. You know that handy thing you do with servants, where you form a bond with them to feed them magical energy? I'd like you to use that so I can pull out some cool techniques, so would you? Not a master right now, but sure, of course I will. Alright, I'm feeling great. Just leave it all to me, Master. I don't care how many legs Google Honest got. I'll just beat him all just one hit. Good, you're done talking. I have to say, seeing cultural exchange in action never fails to warm my heart. Good day. Hello, how do you do? And salutations. It's me, your local golden sheep and sleep device, Dumazid. And thus we're finally about to witness a real battle between goddesses. Way to go, mate. Would you object terribly to me using that sweet line you just gave to as my own work? To the whole world, of course. Try and I'll pluck out all that golden wool by hand. That's a shame, but of course, I was only joking. I'll just go ahead and steal the data from that recording into your next gift box. More importantly, I'm concerned about the others. We should go rescue them immediately, sooner even. Kukulkan, if you can defeat a rescue goal, that will solve everything. In her mind, the ideal ruler has never tasted defeat, as she put it. If she does, then she is no longer, by her definition, ideal. That will invalidate the oath, that is, the command spell she casts on herself. And if that happens, are you picking up what I'm putting down? Or Ashkigal will go back to normal. Exactly. Now please, get on my back, Shining Elaine. The key to our victory is defeating the third underworld's guardian without destroying the underworld itself. Time for a second round. Bravo, you're the very picture of health and inner refreshment, like the explosive power of a girl skipping rope. You made me want to save the world just by your side, and that's no small feat. Alright, we made it through the anti-gravity zone without a hitch. I hope you're ready, because we'll soon be at the Oasis. Unfortunately, after I drop off her, I'm gonna have to retreat to a safer area. I'm just sorry I won't be able to see how the battle unfolds. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Ah, he was being literal about dropping us off. Are you okay, mate? Do you need help? I'm fine, I can manage. Ain't the first time I've fallen out of the sky. Oh, you really are seasoned master, aren't you? Okay then, in that case. I'm gonna fight with my true style, out of respect for the gods of proper human history. Yikes, that outfit's barely there. You think? I find it to be a very useful spacesuit myself. Oh well, I'll just have to show you how strong I am in this outfit then. Okay, Ninkikal, it's go time. Your illegal, immoral, and exploitative construction project ends now. There, a perfect landing. Now. Challenge you to a rematch, Invisible Goddess. Oh, I know you didn't have to drop out of the sky into a rolling landing. Knock that stuff off, you'll give me a heart attack. Anyway, you want a rematch? What can a mage who can't even summon a single servant hope to accomplish against? I see, so that goddess is your last resort, is she? Fine, she's 1,000 times better in a certain cowardly shape. Fine, out of respect for your full-hearted bravery, I accept your challenge. Come, my boundless gorge having the Yucko Shrine. If you really think you can get past my six-legged divine beast, go ahead and try. Okay. Can't do order chain, so... Cuckoo time. Cuckoo puffs.
お腹減りました？では一緒にトウモロコシを食べましょう。
Are you freaking kidding me? My third command spell's back. Right, this is no time to be standing around gawking. Pokecon's noble phantasm just obliterated Gugulanna, but there's also the same tack that... Yep, that was a giant karate chop that swatted the swarm border out of the sky. I knew it. That cat came from Mictlan, from Kukulkan, the king of this lost belt. So that's what that was, but why do you look so happy about that, Da Vinci? I'm just glad it turned out to be right on the money. Oh my, so the one responsible for destroying the storm border is seriously harming Captain Nemo, and subjecting you all to unprecedentedly dangerous circumstances with Kukulkan? On behalf of all the Dinos, I'm so terribly sorry for all the trouble our god has caused you. I promise you we will all discuss what to do with her when we get the chance. Personally, I think that she should spend a century in the 9th stratum thinking about what she's done. Hold on, DePeo. I have a good reason for attacking them back then. I'm Mictlan's guardian, remember? I saw an opportunity to get rid of Chaldea on the surface before they could excise our lost belt, so I decided to take it. So she actually is our enemy. I can't believe you survived that. No, wait, that came out wrong. Back then, I thought you refused to hear me out, just like David's and Void. But things are different now. And I know you didn't mean us any harm. That said, yes, I am responsible for nearly destroying the border. An apology clearly isn't enough. If you decide you want to fight because I'm your enemy, or you want me to pay damages, I understand. Damages? Could she even pay them if we wanted her to? Honestly, after what we went down in Mexico City, I already had my suspicions that you were a giant. So I don't see this as a binary between friend and foe or anything like that. Besides, we can't forget you saved her and us yet again today. Da Vinci! Ultimately, I'll be up to Commander Gordov to make the call. Besides, the real problem here is there's just no possible way you could defeat her now. So if she's willing to help us out, we don't really have any choice but to ignore the other issues. No, never mind. For the time being, I'm just happy that one of the potential threats is chosen to ally with us. Now, more importantly... Oh, that's right. What do you want? Stop looking at me like that. I don't need your pity. I don't even know what you're still doing here. Your business is in the 7th stratum, not with me, right? Now that Kukulkan's been beating me, the rule of the underworld built upon me being the strongest goddess no longer applies. Now it's just a plain old desert that happens to be part of the underworld. I wish I could disappear like the miserable loser I am. Why? Just come back to the border. I can't do that. Didn't the others tell you about this? Once you become a guardian, you can't leave your underworld without disappearing. Oh wait, you're still in your altered form, even though Senpai's regained her last command spell. Why is that? Has it just been too long? Is your mind and body now doomed to remain altered forever? Of course not, but thanks for worrying about me, mate. Canvas might have used the command spell to alter me, but he didn't do it against my will. I freely accepted his offer. I wanted a stronger spirit origin so I could help Chaldea better. Gosh, that's so smart of you, Rushkigo. So you had an ulterior motive in those battles we fought all along? You were totally pulling an Ishtar, weren't you? Yes, I did have an ulterior motive. I just can't say what it is right now, that's all. But when's the time's right, I'm gonna make you cry like a little baby out of sheer joy, so be ready for that. Anyway, I didn't go through authorization without knowing what I was getting into. There's no telling what might happen here, right? So I'll stay behind to keep being the guardian of this underworld just in case. Didn't the first 2 guardians tell you they couldn't go with you? Yeah, they did. But it's okay, don't worry about me. Even if I've gone a little evil and delinquent, I'm still a Rushkigo, goddess of the underworld and servant of Chaldea. I'll help you till the end no matter what you face. Didn't Kukulkan just hand you your ass, though? Are you sure you're okay? Maybe you want to change your mind about coming with us? I was going to recover my strength after you left, okay? Now go on, get out of here. Oh, Kukulkan, you basically sucker punched me earlier. I know I kind of went with it and fly you in midair, but I'm at best when my feet are planted on solid ground. So don't think this means you got me beat. I won't let lose you next time. Of course, we're still tied at 1 win and 1 loss each. Next time I'll take you out two out of 3 wins. Take 2 out of 3? What do you mean by... Oh, I see. Next time we'll make it the best free situation. Fine, get excited about it if you want. Just know that if we ever fight again, I'll have a noble phantasm that suppresses Google Alana and Mictlan Tia. Warning for chat, add in a minute. More blue fruit. And golden sea of the trees. And that's the long and short of it. Difficult though the fight was, we came through intact. I see, well done. Huh, my mind still boggles me at the mere idea of a massive Google Alanas. At any rate, that sounds like quite the ordeal. I can't tell you how glad I am I wasn't there for it. As for you, Kukulkan, are you really the body of light that struck the border? It wasn't a figure of speech or anything. No, it was really me. I'm sorry. I was just kind of acting on impulse. I mean, you know how it is when a cute little bird flies off into your house, right, Director? You just want to give it a big squeeze. That was well beyond a squeeze. For that matter, we are a beautiful phoenix. That's some little bird. Or doesn't things I like to say right now, but I also don't want to interfere with my field team's on-site decisions. You, Karile, I'm counting on you to keep a close eye on Kukulkan. If she starts acting suspicious in any way, throw something in her eyes to blind her and put as much distance between you and her as you can. Got it? I really doubt we have to worry about her, but understood. Good, then continue with the operation as planned. You may also be glad to know that our repairs are continuing on schedule. May not be able to communicate while you're in the underworld, but our connection is holding steady in the standard jungle. So don't just wait for an emergency to contact us. If you have any questions about anything, let us know immediately. Alright, that's all for now. The next time we speak, I hope you'll have some good news for me. Man, I had no idea Gordon was such a worrywart. Wait, is he actually more capable than he seems? Is he a reasonable guy? Oh yes, Gordon's music has been an excellent director at Novum Chaldea. And he's proven himself to be a talented mission commander as well. That's true, servants are good at what we do, but on our own, that just makes us a bunch of individual specialists. For us to work as part of an organization, we need a leader who can bring us all together. I wouldn't go so far as to say Gordy is perfect in the role, but he's always pushing himself to do the right thing. I guess he's what you'd call an unsung hero, but I wouldn't be surprised if he took center stage one day. So he's a neighbor who learns and grows along with you. It seems there's truly no end of diversity among the people from proper human history. At any rate, this seems like a good time for a short break. Chris, would you keep an eye on our surroundings while I make camp? Chris, what's up? Oh yes, camp. Good idea. I'll send out some spheres to give rid of any nearby threats. Chris, wait, if you send out spirits in all directions like that. Huh? Why do I hear approaching footsteps? Don't dinos run away from spirits? I remember the ones we saw at Kamazov's spirits were all scrambling to get away as fast as they could. Those were normal Dados. The ones wandering around the jungle have lost their minds, so... This is why berserkers are fucking annoying. Oops, this is your first time traveling in the jungle, isn't it, Nitocris? I'm sorry, I should have known better. No problem, we'll just have to drive them away then. You've recovered all your command spells, right, my ally? Then in my capacity as Pharaoh, I will test your newly regained summoning skills personally. Guess what time it is? Amorgus. Oh, we already have it says Calipoca. Of course, I'm not gonna go through all that fucking menu shit again, but... Yeah, just leave that there, to be honest. As for the rest of you... Oh, it costs too much money. Anyway, I should probably put MASH in there for the extra bond points. Alright, let's go. The battle is over. The Dinos who have lost their minds are heading away. There, see? It was a perfect opportunity to verify they indeed regained their summoning ability. Exactly as I planned. Nicely done, mate. Yes, Pharaoh, you're right, Pharaoh. Yep, you might have regained your ability to summon heroic spirits, which proves you're a master. But it looks like you're still unable to activate your command spells. So while you can once again summon servants, you still can't use your command spells to empower them. Leave some gap in your ability as a master. Maybe it'd be more accurate to call you an apprentice master of sorts, even just a summoner. I actually took a look at the records from the first Underworld to see how I ended up like that. And I think you said you made a deal with a mysterious guy in a mysterious place in order to come back to life. Is that right? If so, you could be stuck like this the whole time we're in Mictlan. Alternatively, we just needed to teach whoever made this deal with you a lesson. Since Camazotz had your command spells, it stands to reason he's the one who made the deal with. I think it was Tezcatlipoca, actually. Camazotz did mention having made a deal with Tezcatlipoca. And that would mean this mysterious person you don't clearly remember was Tezcatlipoca. The bastard in the sunglasses? I knew it. Good. That's yet another reason to kick his ass. All that aside, doesn't it seem like there was an awful lot of mindless dinos earlier? Do they have a nest here in the 7th Stratum or something? No, nothing like that. 7th Stratum is just a comfortable environment for them. For most dinos in Asalume, this is a dangerous environment where one false step can kill you. Part of that is because Camazotz, the god of death, lives in the nearby in the 8th Stratum. But it's also because the 8th and 9th strata are filled with poisonous gas and dangerous cosmic rays. No living creature can easily enter those strata. They're just too deadly. Ah, so that's why the drone we sent out to serve the 8th Stratum malfunctioned and stopped working as soon as it entered that area. That probably means the tree of emptiness is on the bottommost stratum then. I can't think of anywhere else it would be. Okay, that takes care of the campfire. How about we can chatter and get the camp set up? I've got 2 tents here, one for Mash and the Vinci and the other for her. They're all flesh and blood people, so they need a proper place to sleep. Needless to say, I'll be fine with a bed of grass. I love sleeping on a good, hard ground. I'm flesh and blood too, you know. You servant serving in a spirit form is no fair, no? Oh, I know. Mash, the Vinci, you two are staying in the same tent, right? Then there should be a space for me and her tent. I could just stay there with her. Then why don't you just use my tent? I can sleep in a sleeping bag by the campfire. Nah, it's okay. I'll use a sleeping bag. But where's the fun in that? If we're gonna use tent, then we should all share a tent. I wanted to snuggle up together while we talk about all kinds of stuff. It's been great hearing about Chaldea and the foreign god, but I want to hear some stories about regular life and proper human history, too. Did we even have a fucking regular life at this point? I see, then yes, that sounds like a wonderful idea. I don't have any first-hand experience of daily life, so you'll have to do all the talking, senpai. I'd love to hear all about what life was like back where you grew up. Ooh, are we having a girls' night in the tent? I want in too. We could put both our tents together, and of course, you'd have to join us too. Join us too, Nidacris and Habitrot. Officially, I can't ignore staying up late, but when there's this much fun stuff to talk about, sometimes you just have to roll with it. Tepe was getting left out. I don't get it. Poor Shikisor. He's getting left out as the only guy here. What happens if you have a male master? What the fuck did she say then? Only on section 14, Christ. So this is the Mictlan Observatory. A natural biosphere. This is more like a nature preserve than an observatory. It's not like the rest of Mictlan either. This place is straight out of Cenozoic era proper human history. I'm not surprised. The model has no influence here. This is where the planet's sense of touch was dispatched from the inner sea, the place where the elementals that existed in proper human history were born. So since the god Filaments didn't create this part of Mictlan, it makes sense that it would look closer to the environments you're familiar with in proper human history. The planet's inner sea, as in Avalon? Yep, if we think of a planet as a living being, the inner sea is a place for its heart that's guaranteed to exist. You know about reality marbles, right? They're essentially a mage's inner world made manifest, a powerful cell that lays their own mindscape over reality, if only for a moment. Well, the planet's inner sea is like that, but for Earth. You can think of it as a reality marble the planet itself possesses. That being said, Earth is a big place, and even human hearts contain multitudes. For example, the part of its heart that remains close to human society, or the part that has a few bones to pick with it. Avalon is just one of several possible sides to that heart, one that prefers nature and has choose connections to human society. So elementals born in worlds like that are essentially clones of the planet itself, right? Volcacon, a moment ago you mentioned the planet's sense of touch. These feelers are born in the planet's inner sea, making their way to Earth's surface and ultimately return to the inner sea. But if, for whatever reason, they're unwilling or unable to return, they become fairies, elementals, and divine spirits on the planet's surface. Yeah, though of course some fairies, elementals, and divine spirits manifest in other ways, so we can't say that's how they all came to exist. Meanwhile, there are some elementals who could only have been born on in the planet's inner sea. These special spirits are known to be the planet's brain. Since they have hearts, why not brains too? Anyway, these elementals are born from Earth's earliest memories, and they continue to inherit themselves. They continually dream about things taking place on the planet's surface. In the Magecraft worlds, these beings are known as archetypes, and one up ahead is an incredible recorder of history. So this being knows the history of life on this planet, long before the first humans were ever born. But I've also heard that archetypes take on the form of the dominant species from that age. This may be a lost belt. We mustn't forget, a lost belt is a hypothetical alternative to proper human history. In which case, might this archetype also be humanoid like us? No, we're gonna get dinosaur archoid. I think Tapeo can answer that, right, Tapeo? He used to be a researcher here, though. Alright, now that I think of it. That's correct. I am Tapao the Stargazer, you know. I've made the trip between Chichen Itza and the 7th Stratum countless times. I've never heard of an archetype before, though. That must be another bit of knowledge Cryptor brought over. Though I get the sense that you've known the term for some time, Kukulkan. I'm sorry, feelings alone just weren't enough to convey the concept clearly. Man, words are perfect for this kind of stuff. The Mala watch over us. They keep their opinions entirely to themselves. I'm surprised that Kukulkan, the teachings of the sun herself, could be bound to a rule like that. Oh well, I couldn't fail to note that the Squick isn't like the other Danos. Though I suspect that a Mictlan archetype is different from the one in proper human history. Mictlan itself is already much like the planet's inner sea. It's closed off from both the surface and outer space, unaffected by change. For an archetype born here, it must feel positively suffocating, since you'll never be able to see outside of it. A picture is worth 1,000 words, right? Let's keep going. You'll see what I mean once you meet her yourselves. Oh, and a word of warning. Under no circumstances should you adopt a combat stance, no matter how surprising it may be. This archetype is both highly sensitive and easily hurt. If we scare her off, she'll be useless for at least a few days. Doesn't look like anyone's here. Hello, Zwick. I brought some guests from proper human history here to see you. They have some questions they'd like to ask. Could you please come out now? Please try to get past your shyness. They'll find you quickly enough anyway. You're not hidden nearly as well as you think. There's a proper human history saying that goes, when you cover your head, don't leave your bottom exposed. Well, we can see your bottom, that is, your tail, quite clearly. You're so mean to me, Brother Tapao. I was just working up the courage is all. Okay, here it goes. I'm gonna welcome her guests properly, just like a good shrine mated would. Oh, we get a cutscene. So they aren't lovers in this version. They're, sibling-like. Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet all of you. Thank you for coming all this way from Chichen Itza. I am Quick. My job is watching over Mictlan's journey from here in this moon plateau. There's much I don't know about the wider world, so I might say the wrong thing every now and then, so please bear with me. She's huge! A Diplodocus. You're an actual Diplodocus. Your species was the largest herbivorous dinosaur on Earth. Only you're even bigger than the ones from proper human history. You must be at least 60 meters from head to tail. This is amazing. Thank you, child of proper human history. You have a lovely voice, just as I thought you would. Did you know who I am? Did Kukulkan tell you about me? No, I saw you myself. I can see all the way to the 2nd stratum from here, in fact. But unlike Kukulkan, I couldn't hear your voices, so I never learned your names. Would you mind introducing yourselves now? Thank you. Hugh, Mash, Habitat, Da Vinci, and Nigacris. Even the sounds of your names are unlike anything found here, but they're also beautiful. I'm glad to have had the chance to hear them for myself. Thank you, Zugwek. I think your name is beautiful, too. Also, I hope you don't mind, but I noticed you called Tapao Big Brother earlier. If it's not too rude, may I ask what your relationship is? Oh my. Oh my. That you even thought to ask the question tells me we are getting along wonderfully, Mash. As for Big Brother Tapao and mine's relationship, we're just acquaintances. We met when I first came to this observatory to study the stars. Don't take her calling me Big Brother seriously, that's just something she does. It's honestly kind of absurd. So quick as I'm 6 million years old and I'm only 1,000. Even 1,000's quite a lot from where I stand. I see, so why do you refer to Tapao as your brother then, Quick? Because ever since we first met, he's been bossing me around. I'm something of a special Dinos, you see? Most Xenos never come here because his observatory means nothing to them. That Big Brother Tipao kept showing up unannounced. A lot. He also said I was good for nothing and a waste of space. Also a lot. I did not. Now, would you please stop with the unnecessary small talk and do your job as the eye of the observatory? There, see? He's always scolding me like that just because he happens to know a lot of things. Is this one of those? Yes, he's the typical Big Brother figure who acts cool on the outside, but he still comes to check on her out of concern. Ugh, I swear, when are you gonna finally grow out of your such childish nonsense? Never. You know as well as I do that I'm eternally 1 year old. Well, I suppose that's true. Since you were born as an extension of the planet's sense of touch, you'll never grow or mature mentally. That's why you refer to me as your older brother. From your perspective, everyone will always be older than you. Alright. Yeah, Da Vinci, go ahead and ask the quick what you'd like to know. She sees everything that happens in Mictlan. So if anyone knows what David has been doing for the past year, it's her. David, you want to know about David? You know him? Oh yes, he came here almost immediately after he first arrived in Mictlan. He told me to tell him the truth about Mictlan and its history, and to do it in 5 minutes because he didn't have time to spare on us. I knew he was a visitor from proper human history, but I also didn't have any reason to refuse, so I told him what he asked for. In proper human history terms, that was exactly 1 year ago. That does match the time of the Cryptor first showed up. Hold on, you knew about proper human history and the lost us before the Cryptor arrived, right? Then why did you do what he asked? From where you stand, anyone from proper human history will be an invader. Good question. As an archetype, I was aware Mictlan is not Earth's true environment. I can also foresee that David would use the knowledge he gained from me to form the Asilame and begin hunting Danos. That's very sad, of course, but there was still no reason to refuse him. Everyone has different worldviews, principles, and values. No two people think exactly the same way. And reaching true mutual understanding almost never happens. That's why everyone must be treated equally. We all know it's wrong to disregard other people's time, ideals, and lives just because they live far away. Or because you've never met them, or you have no connection to them, or it wouldn't be to your benefit. This is the code of ethics for dealing with life we Dinos have arrived at over a very, very long time. We don't discriminate either positively or negatively towards anyone, regardless of how strong or weak they might be. Dinos treat all forms of life equally. After all, a society where only special people are given special treatment would simply be wrong, wouldn't it? As I thought, it seems like she's deeply impressed to MASH. Yes, a quick applied with David's commands, which is why she'll now do the same for you. Now let's get down to business. What has David been doing, and what is he planning next? There is no need to discuss anything else. It's not like you to be so impatient, Big Brother Tipao. If you want to know what David's objective, then you should also know what he asked me. Isn't that how you would normally approach things like this? Good point. That information is definitely crucial, and I'm also very interested in hearing it. There's nothing wrong, Tipao. I've been kind of restless ever since we got here. Have I? I suppose I have. I must have gotten more worked up than I realized over being back in the observatory after such a long time away. Alright, I'll leave the questioning to you, Da Vinci. In the meantime, I'll go prepare the football ritual. Ritual? Alright, I guess I'll handle the questions then. You said David asked you to tell him the truth about Mictlan and its history, right? Our understanding is this. This lost cell began when the dinosaurs became the dominant species. No wait, that's not right. It began with the fifth of the Big Five, the meteorite collision that wiped out nearly all life on Earth's surface. Afterwards, the filament-like alien life forms that came here on the meteorite restored the land after everything had burned down. Then they chose the dinosaurs to serve as their hosts and used them to create Mictlan. That's our current working theory anyway. Are we on the right track? Well, you're too precious, Da Vinci. I'm amazed that you've been thinking about things that happened in time long before. Anyway, yes, that's all correct. Well, some of the finer details differ a little. In proper human history, the filaments that came to Earth on the meteorite that crashed in the Yucatan Peninsula 66 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous period. But in this last cell, that meteorite crashed here with them about 300 million years ago, at the end of the Carboniferous period. The filaments that came here from outer space and ended up stranded here are called mala in our native tongue. When they first landed, they used a network of plant roots to stabilize the supercontinent of Pangaea and keep it from breaking apart into smaller continents. So this lost spell was actually started 300 million years ago, back when Pangaea still existed. 300 million years ago, before even the third of the Big Five took place? Oh wait, that's why she was talking about the Carboniferous period before. Okay, that makes a lot start to add up. In proper human history, 95% of Paleozoic era aquatic life went extinct during the transition from the Permian period to the Triassic period. That was when dinosaurs stepped in as the dominant life form, since they were better suited for that environment. After that, Pangaea split apart into the Laurasia continent to the north and the Gondwana continent to the south, which scattered the dinosaurs all across the world. But if Pangaea hadn't fractured, then the dinosaurs' paradise would have had much greater opportunity to flourish. And as long as the dinosaurs remained at the top of the food chain, there would be no chance for mammals to evolve into intelligent life. So that was how Mictlan began. How the Mala's early arrival changed this world so dramatically. But what about the fourth extinction event at the end of the Triassic period, and the meteorite that crashed in the Yucatan Peninsula at the end of the Cretaceous? Wouldn't either of those have prevented this lost spell from occurring? I don't know about the fourth and fifth extinction events from proper human history, but Mictlan did have a fourth one. It was 66 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous period, the same time as the fifth extinction event in proper human history, the Yucatan Peninsula meteorite. Once again, a meteorite collided with this planet, burning away everything on the surface and threatening the dinosaurs with extinction. That's when the Mala came to the rescue. The Mala foresaw the meteorite's impact and built a shelter deep underground. They then collected all the energy on the surface of the Earth and redirected it to create a subterranean paradise. All the heat and energy that would have otherwise gone into restoring the surface over the next million years went into creating Biosphere 3. The result is the Mictlan we have today. Since then, and for the last 66 million years, Mictlan has been a world for the Dinos. Yeah, this stuff is all way above my head. I'll have to have Mesh give me a very short summary later. I see, so that's why the surface is so post-apocalyptic. The seas were dried up, volcanic activity was out of control, and the skies were covered by dense thunderclouds. And it's all because the energy that would have normally gone into letting nature take its course went into Mictlan instead. So here, over the course of almost 100 million years, the Mala gained control over Earth's surface. But that never would have happened in proper human history. Proper human history, a meteorite that carried the Mala was the one responsible for the fifth extinction event that happened 66 million years ago. That meteorite was wiped out the dinosaurs and caused more huge changes in Earth's ecosystems. That led to mammals taking over, and over the next 40 million years, humankind's ancestors were born. The Mala had their virus full of maintaining their own environment, and so by becoming part of Mesoamerican myth, they chose to coexist with its people. The Mala might have been the Dinos' savior, but it sounds like it was a little more complicated for Earth as a whole. I mean, they basically took a significant portion of Earth and fashioned it into a home for themselves. As an archetype, what do you think about that? Does it feel like you're robbed or something? What, like, curse you damn invaders? Not at all. The planet seems to be quite happy as long as life is flourishing, regardless of what form it takes. Besides, if we're talking about invaders, there's one that label fits much better. In fact, that invader was the impetus behind Mictlan's creation. In proper human history, the Mala were responsible for the Earth's fifth major extinction event and created the Yucatan Peninsula's mythological world. But in our lost belt, something else was responsible for our third major extinction event, a meteorite that burrowed its way deep into below Mictlan. Like the Mala, it was an invader which arrived 66 million years earlier than it should have, owing to a slight deviation in its course. A planet-eating monster that came here from the Oort cloud in the far reaches of the solar system. ORT. Time for a Lost Belt 6 timeline. So Oort came to Mictlan early, but that would mean that Dinos should have never prospered to the extent they should have. They have. Wait, I've got it. Oort must have died on the impact. That's why no one can find it here, no matter how hard they look. No one's ever seen it because it's already dead. Oh no, Oort went on quite the rampage after it arrived. It actually completely destroyed Mictlan once. You're kidding me. Oh man, I was completely off again. But then how in the world did the Dino survive? Please tell us quick. Oh no, you're adorably smart, Da Vinci. That guess was almost entirely correct. Ort did die when he fell to Earth. It just doesn't die the same way most living things do. 60 million years after Ort first fell in the Mictlan and ceased to function, it suddenly became to function again just when the Dinos finally arrived at their ethical approach to dealing with life. This was our world's fourth major extinction event. It was also when Earth gave birth to me. And so all life in Mictlan banded together to defeat Ort, and they succeeded. The end. But since Ort doesn't die like we do, it's bound to come back again. So this world did already have its fourth major extinction event. That must mean that the Ort attack she and Mash saw in Mexico City will be the fifth. I see, now I understand. Mash, would you summarize all that for us? Yes, gladly. It would be far too confusing to cross-reference Mictlan's history of proper human history. So I'll just make a timeline for this lost belt alone. Mictlan's history so far. 300 million years ago, the Lost Belt begins. Mala fell to Pangea on a meteorite and stabilized it with a network of plant roots. For the next 100 million years, Earth is a paradise ruled by dinosaurs. 66 million years ago, the third mass extinction event. The Mala attacked a meteorite, Ort, heading towards Earth. The Mala create Mictlan underground along with an artificial sun. They evacuate all life from the surface to Mictlan. The meteorite, Ort, punches through the surface to land in Mictlan, embedding itself in the solar stratum. The impact causes it to stop functioning. 20 million years ago, Mictlan is thriving. Proconsul, a precursor of humanity, are born in Mictlan as well. 6 million years ago, the fourth mass extinction event. Ort reactivates. Sikwek is born. Ort is shut down. 1 year ago, Proper Human History Culture League. The cryptor leads a cultural invasion, which the Dinos welcome. Now I see. Great work, Mash. That was all very clear. Oh no, compared to Sikwek, I may as well be a minuscule career like. So, what was with the parts marked in red? Oh, Sikwek added those. She said they were important. Okay, now that I've got a pretty cool picture, it's clear that Ort does exist and is still a threat. No wonder David asked you all about this. Now we're both on equal footing in terms of information. Oh no, I didn't tell David any of this. I was going to, but he said he didn't need to hear because he'd already figured it out himself. What? Damn. Then what did David ask you? The location of Ort's remains? No, he asked me if the sun had ever gone out. Huh? As in Mictlan's artificial sun? Why would he want to know if that had ever gone out before? Because of the Asloma's sacrificial faith? Now I see. I thought it was just a recreation of the Aztec mythology that Tezcatlipoca spread here. But if the sun really has gone out before, that would definitely explain the Asloma's religious fervor. Hippo even told us once that Mictlan's sun went into a hibernation of sorts for a time. So what did you tell him so quick? The truth, of course. I told him that 6 million years ago, the sun disappeared around the time Ort resumed functioning. And I told him that was the time when the Canaan Kingdom, the non-Dino civilization that was also flourishing at that time, died out. Huh? Hold up, Canaan wasn't a Dino nation? That's the first time I'm hearing about that. So you're saying that a long time ago, there used to be another non-Dino civilization here besides Mexico City? That's right. That's why I added a part in red about Proconsul being born earlier. For 100,000 years, a human kingdom flourished in Mictlan, too. They were much weaker than the Dinos, but they had a great talent for engineering. Towards the end of the kingdom's life, they built a flying ship very similar to your Stormboarder. That ship was the only reason Mictlan was able to fight back against Ort. Ka'an's soldiers accepted modifications to their bodies which made them invulnerable. They fought to the last warrior. It was their efforts that drove Ort down to the bottom stratum. Ort sunk into the sea of magma, and Mictlan regained the light it had lost, but the cost of victory was the entire kingdom of Ka'an. Now the remains of one of the cities has been repurposed into Chichen Itza. Not many Dinos know that though. Big Brother Tepeo is probably the only one, and only because he figured it out on his own. So the Ka'an soldier story. So these soldiers enhanced their bodies to last for 6 million years, and now they stay intact even in death. No wonder his dead spirits are so tired and full of regret. So quick, did no one who got on survive? Was every last one of them really wiped out? Oh no, one of them is still alive. The king of Ka'an, who dealt with the finishing blow 6 billion years ago after losing all of his people, is alive today. His modified body ended up so strong that he was no longer able to die. In the 6 million years since, he went insane and began to fly around the underworld, a bat of death. He is still out there even now. That brave king's name is Camazotz, the maddened king who continues to search for the people of Ka'an, even though they no longer exist. So that's what happened. Because I heard that Camazotz was like super powerful because of like all of humanity sacrificed themselves or some shit. Okay, so what are we looking at here? A bunch of berserkers. Got it. Let's switch it up then. If it's just a bunch of berserkers, then
決めたよ。お前は我が城の影に溶けるしかなかった。シールズアップ。覚えたよ。どれにしようか。
オーイマスター。
get to use the boy.
僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、パッパ。
こういうこともできる。
カウンティングオーバー。
見届けよう。アイマ
命令とも。
僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、パッパ。ブラボー、ズール。
It's gonna be a little longer before I can show you what David is up to. Would you mind waiting outside? Oh, then can I ask you to neutralize the mindless Xenos wandering around the dome? The sounds of the Magway and Pola could be used in the ritual tends to attract them, you see. Okay, we finished chasing all the mindless Xenos that were in the dome back to the jungle around the base. Now we just have to wait for the Tipeo to come let us know when this equipment's ready. Gotcha, I'll just take a little break in the shade. I want to make sure I have everything we learned straight. I'm gonna go back to my base form too. I've been out a lot lately, so I should try to conserve magical energy. Sounds like you could use a little break. Since we have a lovely lake right here, would you like to go swimming? What, can you breathe underwater as well? Huh? Why would you even ask? Of course I can. On land, underwater, in outer space, I'm fine anywhere. What about you, Nitocris? You probably went swimming in the Nile River. Huh? Oh, Nitocris went back up to the dome. There was something she wanted to ask Quick. I see, Quick is really knowledgeable, so I'm sure she'll get the answer she's looking for. Oh, speaking of Quick, that reminds me. Using proper human history terms, do you think Tipeo and Quick are married or lovers or something along those lines? Oh my, you got a bit curious side to you. Ash. Do you really want to know? I don't mean anything by it. I was just thinking it would be nice if that was the case. Suki, he made reference. Oh, I agree, it would be, but those two will always just be friends. As much as Quick may look like a Dinos, the truth is, she isn't. She'll never be able to live among peers, be involved with them, or be freed from her duties. Her job is to look over, no, to supervise all of Mictlan. It has been that way since she was born and will continue to be so until she dies. She'll never be able to leave Mictlan, no matter what. At first, Tapeo refused to accept that, and he looked for a way to freeze it quick. But it was no use. Before, I couldn't imagine why he chose to move to the first stratum on its own. But now that I have a human form, I think I can understand. Knowing that he failed to save Quick, Tapeo couldn't allow himself a happy life. So he moved all the way to the edge of the world to be alone. There he studied the concept of death as a way to punish himself. The concept of death? Why that? It's not my place to say. Not while I have my own maidenly heart is still actively maturing. Growing up, speaking of which, Kukulkan, there's something else we've been wondering about. Did you, always look the way you do now? The dinos are Mictlan's dominant species. Since you're the god, shouldn't you look like one yourself? Are you saying I lack common sense? Just kidding. Don't worry, I'm not mad. I still don't really get common sense or feelings, but I at least know they're important. Anyways, yes, I am a god, and I did originate here in Mictlan. But this form is something I only recently gained. Before that, I was just a teaching of the sun, a wind only the dinos could sense. A year ago, when knowledge of proper human history first came to Mictlan, we learned the gods. That's when the sound Kukulkan formed the name of a god. That was the instant in which I gained this form. All of a sudden, things that couldn't be seen had a shape. Things that could only be sensed can now be spoken of as fact. For us, the chakra was big enough to rock the world to its foundations. Gods can only be born from intelligent humanoid beings, so that's what we should be too. And just like that, I was tossed out into Chichen Itza. Stark naked. Naked? Yes, at the time I didn't have any emotion, so I just started talking to the priest as I was. It wasn't long before I realized it didn't feel quite right, and I might be doing something inappropriate. So I observed all the proper human histories, common sense in one go, and saw some close to the Dino standing closest to me. Which was Tapeo, by the way. He'd already retired to the first stratum by that point, but he always listened to me closely back when we were still just the wind. And from there, you ran straight to Mexico City high fashion? I'm trying really hard to forget that whole thing, so please don't ask Tapeo about it. Anyway, that's how I ended up in human form, one based off the Kukulkan of proper human history. Sequix's archetype will forever remain mentally 1 year old. But I am a god, and I am actually just 1 year old. After that, I found that snot-nosed brat. I mean, young Tezcatlipoca riding a Dinos and playing king near Chichen Itza. And I made him its actual king. Then I ran off to Mexico City to spend all my time having fun experiencing all the latest culture, yes? I see, so you wanted to try life in the big city. I can definitely understand that. If I had been in your position, I could see myself sneaking out Alcaldía Base and paying a visit to the nearest town of Ushuaia myself. But never mind that now. Putting together everything you've told us, it sounds like you're not actually a Dinos god. Instead, you were born from the Mala, Mictlan's creators, and you served there as their representative. Does that mean you're actually Archetype Mictlan, then? Hey, yeah, if we consider a meteorite a planet too, it could also have a mind of its own. That's right, which is why Quick and I get along so well. He's basically an archetype meta-Earth, so she also knows what it's like to fail to become the archetype you wanted to be. You want to know how Camazotz turned servants into the guardians of the Underworld? Yes, a command phone alone should not have been able to cause a complete alteration. There must be something more to it, some sort of secret or ritual that transforms their very existence and binds their life force. Say quick, you said you've observed everything that's ever taken place in Mictlan. So if anyone can answer my question, it's you. What did Camazotz do to them? How could I become a guardian of the Underworld myself? I see, so you think you need to do the same. Alright, I'll tell you what I saw. I'll tell you how those proper human history heroic spirits, each of whom already had their own underworlds to begin with, were assigned to the levels of the underworld and became altered gods of Mictlan. I'm gonna take a quick 3-minute break in order to get some soda and stretch a little bit, and then we'll be right back to continue with all this fun lore dumping. So, be right back. And we're back. Let's go. While we're still in our bleeding off the break.
サーバントの皆さんは生前から病気と縁遠い方も多いですが、慣れ
Alright, let's go. Feeling a bit dizzy. What's this stuff? Thank you for waiting, everyone. I'm ready to begin the Popol ritual. Normally, I can see everything from Mictlan's second stratum to its eighth, but David has been the exception. Whenever I try to observe him from here, all I would see is a deep darkness. He was there, yet not there. Present, yet unseeable. It was like observing an empty cavern with an extremely low atomic density, completely devoid of matter. A cavern devoid of matter, like the supervoids found in the large-scale structure of the universe? Does this mean that David is wearing some kind of filter that makes him normally visible when he's in front of you, but also cloaks him in the darkness when viewed from a distance? So, even as an observer, I haven't been able to witness his actions. The only ones who can know what David has been up to are David himself and Mictlan's own own time. So to answer your question, I'm going to have you view that time itself. The set is the Popol, a ritual that connects your minds to Mictlan's. I've set it to begin with Mictlan from 1 year ago. Please close your eyes and let your body feel the intoxication. With this ritual to the maximum extent possible, you should be able to vicariously experience everything David did in the years since he spoke with me. I've heard David lore dump. So the sun disappeared, but it returned to Mictlan's spy 100,000 years later. Impressive. I didn't think that the model would take such extreme measures. There's no logical reason to favor this underground world so heavily, yet there's clearly not operating on logic anymore. I guess this is a way of apologizing to all the life forms they let go extinct in proper human history. Thank you, Sickwick. Is there anything you need? If there is, I'll get it for you. No? Then this is goodbye. I repaired the Sulus. You should hire some smaller dinos to maintain it, or it'll eventually fall apart again. So, you're in a crypter, and I see you're all alone. Did you really think you could cross this fourth underworld in Mictlan Space Tree all by yourself, without so much as a guide? Yes, exactly. That's exactly how a human should be. There's nothing better or more fitting than being alone. When you're all alone, you don't have to protect anyone else. As long as you're strong, you don't need to care about anyone either. But you should curse me, you should loathe Mictlan, for as long as I, Camazotz, is here, no one will ever reach the ninth stratum. Did you want me to keep going, Camazotz? I've got 2 more of those in me. No, let's end it here. Your blood is absolutely revolting. Only a hero can defeat a hero. I admit it. You do have the right to enter Kalakmul. But I won't let you enter for free, Cryptor David Senvoid. I want you to know about your mythology. Tell me all about it. I'm a creature of Mictlan, a mythology that defeated Ord 6 million years ago, and that everyone's forgotten today. Proper human history mythology, Lothfelt mythology. I don't care which one is superior, I just want to know about them. Want to know if I exist in your world too? So this is it. I finally made it. As I thought, Ord is dead, but only because it ran out of fuel. If I use lots of high-quality magical circuits to close its wounds, it'll start up again in no time. Still, the quick set the cosmic rays emitted from the bottom of the stratum would stop in a year, which would then be followed by a period of underworld pilgrimage. I won't be able to come here again for another year. I'll need to use that time to make sure I'm ready. I guess I'd better summon a servant. Lothfelt or not, this is still Mictlan. There should be more than enough in the way of catalysts. Even if I don't count as part of humanity, I can still summon a servant with the power of the land itself. A servant who will respond to my call, who is unconcerned with good and evil, but who still approves of war. I've got it. You'll be the one to help me, almighty Tezcatlipoca. Oh man, I can't believe it. You actually made a human body possessed just to answer that guy's summons? Is he really that interesting? Looks like you and I are still way too lenient on our trial judgments. Well, whatever. If you're gonna back that guy, then I'll back my own allies. Whichever one of us survives will be all down to luck. See you later, Black Tezcatlipoca. It's like using knowledge for proper human history to become supreme in Mictlan. Bruh. Okay, make sure OBS picks it up again. Okay. We're back. Hey there, buddy. How do you like my Mexico City? It's actually got a different name, but this is 2019. If you're gonna say it out loud, it's better to go with the most recent one. The name may be new, but it still looks like an ancient Aztec city. Why didn't you make any more modern buildings? That was the one thing she refused to compromise on. As her big brother, who am I to say no? Anyway, the Ocelome are all set to go, although they'll still need firearms to kill the Dinos. By now, I'm just leasing some from Koyanskaya, but it won't take long for me to spin up my own production line. I'm sure all the Colossal may have the latest in weapons technology. If something can be done, you could do it. Almighty God, indeed. The only thing you're missing is a rival. I'm sorry I couldn't chainsaw him in Quetzalcoatl while I was at it. Is that supposed to be a joke? Knock it off. You know it would be all-out war if Lady Birdbrain was here. But hey, at least I found someone else I can enjoy playing with in the meantime. A Mictlan made Kukulkan. David, I've created an underground path to Ort. We can use Dino's hearts to supply it with energy. In a year, its wounds will have more than closed up. I also made my last candidate. I'll have him turn into me over the course of the next year. So he'll also be Tezcatlipoca in a year's time, huh? Understood. Make sure you train him well in both body and mind. We'll need a clear will and a strong ideology if we're going to give orders. So we will spend this year furthering our goal of destroying this planet and raising any trace of humankind. What about the other characters? Isn't your planet at odds with this foreign god's goals? I don't care. If Woodheim wins, the other lost souls will just disappear and us with them. So there's no issue with that. I'm here to fulfill my obligations, nothing more. If you have any objections, now's the time to voice them, Tezcatlipoca. Not too late to change the plan. Objections? Hardly. Your idea is awesome. I always wanted to see the end of an entire planet. Alright, we have our very own war, annihilation, and banquets begin. Let's get started. Okay, let's just make sure we all saw the same thing there. I saw David making an underworld pilgrimage all on his own, finding Ort's body in Mictlan's bottom stratum. I saw him talking to Tezcatlipoca about using Dino's hearts to reactivate Ort. And I saw him planning to go back down to the bottom stratum to do just that in a year's time, which would be now. Yeah, same here. The poisonous gas that fills the 8th and bottom stratum disappears once a year for just a few days at a time. Last year, David managed to complete an underworld pilgrimage during those scant few days, and now that time is approaching again. It seems if we don't stop his second pilgrimage, Mictlan will be completely collapsed, and proper human history will disappear along with the entire planet. But why would he do something like that? If he destroys Earth, he'll die with it. That is true. Yeah, that's not a problem when I think we should be ignoring either. We know what he's doing, what his goal is, and where we need to go to stop him. That's a big step in the right direction. But at some point, we're gonna have to answer why he wants to destroy Earth in the first place. Be it as it may, right now, stopping David is our top priority. Kukulkan's quick. When will the poisonous gas in the 8th stratum clear? Kukulkan? Yes, I'm sorry, I was a little lost in thought. I'm afraid I can't tell you the exact time when the gas will dissipate. I can only say that will happen in the next few days. That's okay, that's enough. Okay, we know where David has only one command spell left. He used one in his battle of Camazotz and another to activate Tezcatlipoca's noble phantasm in Mexico City. He probably means to use the last one to revive Ort. If we let him reach a bottom stratum again, it's over. Fortunately, the underworld is still closed off. And I'm sure the Dinos will help us once we explain the situation to them. If they help us invade Mexico City, we can capture David and stop him from reviving Ort. I agree, as long as we can convince the King of Dinosaurs, I'm certain they'll help us. This doesn't just concern proper human history. This is a battle to protect humanity and Earth itself, with the Earth itself at stake. So you want to stop David and save humanity. You're very brave to go up against someone who fought Camazotz to a standstill. But there's no point in that if it gets you killed. Why not go back to Chichen Itza and wait to see what happens instead of risking your own necks? Maybe David will fail. Maybe Ort will never wake up. And even if the world is destroyed, it won't be your fault, so why not relax and enjoy yourselves? I'm afraid we cannot do that. If we don't protect the world... But isn't the destruction of the world natural? We don't fight amongst ourselves. We don't struggle against how things are. We simply go with the flow, as you say. That's how we've been able to live peacefully for 66 million years. If the world is destroyed, then that means its time has come. I don't think the humans have any right to interfere. Don't you agree, Big Brother Tapao? Fighting to protect the world just because you don't want it to die is just selfless. Even wrong, isn't it? Even if the world is destroyed and all life dies out, that's not a tragedy, that's just a natural order of things. All life is equal. No living thing is worth more than any other. Death comes for everything eventually, and nothing deserves preferential treatment. So no matter what happens or who dies, there's no need for such intense grief. As living beings, fighting out the desire to protect someone or something is fundamentally wrong. Huh? That's strange. I was just trying to cheer it all up, but it looks like it did the opposite. I'm sorry. I wish I had gone better. Oh, but you really didn't need to worry about this too much. Even if David doesn't word up, it won't be long before Mictlan ends anyway. Huh? What was that? Huh? Did you not tell them, Big Brother Tapao? Mictlan's sun will soon reach critical mass. It will explode and wipe us all out after 10 more cycles. Mictlan's destruction is going to happen no matter what. Every Dinos knows this. Fragment 3. Come out, Asalome. I know you're hiding there. Dinos is sensitive, nothing like you, apes. Even alone, I could crush all 6 of you in an instant. So you came alone as promised. Very well, Priest Vakub. I'll honor your request. Stand back, soldiers. We're gonna talk king to king. What's wrong? Is it too soon to call you king, or are you still not ready to go through with this? No, it's not that. I am a king. I'm the best king the Dinos could hope for. I can't trust Kukulkan or the king of dinosaurs she chose to lead us. The Dinos are Mictlan's superior species. We are the ideal version of humanity created by the Mala. The axolotl monkeys, on the other hand, are a lower form of life that don't enjoy any of the Mala's protections. Normally, even considering a discussion like this would be utterly absurd. But if your objective is to truly prolong Mictlan's life, then I'm willing to be a little absurd. It's Kali, king of the Athlome. If you and your people can truly save our son, then I'll give you the solar sojourn, Chichen Itza, and proper human history ship. How's that sound? Give them to us? You mean you want us to get rid of them? And of course we will. Mictlan doesn't need 2 capital cities. We'll let a few Dinos live, but we will destroy Chichen Itza. That's a relic of the Ka'an Kingdom, the embodiment of the wisdom we lower life forms have had to draw on just to survive. You Dinos want for nothing. You have everything, so you have no right to that. Fine, I'll make up a reason to send the warriors into the plains. The rest will be up to you. Take that chance to destroy the ramparts and reach the altar. But what about the proper human history ship? Can you carry it yourselves? That won't be necessary. We'll destroy it where it sits. If we're going to go up against proper human history, Talalok will join us. It seems that Master Chaldea is absent right now. Too bad. I would have liked to obliterate her ship right in front of her. Returning it to Peo's Hermitage was an excellent idea. Nobody will find us here, and we have easy access to the surface whenever we require it. Even were Mictlan to collapse, we would be in no danger after we depart with Lost Belt. We do need to ensure that no future in which Orc destroys Earth does come to pass. If that time comes, he and I will do whatever it takes to stop it. Afterward, you can fuse a fort at your leisure. For the moment, you need only remain here, heal your wounds, and wait to see how things unfold. I don't need your advice, Rasputin. I was already planning to do that. I still haven't fully regained my memories, but I know what I am now. The only enemies in this Lost Belt who actually friend me are Kukulkan and Camazotz, I'm sure. He's a beast that was born in this Lost Belt. I suggest letting Chaldea take care of him. Knowing her, she'll ultimately win against the God of Death. Now without significant casualties, of course. Queen Sky have finally got a bad deal, it would seem. You know, I didn't notice it before, but this whole place feels weirdly unpleasant. Something about it reminds me of the levels of the underworld. What was Tepel starting here? Oh right, I still haven't told you, have I? In the Magecraft world, there is something known as Mystic Eyes. Mystic Eyes let their bearers see the flow of many things, including magical energy, time, fortune. But one of the rarest kind are the Mystic Eyes of death perception. They are a rather extraordinary phenomenon which allows the bearer to perceive death and other beings and cause it to occur, regardless of what form of life these beings may be. Weak though they are, there's one being in this last cell who does possess such mystic eyes, Tepel. I see. Oh well, who cares? Mystics are wasted on dinos, no matter what kind they are. Eyes like that would be more burden and a blessing to a species incapable of mustering the will to fight. More importantly... Hold up, what's going on? Why am I getting these kinds of readings in the third stratum? Have you sensed something, young miss? You seem far more disturbed than I would expect from the foreign god. It's the Aslomite. A whole bunch of them are making their way to the third stratum. I think they're planning this around Chichen Itza. I see, but Kukulkan accompanying her, Chichen Itza has been left largely defenseless. This must be the perfect opportunity for Tezcatlipoca. While we do owe Chichen Itza a debt for providing us with food and accommodations, it was back when you still had amnesia. Any battle between the Dinos and Aslomite is no longer any of your concern. You are, as you should well understand now, the foreign god. I urge you to save your strength for the upcoming Chronicle of Humanity, so refrain from any rash behavior. Look at that, we're at the halfway point for the stream. 6 hours in. Woohoo! I can't believe that sun's about to explode. Or that Mictlan's gonna be destroyed regardless of what David or Earth do. I'm so sorry, I kept that from you on purpose. Admittedly, in part because it has nothing to do with proper human history. But also, I didn't want you to simply seeing us as a species doomed to an imminent extinction. You don't have to apologize, Tepel. What you did let us interact with you and the other Dinos much more normally than we would have if we had known your time was limited. In fact, to be honest, I feel like you've got us proper human history folks beat it hands down. You Dinos really are both incredibly intelligent and ethical. I can't imagine another intelligent species that could be so calm knowing their sun was about to explode. Now if you have so much as raised your voices to say nothing of rioting or looting. I don't like this. If they can't possibly save themselves, shouldn't they be spending their last days checking stuff off their bucket list or something? Anyway, now that we know what David's up to and how he plans to do it, there's no point in sticking around Metzalan any longer. We need to hurry back to Chichen Itza and ask the King of Dinosaurs for help. Whether we capture David while he's still in Mexico City, or whether he set up a Dragonnet for him in the third underworld during his pilgrimage, we're going to need the Dinos' help. Right, not to mention we should be able to see Ola Marine down at Chichen Itza too. Whatever business she had that took her back to the first round is bound to be done by now. Mash, I don't think she's gonna pop over. Kyrie, like, Hey, do you read me? I know you're on the fifth strand. Are you guys okay? Oh yes, Kat, the Mets still on field team is fine. We're on our way back to Chichen Itza now. Hey, Menadeko. Oh, not. Oh, now I know how to read your name. It's me, Nadeko. Okay. Is something wrong? I'm not sensing any hostiles in our vicinity. Not there. Here, a huge axolotl army has Chichen Itza surrounded. Somehow they managed past the warrior dinos guarding the plains, and now they're infiltrating the city proper. It'll be an all-out war soon. Get back to the border ASAP. We can't hold out long on our own. What? Don't be ridiculous, you fools. You're not fighters. You're basically just porters who can lift a lot. You can't be serious about going out to defend the border. Wait, stop. The border surrender will hold out for a while. You don't have to go out and fight. Wait for her to get back. It took a minute to understand because there wasn't like anything to separate the words it's, me, and Nadeko. Go on, Seventh. Stop them. You're their brother. So let's do. No, not you two. There you go. We can last maybe half a day. We need you guys back here as soon as you get here. Over and out. Master. Right, full speed to Chichen Itza. Even with the latest weaponry, it takes 30 of us to take down even one Dinos. I can't believe this. No matter, we have control of the entrance now. Squads 4 through 8 will clear the southern area. Squads 9 through 17 focus on the warrior Dinos returning from the plains. Kill every single one you see. Tezcatlipoca, our lord, requires as many hearts as we can bring him. Remember, we're doing this all for our son, and to make Mexico City our eternal home and capital. Nice work, Callie. I came along because I care about you, but I guess you didn't need me watching, did you? Please, Tezcatlipoca, your presence is a tremendous boost to our warriors' morale. Their joy, their fear, the pain they suffer, or death, it's all an offering to you and your greatness. We will kill them all, women, children, those who defy us, those who don't, all of them. This is our holy Zakaliolity, our final flower war to eradicate the Dinos. Ah, did you say Zakaliolity? That takes me back to the good old Aztec that is us capturing slaves. We're on section 15. Who'll tell you that word? Tlaloc? If so, she did a damn fine job raising you. Or maybe it just popped out without you knowing what it means, without you realizing what destiny it's given you. Lord Tezcatlipoca. Don't worry about that. Just something I'm personally looking forward to. You just need to stick to your role. Then let me kill the lizards on the main street. I was gonna just keep being an arms dealer until everything was said and done, but seeing all these Aslame die has got my blood pumping. Consider this my payment for all their wasted lives. I'm gonna go show you how a true Dragger warrior, a true Ocelotl fights. Huh? What the? Why did all the Ocelotl just suddenly drop dead? Did my hidden powers finally awaken? That's a lovely thought, but I believe you would be better off leaving them hidden. You may only have briefly done business, but you're still valued clients, and NFF Services doesn't abandon its customers lightly. Now, I suggest you take this chance to escape from the city. I'll deal with the Ocelotl coming down the main street. Oh, it's you, the immoral servant who's embezzled fully a third of the supplies we brought to repair the border. I'm already an affiliate, though. I've been an affiliate for like a year. And it's fate. Of course I'm gonna be on here for fucking ever. I appreciate you saving my life, but doesn't this usually go against your usual MO? She once told us that you're a rabbit who will die if she ever does something that's not solely for her benefit. So we should probably just let anything bad we see you doing slide. Are you gonna be okay? Oh my, she really does understand me. Now that I know that, I can abandon Chaldea whenever it becomes convenient for me. And you, of course. Yikes, you really are scary. Anyway, we should be safe if we make it out of the city, right? You should, and do what you can to help as many other uninjured Dinos escape as possible. Yeah, good point. Helping other Dinos who could still be saved would be the logical thing to do. Thanks, Fred and Chaldea, and be careful. Amazing. Even after seeing so many of their own killed, they stay calm and still don't forget to say thank you. What a sad state of affairs. If the Dinos were actually willing to fight back, the Oslo may be no match for them. Apparently even robbing them blind isn't enough to get them angry. Oh, we got an actual line from them. Don't let Dinos escape. Kill, kill! As for you people, this is the war for survival. I won't say which side is in the right, but I can't help both. Unfortunately for you, I've decided to help the other side this time. Goodbye. Oh, it's Queen Sky only. What, we can't use fucking our own Queen Sky that has like 10, 10, 10? Fucker.
NHS サービスです。もちろんお望みのままに。そのように。失礼、こちらの話です。はい、NHS サービスです。もう完全配慮。よろしくて。
Of course, because it's level fucking 8, it does nothing. Assholes. Anyway,
いかほまあご用件はスタート。ロックチェックメイト。ご相談は NHS までね。そのように。失礼、こちらのアドレス。ジャッジ、まあご用件はスタンバイ、スレイブゴー。派手にやっておしまいなさい。これがタマモ重工の優秀兵79式タマモタンクですが、イノベーション始めます。完全配列よろしくて。はい、 NFS サービスです。もち完全配列よろしくて。
why even bother with the permanent thing? Queen Sky doesn't have any sort of like natural buff removal. Whatever.
いかまあ大さん後ろです。わっ衝動終了。飛び跳ねますよ。バディですので。イノベーション始めます。
Of course not.
ジャッジメントでございます。
Oh, she has her head. That's good.
では参りましょうか。これが皆様の努力の結果。霊障重工79式敵化反射水クーラセブンドライブ完全敗北よろしくて。吹っ飛びなさいます。ごめんあそばせ。飛び跳ねますよ。バディですのでイノベーション始めます。
My tanks have never had these features. The Oslome are making remarkable progress with their technology. All have been expected parameters, though. Okay, 20 squads left, and I should be able to handle almost half of them myself. What's this about not helping both sides? Don't tell me you've actually retired, Beast. For people like us, the longer and bloodier the war, the better. I thought NFF Services was a charitable organization out to give as many people what they want, and now you're just a warmonger who provides people with as many weapons as they want. You're essentially a merchant of death, just like me. Isn't that right, Touchly? Do you think devoting yourself to helping people makes you a good merchant? Forget it. That's just gonna get you killed. That's a gross-ass outfit. Black Tezcatlipoca. This is a war between the Dinos and the Oslome. If an animal like you insists on butting in, we'll just have to skin you and serve you up for dinner. Goofy ass looking at, but anyway, plot only. I like his first outfit. I hate everything else about his design. Maybe not the FA is okay though. I like the first outfit's design. I like the FA. I like nothing else about him. The only reason I rolled for him is because he has meta relevance. And I didn't even get him anyways. Oh man, this is bad. This is really, really bad. The art style works for the FA. That's why I like the FA. But as like game sprite work, it's like awful. It's way too artistically liberal for that kind of thing. I've never felt like this before. My chest is tight, my breath is hot, my head is spinning. No matter how many Oslome I defeat, they just keep coming. No matter how many I kill, not one so much as flinches. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of all this. It makes me sick of how meaningless this all is. I won't die. I won't fall. I won't get tired. The Oslome's weapon can't even scratch me. This only ends one way. I will win and the Oslome will die. No matter how many Danos I kill, they won't ever change. That's why I'll never feel this way. And I won't feel that way because there's still something I really don't like about all this. I've always been scared of the Oslome. It's not their bravery and challenging opponents they know they can't beat that scares me, or the tenacity that makes them throw their lives away in the hunt for some more Dinos. It's not that they keep bringing stronger weapons, or that there seems to be no end to them. This is a death flag for him, isn't it? I'm just scared of facing them. I was scared of them hating me, scared that I couldn't understand them. Scared of being made to wonder if they had something we lacked. Where'd all the other warriors go? I can't defend the Dinos of the city without help. I shred the Oslome gathering around me. I hate the sensation. I've never liked the feeling of tearing flesh apart. I seem to be the only one who feels this way. The other Dinos aren't cowards like I am. They're all different species. We can never understand one another. The Dinos sit alone at the apex of Mictlan. They say the Mala decided this a long time ago. We can't hear the Mala's voice anymore, though. I'm not even sure the priest can. Apparently, they said we're stronger, smarter, and live longer than anyone else. It's been like that all our lives, and no one's ever complained about it. But maybe that's only because we didn't understand what a complaint was. Damn it, my focus is drifting. I gotta hurry. Right, I was heading for the shrine where all the elderly Dinos are taking shelter. Only the warrior Dinos know anything about fighting, or no one else has any interest in fighting. They don't fight back when the Oslome attack them. Not exactly. When they lash out with tail and claw, it's just instinct. That usually leaves the Oslome dead and the battle over. But as Dinos near the end of their lives, their reflexes grow far too dull for them to do that. So they just stand there, letting themselves be attacked for minutes at a time, until they die without ever even understanding what is happening to them. That's bad. Real bad. Really, really, really bad. I defeat more Oslome than run for the shrine, but there's already a number of them gathered outside. I'm too late to save the Dinos inside. I can already tell. I know what I'm doing now is meaningless. But my legs refuse to slow down. Even if I'm too late, I have to see this through. And then... Get out of here! Be gone, vile invaders! And don't bother voting for me! I saw a creature has nothing in common with us furious on our behalf. Oh, thank you, thank you. These little ones have only just been born. They know nothing of the world. They can't even open their eyes yet. You saved them from dying having known only pain and darkness. I see, good for you, but don't thank me. I didn't come here to save them or anything. Besides, I hate lizards. I just hate anyone who would kill innocent bystanders even more. I just happened to be around and decided to help, purely on a whim. Won't never happen again. Get away from the shrine, head into the jungle. I don't want to see any more screaming colors. So, I'm sorry. I screw my doubts. I know there's no point in saying this now, but my, hopefully future wife is so cool! Oh, but of course. More blue apples for the collection. Because we're going until we beat Act 20. I can smell the gunpowder smoke all the way over here. The ramparts have all been destroyed. There are no Asalame outside the walls anymore. They must all be inside the city already. I've got a fix on the hostiles inside Chichen Itza. There are 1,200, no, 1,080 Asalame. Their numbers are decreasing. The Dinos must be fighting back. We need to prioritize protecting the border and making sure the King of Dinosaurs is safe. What's the call, mate? It's the same thing. Okay. Got it. Nita, Chris, and I are on our way to the border then. You, Mash, Kukulkan, make for the shrine. Take care of her and Mash for us, Habitrot. I know it'll be an urban battle, but you may have to use the Black Barrel. If you're sure in doing so won't result in any civilian casualties, then use it if you have to. So basically only use it on a real big battery, yeah? Okay, got it. Preparing to enter the city. Please get ready for battle, Master. Cool. Let's see here. It's all night classes, so I'm throwing a berserker at it. Which means it's Morgan time. Where is she? There she is. I don't care if she's not fucking that beat, so I'm gonna fucking use her anyways. Alright, so since there's no need to worry about this ain't unintelligent dinosaur, so I don't have to worry about invincibility at all, so I can just go and throw this at him. Cool. Anyway, let's go.
Okyakusama, 獲物はあちらでございますね。すべて見つめます。はい、NSS サービスです。完成配慮よろしくて。目に映るもの、いかほどよく言いました。そう、いいでしょう。私の足元で許しを請いなさい。落ちよ、ロードレスキャメロット。何を喜んでいるのです。私が出たのです。勝利は約束されていたはずです。
Well, that's why I have Sweet Crystal for. It's a 50% charge CD that has ignored in Vol. In worst case scenario, I just swap over to Dante since he's the army farmer as well. I've taken care of the Osculame on the main road. Let's keep heading to the Altar Master. Or Melusine if it's not an archer enemy and I want to stick with Buster. Or I guess a Saber, what it is. Well, damn. Guess he didn't meet me around at all. He really fired up, Nash. Maybe we should send Kukulkan to the border too, Anne. Huh? Mash, get down! Uh-oh. Queen, Skya. Oh, so you came this way. I guess this means you care more about people's lives than your ship, girl. Then I'll take what you value most. See, in my world, those who desire life most must offer their own. Hey, Tezcat, you look awful. Of course, we have to deal with a fucking ruler enemy without any goddamn Avenger servants available. Fucking assholes. It's just a scripted battle, so. Direct hit on our port side. Shields down another 5%. That first servant is coming after us means business. We're not going to last another 30 minutes against attacks like this. And after all the repair work we did. Enough whining. Analyze her attacks and shun power to the barriers when she's most likely to strike next. I shall conserve some of our energy overall. Well, are you sure about that, Captain? If we divert power to the wrong spot, she'll tear all our armor off in one hit. If that happens, every Marine will have to run out to fix it. And you know what that means, right? It means if we're in the wrong, we're gonna have to go out there to die? Okay, well, analyze our lives depend on it. Good. Professor, how's the anti-divine sphere warhead coming along? Almost there. Sion and I are working as fast as we can. We are coding it with a recreation of Quetzalcoatl's 480 taken from Chaldea's spare origin graft. In Aztec mythology, Quetzalcoatl killed Tlaloc once before, so it should pierce her spirit core no matter how tough she is. Got it. Focus on finishing up. We'll focus on giving you an opportunity to use it. Kadok, I want you to lure that servant to the board of Starboard Bow. Your specialty is anti-beast magecraft, right? Then you should know how to corner difficult quarry. If you have any advice, now's the time. I see, so you want me to hit her with a torpedo, huh? And this right here is its firing arc. Okay, got it. Get the hangar open as quickly as I can. I'm gonna head outside and get Tlaloc's attention. What? Are you saying? Did you not see that divine sphere wielding a whip made out of freaking lightning? She'll burn you to a crisp the moment you step outside. Can't you just taunt her over the speaker? What if I could, but we're dealing with a god. She's not gonna care what mortals have to say. Besides, I've got a lightning ward. I should be able to take 1 or 2 hits. Still, I'll need a servant who can hold her own against Tlaloc. Come with me. I know this is a lot to ask, but would you do it, Nemo? Of course, as long as we're near the storm border, the strain won't be as bad as it was in Mexico City. Ward off, I'm counting on you to give the order to fire. Veneer, you got the controls to launch the warhead. If either of you mess up, you'll have me to answer to. Aye, aye, Captain. Let's go, Kadok. I'm not about to let the bravery of the dinos who went out ahead of us go to waste. Until Da Vinci and the others get back. Wait. Marine, open a line. Da Vinci's calling us. Hey guys, it's Da Vinci, the beautiful girl genius at Pharaoh Niercrest. We just made it back. We're hiding in the shadows not far off, but we have eyes on Tlaloc in the border. Do you guys have a plan for how to handle her? If not, I can suggest one. Heh, that won't be necessary. We have a plan to defeat Tlaloc. But we're going to need several servants to pull it off. Niercrest, technical advisor. In 1 minute, Nemo and Kadok will be heading out. I'd like you two to attack Tlaloc to help keep him safe. From there, I want you two, Nemo and Kadok, to team up to drive her into firing range. Remember, the border safety and my own hinges on this battle. They put something on top of the armor. Cheeky bastards. I can't believe the materials themselves aren't tough enough to take a beating. This is the whole problem with modern engineering. That's far enough, Tlaloc. Put that vulgar whip of yours away right now. It's pure insolence. Did you just say my whip is vulgar? Ow. Are you really incapable of seeing the beauty of its construction, its graceful movement, its sensual serpentine flexibility? Were you truly a queen? Be honest. You clearly have no artistic sensibilities whatsoever. What was that? Nitocris only said that to get her attention, but I definitely can't bring that up now. Why are you here then? Did you come back just to die? This is the same as before, when you were nearly killed fighting to protect this big hunk of iron. Is this really so important to you? It looks like you keep a scrap metal to me. I take one of your country's giant pyramid graves over this trash any day of the week. I have to at least give Egypt the respect it deserves for those. Of course, Mayans had them as well. I sensed this before, but now I'm certain. You're proud of proper human history. You're a hero spirit of proper human history. You're meant to protect humanity, but you still oppose Chaldea. What are you trying to say? That it's in a heroic spirit's nature to protect humanity? That's right. On our way here, we saw the corpses of countless Dinos who had been mercilessly slaughtered. They know nothing of war or of battle. If all the Oslome wanted to do was claim Chichen Itza for themselves, the Dinos would have just given it to you. You knew that, I'm sure, but you, a heroic spirit of proper human history, so sullied your name by letting the Oslome kill so many so pointlessly. Tlaloc, you're not like Tezcatlipoca. You have no desire for wanton bloodshed. You know this war is meaningless. If you're only here because you're obeying Tezcatlipoca's orders, rest assured that we'll hold him accountable. There is no reason for you to protect this lost belt. No reason for you to fight for Mictlan. It's still not too late. Join us now and... Shut up. You, who drowned your own treacherous retainers, are going to preach to me about the virtues of humanity? Please. That was... I asked the Cryptor about you, you know. I was curious. You abandoned your entire nation because your brothers were killed. You're the queen who deceived and killed those who violated your laws and governed your country. You're a weakling who took your own life because you couldn't live with the weight of your own sins. Not that it matters. You and I are a lot alike. We both care more about our personal interests than we do of humanity or order. Mexico City may be a fantastical place built in a lost belt, but people are living their lives here. As a species, the Oslome may be a hopeless, fleet, barbaric, short-sighted, immature. But they live in my city, so they are my people, and it is in God's nature to shed blood for their people. That's why I'm going to kill all of you for trying to take this lost belt away, and why I'm going to destroy this eyesore of a ship. I was told to leave the ship intact for insurance, but there's no point in keeping this useless pile of garbage around. I can't stand Nissan. This Tezcatlipoca's ideas of fairness. Way to go, Nitocris. Tlaloc completely focused on us now. Don't worry about dealing with her, defeating her. We just have to hold out until the border is ready. You shed blood for your people? Okay, so basically I just have to live until I'm able to knock out her first HP bar. So let's see here. First we grab you, and then we grab... Oh, I did have cranking. At least I think that's cranking. I thought I didn't have that, huh? Let's see here. We'll go with this for you. And that. Alright, round 2.
軽快な戦闘がお好みかい？いいと思う。スパーッとやっちゃおう。酸素補充だ。ちょっと待って。 カモメの歌を聴きたいかい？よいしょ。特別に許可します。特別、それが良いでしょう。あっち、わかり、許します。屍の鏡、暗黒の鍵、扉に恐怖の心、暗空ねぶた主戦。私は守らなければ。天罰、天罰、たくさん出ません。部族の誇りを見せよ。滅びの夜に明けよ。反乱するトラロック。酸素補充だ。ちょっと待って。よーし、やっつけちゃうぞ。わかります。バッチリいける。そう、君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。私はその勝利を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ、行けるとこまで行ってみよう。ザザーン。エスコルピオン、アトル、支えてくださいね。最後にゲーはダメですよ。文字通り手はいくらでもあるのさ。特別に許可します。ベルトを締めて。ノーチラスで行く。バッチリいける。屍の鏡、暗黒の鍵、扉と恐怖の心、暗空ねぶた主戦。私は守らなければ。トリトンエンジンスタート。照準よろし。計算完了。ほらぶん回せ。関連設備ロック。グリーンはいいかしら。許可する。行くぞ。グレードラム。ノーチラス。守らなければ。ほっ。ここです。トラロック。よーし、やっつけ。バッチリ。あちらもどうぞ。そう、君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。私はその勝利を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ、行けるとこまで行ってみよう。ほっ。頑張るね。
I just do not understand. What is it with you people? This is exactly how things went before. And here I was expecting some new weapon or something really shocking after all that big talk. Oh, we've got something for you. Forget shocking. It's gonna blow you away in every possible sense. Commander, she's in position. Now's our chance. Right, we're all locked and loaded. Fire at will, Mynheer. Or don't you mean fire at will, Commander? Fire at will. Oh. Huh? It opens? Direct hit. Nice. Knocked her all the way into the jungle. Command room. Status of the enemy servant. Is her spirit core intact? How much damage did we do to her spirit origin? That was a direct hit from a custom modified anti-divine spiritron warhead, which can even be used in void space. Even if she does still have her spirit core, she'll definitely be incapacitated. If we're lucky, we might even be able to take her prisoner. Captain, you and Defense have no idea what you're talking about. She's fine. Repeat, target is still active. She's already getting back up, and her spirit origins are really, really, really weird. What is this? How many spirit origins does she have layered over her core anyway? Okay, that one hurt. So that's a warhead, huh? Nice trick. I have to give you that one. What the hell? Now that only is she not fatally wounded, she actually has more magical energy now? So not even an anti-divine spirit warhead worked on her. What kind of defenses is she packing? And just how freaking strong is Kukulkan if she could one-shot that? No, that's not it. Talaluk isn't a divine spirit. But they live in my city, so they are my people, and it is in a god's nature to shed blood for their people. That's not right. Gods do not shed for blood for humanity. She is something else, something that, in some cases, may even be more powerful than a divine spirit. If we don't find a way to stop her, she's going to destroy the border. We don't have any time to spare. But there's still a way we can fight back. The four servants, Strike Message the Second, chose all have ties to the underworld. They were all able to make the underworlds in this subterranean world real. That same choice is open to me. Quick taught me the ritual of becoming an underworld guardian. It would be a terrible sin, but if I went through authorization, I could turn this around. Da Vinci, Nemo, Kata, get back inside the border. I'll deal with her. Even if this brings my role here to an end, I'll still... Oh, we got a video. So insolent, I know that voice. Why'd you come after me? Let go of me, you filthy thing. Don't take my path for your money. Ah! Talaluk's signal has vanished. It looks like she was shredded to pieces? Holy shit, that thing killed Talaluk, or did it just help her get away? Whatever just happened, I have no idea what that monster is, but I think I'd rather have taken our chances with Talaluk. It could be more obvious what that thing is. What's the meaning of this, Kamazats? Was rescuing us another one of your malicious pranks? Huh? Me? Rescue you? He looks embarrassed. You're not an idiot, so don't talk like one. It's confusing. What possible reason could I, the rules of the underworld, have to rescue you people? You know what? Take some time to think it over. I'll wait. You have to know there's something else going on here. I'm sure you could think of any number of reasons for what I did. That's true. Then, did you really come here to rescue us? Not because it was a good opportunity to go after Talaluk or something like that. Not even close. Not even in the same Zuck shrine. I just dropped something back where it belonged. She was about to reveal her true identity. If she had, you would have all ended up as sacrifices on her altars. I don't want that. It'd be a waste of a good human and heroic spirit blood. After all we've been through, are you just gonna throw everything away? You're practically my old friends by now. You're the most special guest I've had in ages. So if you're going to die, it might as well be in my hands. That's my reason. Pretty clever, isn't it? Yes, I like that plan. In fact, I love it. Soon it'll be the underworld pilgrimage time. Soon the way to the 8th stratum will open. So come on down to the very bottom of the Mictlan. Come on down to the bottom of the withered space tree. I welcome you all to the 4th underworld, or my name isn't Kamatoth. And this is... Oh, we're back to this ugly motherfucker. Is that the Tezcatlipoca from Mexico City? But that's weird origin. It's different, but it's still Tezcatlipoca. Just another one. Oh, you're right, Master. In Aztec mythology's creation myth, there are 4 Tezcatlipocas, one for each of the cardinal directions. They're distinguished by color, red, blue, black, and white. The first to be born, red Tezcatlipoca, is the god of death for birth and grain. The second, black Tezcatlipoca, is the god of war and the night who represents a different sun. That's the Tezcatlipoca we know. He is the god of darkness due to man's sacrifice. So then, this Tezcatlipoca must be... Yeah, you're on the right track. I go where my whims take me. And each time I change my principles in my alignment. I'll never be white, though. That would just make me Quetzalcoatl. I'll have to kill her myself one of these days. Can't have her going around telling people we're the same being. Forget Quetzalcoatl. Where's Kukulkan? I didn't even see her leave. Did she run away on us after all that talk about wanting to punch Tezcatlipoca in the face? Oh, damn, she's not. Where did that happen? Of course she's not here. This battle is between Mictlan's tribes. She's not going to interfere with that. The battle in Mexico City was between you and me, Mictlan outsiders. That's why she stepped in. She also helped you in the underworld to ensure outsiders like yourselves would be safe. Mictlan, no, the Mala would be deeply ashamed that they allowed guests to get hurt after all. That's just what she's like. Much crueler, more cold-blooded, and far more inhumane than me. Think about it. Has the sun ever once led a hand in any way any proper human history is wars? Has it ever sided with a given tribe even once? No, right? That's the same here in Mictlan. She's a mechanism that just exists to watch over Mictlan's fate. Her only job is to bestow blessings upon the survivors. Me, I'm nobody's enemy. I'm just a god of those trying to survive in a trial in my own right. But when it's all said and done, that woman will be your enemy, an enemy of proper human history. You knew that, though, didn't you? You've always known she wasn't human. But are you sure you can trust me like that? I mean, I'm the god of a lost belt, and you're human, and one for proper human history at that. Wouldn't it be way more likely that I'm just pretending to be kind to you to get an opportunity to kill you? That's not. Whatever, you humans can believe whatever god you like. It's one of the most entertaining things about you. But now that you let your Calavera go, I don't have any more reason to give you a pass. Your trial's over, mage. Meeting Black Tezcatlipoca on the battlefield means he die here and now. The magical energy emanating from the enemy divine spirit's right leg is increasing rapidly. Master, please summon the most powerful servants you can. So, there's a weird gimmick here that completely inverses your lineup. So, we're gonna inverse our lineup. Then attack. And we're just gonna throw countless Avengers at it. Their bitch ass. His bitch ass. I don't think any of the other Avengers here have ignore info. Besides Sante's. Yeah. Give Estrella some love. And let's see here. You, I'm gonna put on Noble Avenger, and then you get Sweet Crystal. Dante's, I need to swap over his CE to a 50% charger. Okay, that's the wrong one. Okay, there's RLCs. We're rolling with this.
Knew
it. You have a Dante's breaking just waiting for us, so. Woo! You're empty. And more info? Yeah.
星の輝き、今ここに。集落だな。女神で見た
黙れ黙れ。
参拝の時よ。そうでなくちゃ。信頼回復、臨界、始まりの領域、花開く命にすべてひとときの夢のような不思議なクリエイター。
我が行くは温州の彼方。
Oh yeah. Whatever.
テスカトテスカトシュペトゼ。さあさあさあ。
我が天秤に集い、きらめき。判決の時です。星の我が天秤に祈りなさい。あなたの罪を計りましょう。我が宝石庫はこの夜空。あなたの罪はこの星の数。くっそー！
テスカト
静かにうるさい目障り逃げ惑いなさい面白いリーダー砕けちゃう
And now we don't have a single fight to worry about until Act 17, which is an entire ass act after, we're in Act 15 right now. Well, it's your lucky day. May I just happen to be out for a little float walk nearby when I stumble across you finding this guy. It's Ogla Marie! You again. First in Mexico City, now this. What the hell are you thinking? Revenge? Obviously. I don't remember how you did it, but you killed me once before. So of course I'm going to give you a plasma shower whenever I see you. It's the least you deserve for killing me. And, that's the only reason. Yep, nothing else matters. Director Ogla Marie. I thought there was something funny about this. I just wanted to make sure, but you do understand you're Chaldea's enemy, right? Saving these humans will get you nothing. Besides, you're the one who bleached proper human history in the first place. How completely insane do you have to be to help the surviving members of the species you wiped out? Honestly, that's creepy even by my standards. Shut up, I won't stand for your slander. First of all, I have amnesia. I don't remember anything about myself besides my name and objective. Bullshit, you must have remembered back when you saw my face in Mexico City. Along with your real name, your powers, your position, and the fact that you're Chaldea's biggest enemy. That might be true, but also, some kind of mistake. A mistake? Once you declare yourself a god, you don't get to lie to yourself. Ugh, I've never been so angry. I can't even stand the thought of wearing my warrior's mask right now. And you two, you're no better. You knew who she was and you didn't say a damn thing. You just strung her along, lied to her so that you could use her for your own ends. Or did you actually believe you were being kind to her somehow? You knew? You knew I was a foreign god? All along? Sure, you can build a great trusting relationship with an amnesiac enemy, as long as you keep the truth from them. But it won't last forever. It can't, and the more trust you build, the harder it all comes crashing down. And if you never build anything from the start, then there's nothing to come crashing down. It's the same with civilization. The more it prospers, the more daunting it becomes to clean up after it. Is that a siren? It's coming from the altar. The sun's orbit has changed. It means Ixcali killed the king. His Okoyo loyalty is over. All that's left now is to wake up Ort. I look forward to seeing whether you or David gets to it first. He's gone. I've lost his Calipoco's signal, and you Ogla Marie's. Senpai, what have we done? Can we come back from this? That was fast. I'm impressed you made it this far. How'd you get past the soldiers defending the planes? Did you gas them or something? Solid idea. Dinos can repel physical attacks with their biowaves, so targeting their lungs is a smart approach. Gas is a very effective way to kill Dinos. If you want proof, look no further than their ability to get past the toxic gas in the 8th stratum. But I would never use a weapon like that. It pollutes the jungle and tarnishes their soldiers' pride. That's the kind of ugliness you get for proper human history. No, the Oslo may prefer to fight themselves, with iron and lead. Really now, guns pollute the jungle too. The napalm UV certainly isn't doing it any favors either. Enough of this. Where's the king of Chichen Itza? Lead us to the king of dinosaurs and we'll spare your life. Ah, right, of course you'd think that. I just look like a human property in history. It's no wonder you couldn't tell at a glance. All that aside, he really doesn't trust you, does he, is Callie? Or did he say this is one of your you'll know it when you see it things? You're just a horrible judge of character, aren't you? I guess it lacked this Callie Polka put too much stock in you. What's so funny? How dare you say I'm not a good judge of cat? You still don't get it? It's me. I'm the king of dinosaurs. While we're on the subject, let me give you my name. It's Tezcatlipoca, Blue Tezcatlipoca. The very same god as the one who made you from the flesh of the gods, Corn. Huh? Tezcatlipoca! Tezcatlipoca! Huh? What the hell do you think you're all doing? Get off your knees! Pick up your guns! This is enemy territory! Pathetic. The Aslome figured out much faster than you. This is why he doesn't trust you, brat. This is the price you pay for focusing too much on your intellect. Some jaguar warrior with a nose that useless. Or should I call you by your other name? The name you were born with, the one only you and Tezcatlipoca know? This can't be right. Are you actually Tezcatlipoca? No, that's impossible. Why would our god help the dinos? You're kidding me? Don't blow a gasket at me because you were a poor student. We're the god of war, worshipped by all warriors and all tribes. You think there's any chance we'd only help one side? Ha! We're giving the Aslome, the Dino's property ministry, and this lost battle a fair shot. Instead, they take the shot we've given them and use it to try and kill their enemies. That's how Tezcatlipoca does things. You spent all that time with Black and still never got that, huh? Just wow. He's the worst of all of us, you know? I mean, what kind of god says if you're going to go to work, give everyone the same weapons, parents, children, lovers, everyone, and act like it's the coolest shit ever? I swear, that guy's got both too much and not nearly enough heart. Anyway, you're his specially chosen pet project, right? Your 1-year Tezcatlipoca. Proper human history. The Aztecs would choose a young man to embody Tezcatlipoca as a component of their worship. This exceptionally wise, brave, and handsome young man would then be given a divine proclamation to become a vessel for Tezcatlipoca. For 1 full year, the man would be made to grow stronger and more beautiful than anyone, while also being treated to banquets and entertainment that even kings and nobles can only dream of. If he did this for a full year, he would be accepted as a vessel and considered the incarnation of Tezcatlipoca. That's right, and the finishing touch is the Sokayaolti, the war of the flowers where I killed the Dinos as king. Once I do that, I'll be the same as Tezcatlipoca himself. That's why he was kind enough to come along for this battle and lend me his support. That's what Talak say about all this. Did she give you her blessing? Here, I'll give you a divine proclamation. I'm not even going to ask which of those 2 gods you believe in. I'm not going to try and change your mind either. I'm just going to say what should be blindingly obvious. Trust the words of the god you believe in, especially if your 2 gods are each saying something different. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Tezcatlipoca ordered me to kill the king of dinosaurs. The word of a god is absolute. I can't refuse him. But I also can't kill a god. That would be an unforgivable sin. So why would Tezcatlipoca order me to do this? It doesn't make sense. He's testing you, not as part of the Tezcatlipoca trial, but see whether you got what it takes to be a vessel. Can you kill a god, an entire world, in pursuit of your goal? That's the important question here. I'm not going to fight this either way. It's your choice. If you decide to kill Tezcatlipoca, you'll have my forgiveness. Now come on, time's wasting. You should hurry up before Chaldea gets here. Go on, let's see the fruits of your year of training. Very well then, let me ask you this, Tezcatlipoca. Which side are you on? You mean as far as the whole Dinos and Aslome thing? No, I mean, are you a god of proper human history or this lost belt? If you're a god of proper human history, you're my enemy and I'll kill you. If you're a god of this lost belt, you're my ally and I'll spare you. Yes, that works. That lets me obey Tezcatlipoca's orders and still kill another Tezcatlipoca. So if it's okay for me to shoot you. So now, answer me, Blue Tezcatlipoca. Not that I even need you to hear you say it. Since you're aiding Chaldea, you must be a god of proper human history. What'd you say? How dare you? I'm a god of this lost belt, the Tezcatlipoca who's on this lost belt's side. You think I'd even give those proper human history idiots the time of day? No. No, don't you dare turn away from the truth, is Callie. Your god is the one on the proper human history side. Why else would he bring in guns of all things? Why else would he build freaking Mexico City? Listen, Black Tezcatlipoca never had any intention of protecting Mictlan. Not for one damn second. Ah! This is right. It has to be right. The King of Dinosaurs is dead. As soon as we've collected the Solar Horn, sound our victory sign and have the warriors withdraw. And don't you dare tell anyone else what you heard. On second thought, never mind. I don't have to silence you. None of you can understand human speech anyway. Seventh Lost Belt Field Report, Day XX. The Oslome's attack on Chichen Itza lasted less than a day. They retrieved to Mexico City the moment their siren sounded. When we got to the altar, all we saw was a bloody throne in the empty place where the Solar Horn used to be. With the Solar Horn stolen, the sun's resting place became Mexico City. Leaving Chichen Itza mired in a sunless night which has so far lasted 20 hours. The Oslome may have won this battle, but they suffered tremendous losses. It took 30 of their soldiers to kill even one Dinos. Of the 20 squads, each comprised of 100 elite soldiers, bringing their total number to 2,000. Only 16 Oslome survived long enough to retreat. We also found out what species they were when they went to bury their bodies. They're apes, medium-sized primates with a number of human characteristics. They're the newest, weakest species born in Mictlan without any of Mala's protection. Given their origins and abilities, the Dinos had previously grouped them in the same category as insects. They believed Tezcatlipoca gave them knowledge, weapons, and their jaguar mass to raise them into new prime species. 62 Dinos survived the attack. One of them was Priest Cub. That's right, I led the Oslome into our city all while you were cowered behind the King of Dinosaurs. Did Kukulkan protect us? No. Could the King of Dinosaurs, with his feeble body, offer us any protection? No! Neither had any business attempting to guide Mictlan, or any of you for that matter. Look at all those dead apes. Do you lot know why they went this far? Do you know what they were fighting for? Their goal is to prolong our world's life. They challenged us for supremacy so they could give the sun new vitality. Up until now, we've only treated these creatures as lower life forms. We have not seen them as genuine rivals. But they are the ones trying to save Mictlan from its fifth destruction. They are the ones fighting to stop proper human history from pruning us away. I did nothing wrong. There is no room in Mictlan for either a spineless king or cowardly Dinos. Priest Cub was charged with treason and thrown in prison. But even knowing the extent of his crimes, the Dinos bore him no hate. I had no idea Priest Cub was so dissatisfied with things. I wonder what could have happened to make him help the Oslome, even knowing how dangerous they are? The very act of flying across Mictlan's sky was always disrespectful to the sun. No wonder he had lost his mind. What a shame, there's just no understanding pterosaurs. Dinosaur racism. I can't believe the Oslome were actually animals all this time. I thought they were from proper human history, but it turns out they're from Mictlan. I knew them before they became Oslome. They were just dim animals. In fact, they could only survive in groups. It's incredible how much they developed in such a short time, even with Tezcatlipoca's help. They have the survival instincts we don't have, and it's a purpose we lack. I know our strategy for survival is right, but I guess that also means we can't understand how they think. Crikey. That's right. In spite of their intellect, their whole species has remained unchanged for 66 million years. In most mythologies, the sun was worshipped because it was well beyond people's understanding. Intelligent creatures see meaning in everything. Intelligence is the ability to try and draw closer to great things. Unintelligent creatures lack that ability, and therefore can only evolve to adapt to their environment. But intelligent creatures will always seek a different path than adaptive evolution. Dinos were never subject to that law of nature. Intelligent as they are, their incredible empathy meant they never saw themselves as anything special. They had no real use for innovation, admiration, stories, or even producing culture to aid their survival. They are merely intelligent beings who have lived happy lives in the ideal environment Mala provided for them. And now the destruction of that very environment is at hand. I finally understand why Mala didn't build their paradise on the surface. They intended to disappear with the sun. Their intent was to always end this lost spell's underground growth without anyone ever knowing. However perfect their civilization might be, this lost spell can never be a threat or a rival to humankind. It is a prudent hypothetical, nothing more. One path life might have taken. I just wanted to believe that remembering their end will be a sufficient parting gift to go as we go our separate ways. Grand Cavallo log. The Dinos are showing signs of altered thought patterns. It appears to be degradation, but it has nothing to do with extinction. The Tree of Emptiness is on the 9th stratum has resumed activity. This has resulted in the decline of the cosmic ray leakage produced by the tree's bark regrowth. Preserving the Tree of Emptiness is the top priority. We forbid anyone from entering the 9th stratum. I see, so the consensus I heard in Mictlan wasn't just me imagining things. I guess that means I'm supposed to kill all the visitors from Proper Human history, no questions asked. I hoped it was just mistaken, since the Mala's direction almost never changes. Oh well, guess I'll just go kill them then. Oh my god, so it's not as if I had anything like compassion or mercy anyways. It'll be just like squashing bugs. Epilogue to what? We still have, like, hours of content left. Listen, what happened to the city is heartbreaking, but we're still in the middle of a crucial operation. Cold as it sounds, the fact is we just don't have time to mourn the dead right now. Isn't that right, Commander Gordolf? Would you mind going over to our current situation and outlining our next steps? Right, good point. We could grieve our losses once the operation is over. The Oslomae's attack has left Chichen Itza in shambles. The King of Dinosaurs is dead. The Solar Shoshorn, which controls the position of the sun, has been taken to Mexico City. 60-ish Dinos survived. The Oslomae were almost completely wiped out before the last survivors retreated. In regards to the Oslomae, we now know that they are neither humans from this lost world nor soldiers from Proper Human history, Tezcatlipoca trained. They are apes native to Mictlan, a species of primates extremely similar to humans. So the war between the Oslomae and the Dinos was not a proxy war between Proper Human history and this lost belt. Rather, it was a competition between two species trying to survive within the confines of Mictlan. Vicious though the Oslomae may be, they are not directly opposed to human history. Well, I suppose Iskali is the exception there. He clearly has it out for us. Still, I think Iskali's probably... But never mind that murderous lot for now. Here's the real problem we face. We too have suffered many losses as a result of this battle. Poyanskaya thought she would show off by heading out to defend Chichen Itza alone, then found herself completely outmatched in a fight against Tezcatlipoca. Luckily, she rescued her and brought her to ICU, where she's currently licking her wounds. I think at this point I should remind you that I'm supplying all my own magical energy. If I had a master to help with that, things would have gone very differently. Heh, if she says so. Granted, there's no one in Chaldea foolish enough to provide such a dangerous servant of magical energy. I trust you all agree? Good. Moving on, the Deonachayas who went out to defend the border from the Oslomae are missing. However, Seventh did give me a message for her and Karile before he left. Don't worry about us. We'll turn things around in overtime. That is all. As for you, Okla Marie, who reappeared during her battle with Tezcatlipoca, she has regained her memories and has left Chichen Itza. We've been worried about this happening, and unfortunately, it seems the time has come. She may have been helpful so far, but I doubt we'll be able to count on that going forward. Up until now, our enemies here have been David and Tezcatlipoca. However, the foreign god remains the greatest threat to successfully carrying out our grand order. Is that clear? But she was still the same Ogla Marie we knew. I know her memories have returned, but if we can just talk to her. Get it through your head. Regardless of how closely she resembles the Olga Marie knew, it does not matter. Hell, she might even be Olga Marie Anemosphere, but that doesn't change the fact that she is the foreign god. Did you fail to notice that her spirit origin is on the scale of a star? Monster doesn't even begin to cover it. You understand that in a single second, the sun puts out more energy than the entirety of humanity has used in all of its history, right? We can't risk her blowing up on us. She's too dangerous. Damn it. Can you two worry about yourselves for a change? That goes for you too, Kadok. I want you to keep a close eye on her and Karilite. Gordy's right. At this point, we have to treat Yo Olga Marie as an enemy. Unfortunately, she's not the only dangerous entity we need to worry about right now. Kukulkan is a representative of the extraterrestrials that made this last spell, the archetype of Mictlan. Remember when Tezcatlipoca said that she'd eventually turn on us? I think he's right. So far, we haven't demonstrated any hostility towards Mictlan or its people, nor made any attempt to attack. But that won't remain true. We need to cut down the Tree of Emptiness. At the same time, the Cryptor is trying to destroy Earth by waking up Ort. As far as Mictlan's concerned, that makes us both enemies. So from Kukulkan's perspective, anything not originally from Mictlan is an enemy. That is almost certainly part of why she attacked the Storm Border on the surface. She did ally with us for a time thanks to having her reach an understanding with the Dinos. But now that there's no more need to keep the Dinos safe, she will almost certainly try to eliminate us on behalf of Mictlan's collective will. Yeah, if I were on the side of Mictlan, I'd want to kill David and Tezcatlipoca first, then us. Still, I wonder, is Kukulkan really an agent of the Mala? Some of what she's done lines up with her intentions, but it seems to me more like she's also gone her own way at times. I see, then we had better start thinking of Kukulkan as an enemy from here on. It's not all bad, though. If we play our cards right, then we can pit our enemies against each other and swoop in to claim spoils in the aftermath. At any rate, that's the long and short of our current situation. Now that we understand the situation, it's time to plan our next steps. You, Mash and Kadok, I want you to get some rest over the next 2 hours. Go outside and get some fresh air, take a nap, whatever you feel like. We will meet back here in 2 hours' time. Do not be late. I should have known it would still be dark out. It would have been evening in Chichen Itza about now. Guess you two aren't the only ones who wanted to go outside. You two gonna do anything in particular? Wanted to go check in on the boys. Oh, hey, are y'all done with your talk? Bak-chan, you're okay. Oh, I don't suppose you know where the Daitronius brothers in Tapao are, do you? I haven't seen the Daitronius bros, but Tapao said he was going back to his house for a while. The other Dinos are all gathered at the Zocta Shrine. Maybe you'll find the Daitronius bros there? Hey, yeah, thanks, Bak-chan. You idiot, don't they realize they've got to be mourning? Hey, wait up, damn it. Outsiders like us shouldn't... Shit, there they go. Well, I guess I'll just have to go take my lumps with them. Hold up, bro, you're coming with me. There's something I want to ask you. Where'd Olga go? In fact, what exactly is she to you guys anyway? I asked a pal, but he wouldn't give me any details. It's something I'm not supposed to know? Alright, I'll tell you. Consider it thanks for protecting the border while you were being held captive in Mexico City. This will be a good chance to reevaluate things, Bak-chan. See, that woman you've fallen for is actually... I don't see the Daitronius brothers anywhere. All Chichen Itza's remaining Dinos are gathered here, and it looks like they're discussing something. Oh, hello. Hello, Mash. Have you come to tell us more stories about human history? This is wonderful. Now please, come to the center. I do hope you'll finally tell us about Latin America this time. Why are any of you mad at us? Well, I won't be mad. Well, I guess there was that business with Blue Cub. We didn't want to put one of our own in prison either, but we ultimately decided to follow proper human history's example. May I ask what you're all gonna do now? You know that your sun's gonna explode soon, right? And if that wasn't enough, your friends and family have been killed and your city's been destroyed. We may not be responsible for the sun, but the rest is all because of the knowledge from David, no, from proper human history. You have every right to blame us for this tragedy, and yet... Hey, what do you think you're doing making Mash cry, Chichown? Knock it off! What, you show her that crazy math formula we were talking about earlier or something? No, it was nothing like that. Gosh, what do we do now? We didn't mean to make either of you sad, but I guess we did. Your brainwaves tell me you're both feeling guilty. I remember you were worried about this kind of thing before, when you asked if we hated proper human history. Just you asking us that made us so glad. It proved you always accepted Lost Spells for what they were, even if you fought against them. It also proved that you never forgot them. Yeah, for sure, but it was also kind of painful to hear. I mean, you two are still holding on to those harrowing memories, even after going through this cycle 6 times now, right? It's too bad you can't forget the old ones each time, but I guess that's also why proper human history's got so many stories. Oh? Do you have stories because we don't forget? Oh yes, that's the biggest difference between proper human history and us. We don't have any history or any stories. That's why we can accept extinction as a matter of course. It's just never been something we thought about as painful. Talk about being happy-go-lucky, right? Heck, I can only say that now because I finally know how the Lost Spells work. Wait, does this mean... I know it may be very rude to ask this of you all, but... Could it be that Tapeo isn't uniquely understanding, but rather that all Daniels are well... You mean, do we share similar brain structure and levels of intelligence? Yes, I suppose we do. There have never been any Danos who are so exceptional as to be described as geniuses or brilliant. So no, Tapeo's mind doesn't work any differently from ours. He just sees things differently thanks to his unusual eyesight. Once we heard of your stories, every Danos understood that Mictlan is a lost spell, a place of cosmic fantasy. Even knowing that, we still love your stories, though admittedly they do make us feel lonesome as well. Not me, I just had a great time hearing them. I still wish I could have gone swimming in Atlantis. All the more reason for us to keep going for another generation. That way, there'll be a world for aquatic Danos. There's no way you could become a Pleos or Kukumo. You're way too impatient for that. Wait for that kind of evolution. Anyway, it's about time now. About time for what? Are you all heading into the jungle? That's right, now that the Solar Horn and the King of Dinosaurs are gone, we have no more reason to stay in Chichen Itza. Good luck with proper human history. We wish you all the best. Please, don't worry about it. We were always destined to die out here. They're all gone. Yes. Not only were they not despondent about their fate, they were actually kind enough to worry about us. They don't hate anyone, they don't resent their circumstances, they just share whatever happiness they have with as many as they can. It's wonderful, but for some reason it makes me feel really sad, too. Hi there, priestess. Still gonna just do nothing and stand to the side? Like usual? Good, you're all right on time. Now, let's begin the briefing for our final mission in the South American Lost Belt. Nemo Professor, Sion, how are the storm borders repairs coming along? We have finished mending everything except the onboard facilities in the engine room. At the moment, we are getting ready to restart the Triton engines. Yes, sir, we're counting down the moments until we can begin repairing our armor planing's electromagnetic barrier that Kukulkan destroyed. And begin reapplying our anti-spirit and anti-curse membrane coatings. You should be back to combat readiness in about 10 hours. Once that's done, we'll restart the engines, generate new Spiritron torpedoes, and charge the main cannons. We expect it will be a total of 20 hours before the ship is ready for both flight and combat. I see, excellent work. To be honest, I was secretly beside myself when the border was nearly split in two, as I didn't see how we could possibly come back from damage like that. But you have actually succeeded in restoring the whole thing. Thank goodness for Mictlan's abundant resources. I've got a report to make, too. The density of the toxic gas in the 8th stratum is falling rapidly. According to the Trimesters II, the 8th and 9th strata will have a breathable atmosphere in about 10 hours. Which means the time of the underworld pilgrimage is finally upon us. The only catch is, like Emo said, we still can't move the border yet. If we try to fly without barriers, it'll be easy prey for Kukulkan if she decides to finish the job she started when we arrived. Unfortunately, David is almost certainly preparing for his own underworld pilgrimage even as we speak. By the time we finish rebooting the border, he could have well have reached the bottom stratum and revived Ort. So once again, we have no choice but to send our field team ahead. Master and her servant Bash Curry Light. Nitocris, Koyanskaya, and I, low though I am to let you go, technical advisor. You have two options to choose from. Plan A, Operation David Assault. Locate and neutralize David's temp void on his way to the bottommost stratum. You should aim to get him somewhere between the 6th and 8th strata. This should resolve the immediate problem without needing to go all the way down to the bottom stratum. The most important thing is that Ort remains dead. Plan B, Operation Tree of Emptiness Felling. Reach the bottom stratum before David, find the Tree of Emptiness, and cut it down. No matter how powerful Ort is, it's still part of this lost belt, so getting rid of the latter should remove the former too. According to Trimesters II's calculations, each plan has a 50-50 chance of succeeding. Now, just for the record, let me ask you this. Do you feel one of these plans has a better shot than the other? Don't be shy, give us your honest opinion. Operation David Assault, I guess? No, we should go with both A and B at the same time. Kadak, are you saying there's no reason for us to stick to just one choice? We should split up into a strike at David and a team for the underground pilgrimage. Even if the strike team fails to stop David, they should at least slow him down. That'll buy the pilgrimage team time to reach the bottom of the stratum, cut down the Tree of Emptiness, and destroy this lost belt. That gives us the best chance of success. I'll of course be on the David Assault team. I'll need the Shadow Border, Koyanskaya, and the best driver you got. I plan to go after David in the 3rd Underworld. If the driver has a healthy number of top-tier magical circuits, much the better. Oh, it may not have been able to finish the Paris-Dakar rally, but I have a good driving technique and off-road expertise. And you're looking for a driver that surpasses me there, who also possesses top-tier magical circuits? Where in the world are we going to find someone like that? Ah, yes, I see. Right? We have nothing to worry about there. So you guys just focus on the Underworld Pilgrimage. I haven't cleared the 3rd Underworld, so that rules me out of that group anyways. Fine, I was already planning to use the Shadow Border in this mission anyways. Alright, the advanced team will take the Shadow Border down to the 6th stratum, the 3rd Underworld boundary. From there, the Pilgrimage team will get out and head to the bottom stratum to cut down the Tree of Emptiness. The David Assault team will stay in the 3rd Underworld boundary, set up a dragnet, and carry out the plan from the Shadow Border. I don't love the thought of the Pilgrimage team going on foot though. We'll need some help the Dinos connect us with transport. I know you said the Dinos have left Chichen-Itza, but there may still be some there. I'll have the Marines take a look around and see if they can find a porter. On a related note, we should talk about T'Pau too. He's been a tremendous help so far, but the conflict between the Cryptor and Chaldea is a problem for proper human history alone. I don't cherish the idea of drawing him into our battle. What do you think? It'd be wrong to leave out a word, you know? Got it. Then I'll leave it up to you. T'Pau likes to act mature, but he's also intensely curious. I'm sure he would help us if we asked. In fact, I'm not sure he'd forgive us if we didn't. Agreed. Shy though he may be, he does know how to hold a grudge. Go pull that Shonen out of his comfort zone. I see. It's nice to hear you become such good friends with the Dinos. I don't know how it happened, but by all means, go ahead and talk to him. In the meantime, we'll continue our preparations. This will likely be your last chance to take in Chichen Itza. We don't have much time, so enjoy it while you can. Meanwhile, in Mexico City. Oh, the rivers have run red. Son, our sing is Mictlan. It's alright, go ahead. I can report to Tezcatlipoca alone. So the women and children who are living in the jungle have all come to the city. But they're not here to celebrate our victory. They've been praying for their husbands and sons who went off the battle to return safely. They love their families just like humans. No, their love is purer than humans. Only a handful of soldiers came back. The ones who lost their partners must think I'm a terrible king. The Ocelotto's been training to join the Royal Guard for half a year. It looks like he resents me for telling him he was too young and leaving him behind. Familial love, familial bonds. The affection which develops naturally from the moment one is born, where there's no need for words. I have nothing like that. I was hardly fully formed the first time I opened my eyes. My body was made here in Mictlan. It was modeled on the people of proper human history. My human mind was shaped to be the king of the Ocelome. That's who I am. I have no family. There are no others like me. All I had were the impulses I wore on my sleeve. My disappointment in those who refused to obey me, the despair I induced in those assigned to me, and my lashing out against all around me. My God said to remember those impulses, that he would make me a god only if my soul was clear and unclouded. Great Tezcatlipoca, despite being a god of proper human history, he discovered the Ocelome. In one night, he built Mexico City and created me out of earth to serve as their king. For 1 year, I would act as Tezcatlipoca. If I could prove myself worthy, I would become his incarnation. It was a wonderful year, a year free of doubt. I knew with absolute certainty that our fight to eradicate humankind and deny proper human history was a righteous one. And now we've decimated Chichen Itza and invited the sun into Mexico City. Mictlan now belongs to them. Not that it matters to me. From now on, they will be the prime species of this world, because I am not an Ocelotto myself. I've completed my trial of being Tezcatlipoca for 1 year. Now I can finally remove my mask and be rid of my childhood name. I've dreamed of this moment all my life, the moment I'll finally receive the power to strike back against everything. And yet, for some reason, my heart is clouded. Like an obsidian mirror, too opaque to reflect anything. Behold, the sun has moved from the Maya to the Aztec. Now we have a minimum viable model of proper human history in place. Oh, the triumphant king returns. Welcome back, Iscali. Did you kill the other me? I did. I riddled him with bullets. His limbs went flying, his head was torn from his neck, and his flesh was shredded into gooey bits. I see, good job. Only Tezcatlipoca killed Tezcatlipoca. You and that other me might have both been immortal, but a fellow Tezcatlipoca's weapon will easily do plenty of damage. The conditions were equal, trust me. The other me had no complaints about dying in battle. What is it? Is there something you don't get? Oh, right, I never did tell you that the king of dinosaurs was also me, huh? But that's only because I trusted you. I knew you were the kind of guy who could step up when he had to. Gods are expected to be fair and impartial. You wanted destruction more than you wanted to win. If you decide you don't need proper human history, then you have to let go of the sloth spell, too. Understand? If you choose extinction, you can't leave one side standing. You need to get rid of everything to start it all over fresh. Yes, great, said Tezcatlipoca. I'm honored to receive your divine proclamation. Alright, let's head out. It's underworld pilgrimage time. Get ready to leave, Iscali. I'm about to make your wish come true. Underworld pilgrimage. Does that mean we'll be going to Mictlan's bottom stratum? That's right. Chiconahualayan, the 9th stratum. The moon lake where we'll find a real altar city instead of this slapdash replica. The place known as Aztlan, the land of beginnings. It's also where you were born. I was? Then I wasn't born from the earth in Mexico City? That's right. The city's the only place I could have summoned you. Hey, I know. Want to bring along a few of the surviving Ocelome you trained yourself? No, that's alright. This was a hard-fought victory. Even the Ocelome need time to relax and lose themselves and drink. Got that right. No matter how short-lived it is, you gotta savor joy while you can. Okay, time for the finishing touch. David's waiting in the jungle. Let's go pay our respects to Orf's coffin. I never thought I would see a war in a land as peaceful as Mictlan. It seems humankind cannot escape the consequences of accumulation, no matter what form it takes. They accumulate wealth, sin, forgiveness. Even our own foreign god must find the situation deplorable. I already know about human wars in the video records I studied. Chichen Itza might be a ghost town now, but it was never a creation of Dino civilization anyway. They've never accumulated anything, and they never will. Wait, right. Your eye is as sharp as ever, my lady. But that's not true for the human kind of properties in history. Both the Cryptor and Chaldea will try to reach the bottom stratum. The former will do so hoping to revive Orb, while the latter will do so to erase this lost spell and Orb with it. So, what will you do, my lady? You need to ask, the whole reason I chose this lost spell is my temporary lodging was to acquire an even stronger spirit origin. Orb belongs to me. I'm not about to hand it over to anything as powerless. Anything as incompetent as humankind. I've come to the conclusion that Earth's friend species is evil. I have no compunction about eliminating it. I'm going to go to the bottom stratum. You stay here and monitor Chaldea. Once I've used the board, try to escape on their ship. I've chased them down twice before. I don't want to bother with the third. Do you understand me? Of course, my lady. Rest assured, everything is already in place. The moment the storm border tries to escape Mictlan will be the last. So, there you have it. Will you come with us? Yes, of course. I'm relieved you came to talk to me. Thank you. You're welcome, but why? All the other dinos have left Chichen Itza, right? Whether the sun exploding is what destroys Mictlan, or it is the casualty of Ord's destruction of the whole world, the dinos will accept what happens without a fight. That response could be called rational or even noble. But knowing what you've fought so far, I thought you might find that response cold and heartless. So I was steeling myself for the likelihood that you would leave without a word. In the end, the dinos are Mictlan's prime species. We are, at heart, very different creatures from yourselves. That's not true at all. I still have some preparations to make, so please go back to the border without me. I'll meet you at the castle gate. Even I've never been past the 7th stratum, so I'm looking forward to the adventure that lies ahead. Oh, and one more thing. I have something of a favor to ask of you. Everyone really is gone now, aren't they? Yep, they sure are. At this point, the sun might never come back. Then again, even if it did, it's just gonna explode anyway, so maybe that's actually for the best. That being said, don't you think you should be more careful walking around alone at night? You're the master of Chaldea. As far as Mictlan's concerned, as far as I'm concerned, you're just a rare and unusual interloper. But the novelty of that has worn off, so wouldn't it be funny if I just pruned you here and now? You're not very good at being the bad guy, are you? Well, I didn't really think you were gonna be so unfazed. Man, and I spent all the time practicing what I was gonna say before I flew down, too. Is what Tezcatlipoca said about you true? Oh right, I guess he did say something about me not protecting the dinos, huh? Yep, he was dead on. The sun helps the world grow, yes, but it also makes it burn. Think back, did I do anything at all to protect the dinos, even when we were traveling together? That's right, I didn't. Even when Camazotz showed up, or this war was taking place, I just kicked back in the sky and enjoyed the show. Did you really enjoy it, though? I did. You really are an insolent one, you know. Say something like that again, I will very literally squash you. Anyway, the sun's gonna explode soon, so who cares how many of them die now? The cycle of extinction has come to Mictlan, just like it did in proper human history. There's no point in getting angry or sad about it, or refusing to face reality. Even if the dinos and Oslo may all die out, eventually humans like you will still be born, right? Life will never die out completely, no matter how bad the collapse. Proper human history has proven that. So I was just thinking. Why don't you all just leave now that your ship's almost repaired? I mean, there's no point in you sticking around for Mictlan's collapse, is there? Not until we visit the bottom stratum. I see, then I guess there's nothing more to be said, nor to be done. I'm the arbiter of Mictlan. That means I'm obligated to watch over the Dinos in Oslome's final moments. To do that, I need to keep this lost belt around. Which means both the crypt are trying to revive Ort and Taldia on its mission to cut down the Tree of Emptiness are my enemies. The next time we'll meet will be in Calicumul. That's where you and I will go our separate ways. I'm probably gonna end the stream here for now, only just because of the fact that I'm fucking falling asleep over here. Because it's like almost 9 o'clock in the morning now, and I've been up since like 2 p.m. yesterday. Then it gives me a little bit more content for tomorrow's stream, or tonight's stream, I guess, at this point. Yeah, it seems like it has something to do with Camazots from the looks of it. So I guess we'll be able to get started with, considering that previous thing was labeled fucking epilogue about things, and we're getting to, Epic Camazots battle next or whatever, I think I'll save it for next time, so that way I'm, like, fully awake and aware for it. Hope to see some of y'all next time. Thank you for tuning in.